Check one, check one, check one, check one.
R3, 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 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. 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 Stylish shoe, stylish. Yeah, 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 yeah. I'm ready. It's the SLC SkyX.net Invitational T20 League powered by DAFA News. Hello and a very warm welcome to wherever you are. We are live at the R.Premadasa International Stadium and we are looking forward to some absolutely exciting cricket amongst four really top teams in the Sri Lankan cricketing circles. And as you know, it's an invitational tournament with lots of promising cricketers and also some known ones. So indeed, we are pretty excited as we try and bring you the live action coming all the way from the R.Premadasa International Stadium. Right, so to talk about it, I've got the former Sri Lanka all-rounder Fawis Maharoof, and let's try and talk about how important this tournament is. There is an Asia Cup coming up, a World Cup coming up, no LPL. How important is this tournament?
I think all the fringe players who are making a name to themselves, as also the young ones who are coming up, it's their tournament. And then the SLC clearly said this is going to be, selection process for the Asia Cup and the World Cup, so it's all to play for.
Right, so happy with the four teams, or you think we should add five just to try and look at a bigger section of players?
Ideally 5 teams would have been better if we had the option of having a semi-final, but time frame, because the 19th of August, the 3-day tournament starts, so I think time frame was an issue. But I think still, 60 players, top ones, all the Sri Lankan players are playing in, so it's going to be a great tournament.
Yeah, and also the interesting thing is there are 3 teams that comprises top names, and there's also a club team that has been picked from all the T20 players that performed well in the recent club tournament. What do you reckon? That's a good thing, isn't it? To recognize some of those guys who did well in that tournament.
Underdogs for me. They are the most dangerous side. You have all the top names in 3 teams, and you have the Grace, who have all, as you said, the top players who have performed well in the domestic circuit getting a go. So, just watch out on them.
Mm-hmm. Right, so now tell me about this club tournament. I mean, any particular player that we need to look out for? Ashan Priyanjan is a captain, he's an experienced guy, but then there are also some new names. Anyone that kind of comes to your mind?
I think Vinod Bhanuka, who has played for Sri Lanka, has been a regular player, but still went out and can't find a place back. A player like Movin Subasinghe, who can clear the boundaries pretty easily. Akila Dhananjay is in that squad. So all these players are still knocking on that door. So I guess, when I say dark horses, why I said that was, they don't much, you don't expect them to win it. But still, those are the players, are the dangerous ones. So I just feel Grace are the team to watch out.
Right, all right. So they're going to be the dark horses. That's what Fawis Maharoof thinks. Now, he's been thinking a lot. He's been working a lot. Now, he's here with me. But earlier on, we sent him down to the pitch. We just wanted him to tell us how that pitch looked.
Sun is out here in Colombo last week or so. There have been plenty of rain on and out. R.Premadasa Stadium we are at, we know what sort of a pitch it's going to be. Before we go down, dimensions, 70 meters all around. It's quite a big hit comparing in a T20 team, but the pitch looks fantastic to do that. Why I say fantastic to do that? There's plenty of grass on it, nicely rolled in. Let's take a closer look. It's very hard, I got to say, and also there's lots of grass nicely rolled in. That shows to me that this ball, when it comes to the bat, it's going to skid on. The batsman is going to have a good time. Spin, I think when the ball gets older, there might be some purchase, but overall, this is fantastic. Talk about the pass scores, usually at R.Premadasa, 1-6 is a winning score. But in this pitch, I just feel more than 170 will be a pass score. Team winning the toss may like to chase down. There's no threat of turn, so chasing down, beginning of a new tournament is always a good option.
Interesting thoughts. Well, I can tell you that it's quite humid. Well, it looks a good pitch. And he says, bowling first. Now that is a bit of a, it's baffling for me. You say it's a good pitch, so why do you want to bowl first? You should bat first.
I think that why I said that was, especially in a tournament, first game, you just want to get into the groove rather than forcing yourself. So that's the way I think, and also the pitch looks fantastic, Roshan. We covered the Australian series, it looked slower side, but there's some grass on it, nicely rolled in. I think batsmen are going to enjoy these conditions.
Right, now Fawis Maharoof took a close look. Now for those of you who are interested in taking a close look at the pitch, let's take a look. I mean, let's try and show you, get a closer look of the pitch. Let's try and show you how good it looks, as Fawis Maharoof says. Right, now I'll let you talk on this. You're saying grass rolled in, it looks a good surface, it's a hard surface. What are the other superlatives you can bring in for the surf pitch?
It's just dry. I mean, I'm very surprised with the weather what we had. It rained for the last week or so. The groundsmen have done a fantastic job. I can clearly say that with the new ball, that it's going to skid onto the bat and the batsman is going to enjoy it. And the spinners got to vary their pace. If they bowl one pace to this in this pitch, they'll be found wanted. You need to have different guiles, different ways of tackling the batsman. If you are one dimension, you might struggle.
Now that's something I want to talk to you about. Let's try and focus a little bit on T20 cricket. I mean, tell us about bowling in T20 cricket. You speak about not being one-dimensional. You speak about wanting to be different and having variety. But what really should you do on a surface like this if you want to bowl first?
I think if you're a finger spinner, that's where you're going to be found wanted if you bowl the right pace at the batsman. If you're a wrist spinner, you might get away with the odd delivery turning. But finger spinner, I don't see much purchase of these pitches. So I think, clearly off the pitch, you've got to be slower, sometimes quicker. You've got to identify the batsman, especially if a hard hitter comes in, bowl and give him 1 run. Either it be a bit shorter to your leg, flicking toward the leg side, or bowl full to the Yorker length and give 1. And if a batsman newly coming in, he straight away is not going to play those strokes. Try and build 1 or 2 dot deliveries. That's how we create the pressure.
Right, so that's what Faviz Maharoof thinks. So let's go across and join Haritha Pereira, who's out there with the 2 captains and the match referee.
All set for the tournament opener, the toss here. We've got our match referee, Mr. Graham Lebroy. Grace captain Ashan Priyanjan has the toss. Kusal Mendis, the Reds skipper, will call. And it's heads.
Ball first.
Congratulations, Kusal. You've won the toss. What are you going to do?
Ball first.
Particular reason?
I think I have 3 fast bowlers. I think a very good wicket. Then I think second bat, I think 150, 130 score. Then I think I have 3 top order good batsmen.
It's been a great opportunity for everybody. What is your 11 for this first game?
I have 3 seamers and one is Wasaranga and Mahesh Deekshana. He played a lot of T20 matches. Then one more guy have left arm spinner. Then I think good option is ball first.
It's a great opportunity for you and your team. Wish you all the best.
Thank you very much.
Ashan, you've won the toss. If you did so, what would have you done?
We were wanted to bat first, so hopefully it's a good pitch and it turns out well for us.
That's a very positive statement to say you want to bat first. Any particular reason?
We are playing extra batsmen, so I think it's better to put some good score on the board and try to restrict them.
You've seen the track. What's the good score you want to make?
150 plus.
That's great. And how's your team like?
It's a quite young team and the guys have been performing well in the domestic season, so hopefully they'll continue their good form in here as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Have a good game.
Thank you.
So the story from the middle is that Kusal Mendis called correct. Reds will bat first.
Right, the news is that Reds, they have won the toss and they're bowling first. And let's go across and join our first commentators, Kosala and Haritha.
Faviz, yes, the Reds are on the field, yes. So this is an important aspect for the 60 players. How important it is, we'll find out as we get along. Very good evening to my colleague Kosala Suresh Chandra.
Good evening, Haritha, and good evening to everybody logging on to this live coverage.
So the openers out in the middle, they will be looking to just make sure that Mahesh Deekshana with the ball from the commentary box, and Ravindra Vimalasiri is the umpire. This is a key aspect as far as the opening overs are concerned, and Kusal Mendis knows what he is trying to do.
Slip in place and attacking straight away. That's the way to go.
First ball on target. Good to get going. They want to make sure that nothing is thrown away. On a good track. Want to get the maximum possible advantage.
Whoa!
Oh, that's a misfield. Gets things going for Ashan Randika and for the Greys. It's a grey area to start with.
Yes, definitely. Not the best of fielding efforts coming in from the Reds. And Mahesh Deekshana, look at the experience he brings in, Haritha. Straight away on the money.
Come here.
Two left-handers up first.
Wide.
Confident shot of the front foot.
Tanuka Dabre has been among the runs in the domestic arena, so he will want to bring that experience that he carries. And we all know that Ashan Randika, he is a powerful hitter of the ball, Haritha. And when he gets going and when he hits them, they stay hit.
Plays for the Army, the 29-year-old.
Ball in.
These are team members. Mahesh Deekshana and Ashan Randika for the Soldiers. Know each other very well. Bit of a surprise. Nevertheless, these are runs that matter a lot. Good commitment. Just a couple.
Turn and bounce for Mahesh Deekshana on that occasion. Surprised Randika. Lucky it went far away from the slip fielder. But just an indication what Mahesh Deekshana can bring into the table.
Come here.
They want to be positive. They want to be responsible to.
Ball in.
Yes, superb last delivery to end the over and keep going with the same total, 4 without loss. When you go with this sort of temperament, always very important that you know how to get about your plan.
Yes, I think Kusal Mendis has a very powerful bowling lineup in his armory, and the option for him to bowl first might have been having the intentions of trying restricting the Greys to a lower total, mix of spin and pace, and more than that, a lot of experience in that bowling armory.
Always good to get these informed players. So all these young players in the batting team who have performed very well in the recent tournaments, that is one indicator that they are on the ball, and that will probably hold them good against a very experienced attack.
There can be the dark horses in this tournament, Haritha. There can be the surprise package. Now, Asita Fernando is about to start proceedings for the Reds. We know how good a form he's been currently, especially playing in the red ball format.
So Tanuka Madhushan Dabare, 24-year-old Sri Lanka under-19 player, came up from Lumbini College. He's played for Saracens. This is a big occasion for the young left-hander. Superb take. Mendes was perfect.
Not the perfect start for Asita Fernando. Starting off with a wide. And as you said, very good take from the skipper. He's getting back onto that format of being a wonderful wicket keeper, isn't it? Especially the leading wicket keeper. There you go. That's one was ill-directed.
Confident, up and over. deserved the stroke, safe and very effective.
Not the length that you would be wanting to bowl on a T20 format, Haritha. I would say that is more of a test match length, and Thanuka Dabare getting underneath that one and helping it over mid-off. The fielders are inside the circle.
That will stir up Asita Fernando for sure. This is the power play overs, so he'll have the luxury to go aerial and still be safe. Angled across. Played away from his body, didn't he?
Asita Fernando going a little bit wayward at the moment, but this is what happened in the previous delivery, where Asita Fernando going under the bat, and what a beautiful shot from Thanuka Dabare, getting underneath that. That was the key. The head position was perfect.
He was very quick to pick that line and the length. Goes up, and this one won't work. Comfortable catch, and that was not what they wanted. See, Asita Fernando knew what he was trying to do. He was stirred up, and this is a big breakthrough very quickly on. Thanuka Dabare has to move out.
He picked the wrong length to play that shot, Haritha. It was not that short. It was in the zone on a fairly good length, but he couldn't get the elevation and tried to pick it up far from outside the off stump. And that is the reason that it ended up on the fielder's hand at mid-on. So Thanuka Dabare departs. The Greys lose their first wicket.
Yet another left-hander coming in at number 3.
So 3 left-handers at the top for the Greys. Minod Bhanuka. He's got international experience. Let's see how he goes about.
Oh, he took quite a chance with that, but gets away with it. In the air for considerable length of time, but he would feel good to get off the mark in that fashion.
Well, it is a last-minute decision from Minod Bhanuka to put his bat at that, and well, it worked pretty effectively. Good way to start off.
Yeah, so he's one player. Given the opportunity, he would pounce on it. Minod Bhanuka doesn't want to just hang around there. Minod Bhanuka, Ranasinghe, 27 years, product of Malayadeva Kurunagala. Straight into the hands. That really is a big blow. Short, outside off stump, straight to the fielder, backward point.
Well, it is there for the hitting, but Minod Bhanuka was only able to find Vanidhu Hasaranga at point. Just take a look at this. Again, width on offer, but not putting that to good effect. And the Greys lose their second wicket.
Played from the crease, no foot movement at all, away from the body. You have to have full control if you're going to do that. Out for 4. And now Greys are 13 for the loss of 2 wickets. What a big break that was. So we've just been corrected that it was Sangeet Kure who was dismissed for 4. There he is. Fernando has created such a big impression and a lot of problems with his first over. A wicket taking over, in fact, a double wicket taking over to end the second. 14 for 2, Grays.
Good running with the shot, playing it with soft hands. So the captain coming in for the Grays. They need a partnership here. 2 wickets down in the second over. Vastly experienced player. It's always nice when you have such an experienced domestic player playing alongside these youngsters.
It's come through the system. Sri Lanka under 19, Sri Lanka A and Sri Lanka cap. He's played for Bloomfield and Tamil Union and CCC at present. 33-year-old is a past pupil of Nalanda College. Prolific scorer, domestic tournaments. Playing dangerously.
Now, Mahesh Deekshana will definitely mix things up because he knows how important Ashan Priyanjan's wicket is.
It is confidence that matters, just outside off stump. Once again, he's not giving the batter any leverage.
As I said, Haritha is mixing things up. The previous ball went away from the right-hander and the next one came into him.
That kept low, in line with the stumps. Little bit quicker. Because of the 2 wickets lost, the batters can't take a chance and go after him.
Now this is good from Mahesh Deekshana. He's kept the gap open at mid-wicket and he's asking Ashan Priyanjan to try and play across the line.
Superb Yorker. He's got 2 fielders ringing the boundary on the onside. Huge gap between the 2 fielders on the 30-yard circle on the onside. Yes, it had to happen at some stage. Good chase. Good running between wickets too. Come back for 3.
Good effort all around. Good running between the wickets, but good bit of fielding down there. Definitely saved a run for his team. Just pushing it in time. Mahesh Deekshana straying down the leg side a fraction.
Oh, he's been absolutely spot on. Another dot ball to end his second over, the third of the innings. 17 for 2 Grays at the moment.
So these are the visuals coming to you courtesy of the drone. The high-rise Nilunkuluna in Colombo. The surrounding areas of the R.Premadasa International Stadium coming to you courtesy of the drone.
What's this? He's third. Asita Fernando is on a roll.
Yes, definitely. Asita Fernando has really caused a lot of problems to the Greys.
It was in the slot to be driven, but not uppishly.
I thought Haritha had hanged in a little bit, and Ashan Priyanjan was into the shot a little too early from what I can collect, but they lose their captain, that of Ashan Priyanjana, for the third Greys wicket to fall.
So now it's Vinod Bhanuka to the middle. 27-year-old is class act. This was the last dismissal.
Trying to play on the up. As I said, the ball not really coming on. That ended up in the hands of the extra cover fielder.
Nothing short in the end for Ashan Priyanjan. Beautiful delivery. That's his confidence now. Having considered that boundary, this is really good stuff. It's his experience too, Asita Fernando.
Perfect delivery to start off for the new batsman. Angle across. Just what a fast bowler would like to see.
Strike rate of 118. A lot of cricket, 80 matches. Yeah, he's been a busy cricketer. So the pressure on the bat is evident from the ball being left alone.
I thought that was a little bit too far outside the off stump. Vinod Bhanuka might have felt that I need to go at it, but looking at the circumstances, might have decided, no, I'll let it go.
Another one who's come through the system, Sri Lanka under 19, Sri Lanka A, Sri Lanka. Played for SSC and now turns out for CCC. Missed leg stump and the wicket keeper too. Lost a little bit of the control that he was bowling with.
Well, I thought he was trying to bring that back in at the left-hander. Might have missed his line just a bit because the ball that came back.
Ooh. Difficult take. Very tentative, very watchful. It's because he's been on line.
They need a partnership here, without a doubt. The Greys, they need these two batsmen to settle in, see the bowling off a little bit, and maybe rotate the strike, get a few singles, keep the scoreboard ticking. But they need a partnership. They need to come out of this.
This is the fourth over, and Ashan Randika, who's opened, has faced only 6 deliveries. Another dot ball. It's another wicket taking over for Asita Fernando. Grace, 3 down for 19 at the end of 4.
$19 for 3 in 4 overs, and I can tell you that the Greys are struggling at the moment. Let's try and show you where the game is, or where the batting card of the Greys are. It hasn't been a great start. The Abre, Kure and Priyanjan all out. Asita Fernando, the wicket taker. Kalana Pereira over the top. That is Randaka. He's going to get runs down to deep cover. Come back for 2. Just pitched up, looking to go a little bit straighter, but just opening the face a little bit and getting it down to deep cover for a couple of runs. Well, it's not a good looking start at all for the Greys. 21 for 3 in the 5th over. Afternoon, Favis Maruf.
Afternoon to Roshan. Afternoon to all our viewers joining from everyone. This Kalana Pereira, left arm quick from St. Thomas's College. Who just finished the under-19 setup a few years back. 24 games, 24 wickets. You mentioned about 3 wickets. I think all the 3 wickets, more than the bowler taking it. I thought batsman actually gifted it with soft dismissal. All to Asita Fernando. Again, over long off this time. And this time, Vinod Bhanuga got plenty of bat on it. And any length full, the batsman will go for it as the ball is skidding on nicely to the bat.
Another look. Just pitching it up. And it's Randika looking to go over the top and getting almost everything. And getting it down to long off for a boundary. So this is turning out to be a very, very good over. 2 deliveries that are full have been dealt with. 1 over cover. 1 over long off. Slip in. No! Not good fielding. But still no damage done there because the batsman just couldn't get through for that single. It will have to be a kind of a cautious start for the Greys because they've lost 3 wickets. It's not the easiest situation for 2 batsmen to come in.
I beg your pardon, a couple of deliveries before I thought it was Vinod Bhanuga, it was Ashan Randika, whose natural game is to go after anything full. This was Vanidhu Hasaranga at cover point, slight misfield, but no damage done. Again, full by Kalana Pereira, driven down the ground by Randika. Was a powerful player, a soldier. He's been among runs played for the Jaffna franchise in the LPL. We all know in the domestic structure, anything in his arc is someone that is not afraid to take the aerial route. And Kalana Pereira's strength is to swing the ball, pitching it up. So that's where I think this might work into Ashan Randika's strength. But still, I think the Reds will be happy if the batsmen do take the risk with 3 batsmen already back in the pavilion.
Quick single. Turning out to be a good over so far. They've got 7 runs in the over. Kalana Pereira has struggled a little bit. He's not pacey, isn't he? He was quicker at the under-19 level. Appears to have lost a yard of pace, but has done well to get into this side. Last ball of the over. Oh, good one. That was a good one. That just left the left-hander. 26 for 3.
Absolute snorter by Kalna Perera. Just completely bamboozling Vinod Bhanuka. And that's where I think Kalna is his strength doing it, pitching it up. And Kusal Mendis doing the right thing, having slip fielder, attacking. You mentioned about the fast bowlers for the Reds. Asida Fernando, Matisha Patirana and Kalna Perera. 3 wickets down. Power play, not the ideal start for the Greys, but still, they do bat deep.
Right, this is the look at 26 for 3. Right, Matisha Patirana. Now, someone that the Sri Lankan crowd, Sri Lankan fans, Sri Lankan selectors are very excited about. He's a slinging kind of fast bowler. He's an old boy. I don't know whether he's still playing for Trinity. He's now out of school, but played in the IPL. Picked up as a rookie. Matisha Patirana has a good economy rate at this level. Best of 2 for 24. So he's been at the highest level, almost the highest level. IPL is as good as any international experience or any international game one might expect to play in. Right, now this is exciting. He's a skiddy kind of a square arm bowler. Good take, very good take down the leg side, but this is the problem, isn't it? When you have bowlers with this kind of action. Now, Lasith Malinga was someone who mastered the release. Now, I think it has a lot to do with the release, isn't it? The release points are so important when you have this kind of a square lower arm action.
I did have a chat with Lasith during the Australian series when Matisha Patirana was in the squad, but didn't play a game in the T20 setup. He exactly said the same. This young boy got everything at 20-year-old, beg your pardon, what Lasith didn't have at 20. Just that the control, the wrist position, which Lasith took 3-4 years to get it probably not straight, but at least to pitch, hit the seam from the side on. So that's where I think Matisha Patirana got a wonderful mentor in Lasith to learn a lot. And as you mentioned about IPL, that's the highest you could ask for in T20 cricket, apart from playing international cricket. So I'm pretty sure playing under MS Dhoni and all these big guns, he will only get better and better.
Just a bit of an angle back into the left-hander. Gets a single. Yeah, I think as we said, I mean, mastering an action like this is never easy. You said about the wrist position. The wrist is so important because at the end of the day, you look to try and hit the seam all the time. So with a square arm kind of action, if you don't, at the point of delivery, if you don't have the right wrist position, I think that's where it's going to cause a few issues for the bowler. And also, as I said, the release, I think. The point of release is so important, where you release it. Another one down the leg side. Great take by Kusal Mendis. He's tumbling down the leg side, but not a good start by young Patirana.
And definitely the radar is off so far for Matisha Patirana down the leg side. And Kusal Mendis, keeping wickets for the Reds, captain in the team, has been quite impressive. If I remember right, that's the third time he dived to his right side, to the left-hander, saving a boundary. Definitely Matisha Patirana got to work on his wrist position. That's something that won't happen overnight. It'll take some time, more experience. In the air, easy. This is the fourth wicket with a soft dismissal this time at Bhanu Rajapaksa at mid-wicket. I don't think it's a slow ball, just a seam-up delivery, quite gentle. And Vinod Bhanuka played the prize and caught at mid-wicket.
Well, Greys are down a slippery slope. They're losing wickets quite quickly and struggling to put up a show here. And Vinod Bhanuka has to go. Grace at 29 for 4, Bhanuka out for 2. So Dixie. Right, 29 for 4 into the 6th over. Not looking good for the Greys. Mudita Lakshan, he's a new batsman, a right-hander. Now Matisha Patirana will enjoy this contest because he's getting a lot of outswing to the right-handers that was going down the leg side to the left-handers. Another look. This is what happened to Vinod Bhanuka. Fairly simple catch to Bhanuka Rajapaksa. He just swallowed it. It was so easy. Now a slip-in for Mudita Lakshan. Starts off with a short delivery, a good short one that carried nicely through to the wicketkeeper.
Greeting a good afternoon by Matisha Patirana. Straight away, the Lakshan, a former D. Senanaik all boy. I think he plays for Coles, if I remember right, Roshan. Very good utility player, left-arm spinner, can bat at number 6, a decent player. Just 17 games, strike rate of 142, that's quite impressive. At the moment, he got to steady this ship for the Greys. It's been sinking for a while and sunk even more with the fall of Vinod Bhanuka, Ashan Priyanjan, 2 experienced batsmen being out. And as you mentioned, short mid-wicket and all 4 wickets, in all fairness, Roshan, has been very, very simple and quite soft dismissals, if I say it in that way.
I think Kusal Mendy's decision to bat first. To bowl first, I beg your pardon. Won the toss and decided to bowl, and that's turning out to be a very, very good decision. So last ball of the power play. That stayed down a bit, but outside the off stump. So the first power play is done and dusted. It is 29 for 4 at the end of 6.
29 for 4 after 6 overs. That's a great start by the Reds, winning the toss, bowling first. Yeah, still to face the Greys. Wanindu Hasaranga, Dunit Wellalage as well in this team. Very strong bowling lineup. To add to that, there is Kusal Mendes, Bhanuka Rajapaksa, Lasut Cruz Pulle, who's making a lot of headlines in the domestic setup and the A-team setup. He's in this Reds team. That was better.
29 for 4. Time for the power play signal. That will allow the fielding side to have a few more fielders outside the circle. I'm not sure the man on your screen needs many outside the circle, Wanindu Hasaranga. Take a look at that record for someone as young as he is. Over 200 games, almost 300, close to 300 wickets. What an amazing record. He's having a slip-in for Randika, who struggled on 11 of 13. Not that any other batsmen have looked good. It's been a real tough call for the Grey side that has been made up of players who did well in the recent T20 club tournament. Players who maintain a good strike rate, who's done something worthwhile talking about. Swung away on the leg side. Only a single.
That's why I'm slightly a bit disappointed, Roshan. I did mention to you about the pre-show that these kind of players can be really effective, dangerous in these kind of tournaments. You need to get into the groove, get into a new tournament in a proper structure. That's why I think Asita Fernando's first over, losing out two important players. So soft dismisses are never going to be easy to recover. And then Ashan Priyanjan, another soft dismissal shot, caught at short extra cover. And experienced Vinod Banuka doing the same thing, caught at short mid wicket. In case if Grace gets their act together, play the ability what they have, especially when you have the tag of nothing to lose, everything to gain. Those are the players are very dangerous.
Just looking to set him up a little bit, tossing it up, having a long off out on the boundary, man at short extra cover. Man on the cover boundary, there's a man at slip. So just looking to tease him with that flight. That's the one, that's the wrong, and that was coming. Two leg breaks followed by a googly.
Don't think Mudit Lakshan, young man just getting into the first class structure, have faced this quality of spin in his career so far. Mandwasaranga, we mentioned about he's a true professional who have played all round and proved himself. And a good start to Vanidu. End of the 7, Grace 30 for 4. Brilliant start by Vanidu Hasaranga. The tough work continues for the Grace. It's going to be Vellalage, Vanidu Hasaranga, Mahesh Teekshana, Matisha Patirana, Asita Fernando, all international tasted fast bowlers and spinners will be on show for the Reds. And for the Grace, it's going to be tough work. Still to come, Movin Subasinghe, who's made a name for himself for a 6-hitter, still to come.
Right, this is a look at the Reds side. I think they're spoiled for choices in terms of bowling, isn't it? Just look at the number of bowling options they have. Quite a few seam bowlers. Right, so it is going to be Matisha Patirana who's coming on. Continuing rather, 1 for 3. As I said, the Reds are spoiled for choices in terms of bowling. Lots of options, lots of seam bowlers, plenty of spin bowling options, all-rounders. It is turning out to be a fairly tough contest. Again, taking the aerial route on the bounce, too long on. That has been Ashin Randika's style of play. Anything pitched up, he's looked to go over. But he hasn't found those boundaries frequently. He's a powerful striker.
It looks like Ashan Randika only knows one way to play. That is, if he's in his arc, he's going to go take that aerial route. That may work for the Grace. In case if Grace loses another wicket, it's almost like you can close the curtains on the Grace. There's much experience to talk about in the latter order. We spoke about moving Subasinghe, a young man just making into the scene. And facing this quality won't be that easy. Nicely played by Mudit Lakshan, who will adjust his game according to the situation. He has done it before, especially in the under-19 setup, the mercantile cricket what he has played, as well as club cricket. But doing against this quality of bowling, it's going to be another challenge.
Yeah, take a look at the bowling. Asita Fernando, he's got that's runs, in fact no ball and buys. So those are valuable, and that's a free hit as well.
That could have been a white ball as well if that's not a no ball. It's bad delivery by Matisha Patirana. Misdirected, no chance, Kusal Mendes. I think this is where Ashin Randika will be wanting to make it big with this free hit coming up.
Yeah, quick look at the bowling cards. On the bounce to the man. Only a single.
Pitching it short by Matisha Patirana. Just had a feeling Ashan Randika was going to over mid-wicket, anything up. That Matisha Patirana did his homework correctly and pitched his shot. Mid-off up. He easily could have 5 fielders saving the boundary, Kusal Mendis, but opting to have most of them trying to save the single, making it hard. Back of the length again. Just keeping it low as well, especially with Matisha Pathirana's arm coming so low, skidding on. That's where I think these batters got to make sure not to stand up when they play the back foot strokes. They got to be a little crouched, trying to play as straight as possible. Again, Mudit Lakshan and Matisha Pathirana did play together in the under-19 setup, would have definitely faced each other in the nets.
Short delivery, that's good carry through to the keeper. He's having pace, he's having bounce as well. That's the one bouncer for the over.
Good change of length by Matisha. Hitting it short, nice carry. Especially with the pitch having so much grass rolled into the pitch. I think that's where the fast bowlers might enjoy the bounce which is on offer. Especially in the second game, Roshan, I'm pretty sure the ball will skid on with under lights. And the batsmen are going to enjoy even more. And if there's due, I think that's where the pass score will get higher, at least by 10 runs. Slow ball this time, outside edge. Nice station at third man doing the fielding. Single to end the 8th over. Grace 39 for 4.
Right, 39 for 4. 8 overs completed. Randika and Mudita Lakshan, the two batsmen at the wicket. Hasaranga has bowled a solitary over for 1 run with a slip in. He's slowing it up. Manidu Hasaranga, he's not looking to push the ball through quickly, but he's mixing it up, he's looping it. And interesting to see how he's going to try and mix it up for Mudita Lakshan, who's taken 12 balls over his 2. Again, this time a single down to long on. In there, and it is dropped. Very nearly a collision between the two fielders. They would have very nearly collided, but eventually I think that is Kamidu Mendis at deep mid wicket. Just couldn't get across. There was the man, that was Kalana Pereira, was coming around. There was the danger of they colliding with each other, and eventually Kamidu Mendis just, you can't really blame him. He had an eye on the ball, he was also having an eye on the fielder.
I think that was the main reason. I think the last minute Roshan Kamidu Mendis might have had a glance at Kalana Pereira, and that might have unsided him in putting the hands together.
That's punched off the back foot. I like the way Ashan Randika is looking to try and get things moving. Mudita Lakshan, on the other hand, has taken his time, 3 over 3 for 13. But Ashan Randika 23 of 20. But this is no way a frightening looking rate as far as the Reds are concerned. It's a very formidable looking lineup, the Reds.
This is what Manidu Hasaranga will do. He will mix things up. He will create that uncertainty in Mudita Lakshan. He knows that he's not that experienced in reading Manidu Hasaranga. So it's going to be a big battle for the young man, Roshan.
Right, last ball of the over. Driven back up the pitch. A dot ball to end the over. 45 for 4. 6 runs off the over.
So 45 for 4 at the end of 9. Definitely they will want to improve on that. But Ashan Ranjika, now he's the man that the Greys will look for to get them to something formidable that their bowlers can have a bowl at. But mind you, the Reds look the strongest side in this tournament. They've got loads of experienced players, international players, batsmen, bowlers. They have a good mix of everything. But Ashan Ranjika, he's been among the runs in the domestic arena, plays for the Army, gets his runs pretty quickly.
45 for 4. Right, we're going to get the off spin of Mahesh Deekshana at the far end. He's bowled 2 overs. Started off with the new ball, none for 7. It's a star-studded bowling lineup as far as the Reds are concerned. Deekshana. Oh, he goes for an almighty swipe. Goes off the inside edge. Now let us try and show you that no ball that was called earlier on of Matish Pathirana, which was given runs off the bat, but I thought it came off. It didn't touch anything. Let's see. This was Randik on strike. Yeah, well, we'll come to that again. This runs off an inside edge. Only a single. Now, Ashan Randika was given runs off that by the head umpire Ruchira Palyaguru. But take another look. It was clearly down the leg side. It missed everything. It touched nothing as far as the bat was concerned. It went way down the leg side. And Kusal Mendis just couldn't get it. So it has to be wide, but it was given as bat. So Randik is enjoying those 4 runs. He's on 24.
We'll take it nevertheless, Ranjika.
Well, they got a leg slip in with Mudita Lakshan on strike. Now, I'll tell you, Reds won't mind this. They won't mind singles at this stage. This is the stage that teams, now they're into the 10th over, this is the stage that teams would try and get it to a good position to try and launch. Maybe get to the next 10 overs or the last 5 overs. But instead, this is more of a survival. When you look at where the Greys are.
I think what the Greys are looking now is to try and make sure that they bat the 20 overs.
Straight back. Simple catch. The 5th wicket's down. This is turning out to be too easy for the Reds. This is Mahesh Deekshana catching Ashan Randika, his colleague in the Army Sports Club team, off his own bowling.
Roshan, you mentioned easy catch, but I thought that was hit with a lot of power. Let's take a look at that again. He gave everything to it, and good reflexes from Mahesh Deekshana, holding on to that. So the Greys lose their 5th wicket of Randika for 24. It's 47 for 5.
.47 for 5. Not a good looking scorecard at all for Greys. Right. Now this guy, Moeen Super Singh, I've heard a lot about him and I'm very excited to see him bat.
We've been told that he can really hit the ball a long way. Product of Wesley College, Colombo. A player that's been talked about a lot, Roshan.
Right, Moeen Super Singh. He's a new batsman. Yeah, played for Wesley College and now plays for the Air Force. I heard a lot about him. He's a striker of the ball. Slip and a short leg slip. Starts off with a slow leg break.
So this is what Mahesh Diksha. This is the fall of the fifth wicket. And they were trying to go aerial, but not getting underneath that ball. And Mahesh Diksha, I thought, took a good catch of his own bowling.
Well bowled, very well bowled. This is a clever over. 47 for 5. Just 2 runs off the over. And 47 for 5 at the halfway stage.
Hasaranga gets through his overs very quickly. Hasaranga bowls his overs very quickly, isn't it, Roshan? And he keeps the pressure going on. Vastly experienced campaigner now.
Just knocking it into gaps. They're running that first run hard. One is all they get. Pushing and running. That was Sahanara Chige, I think, who ran in, head in from the boundary at mid-wicket. Right, now Movin Subasinghe. He's a young man, he's a powerfully built cricketer. Short mid-wicket in. 3 men out on the leg side boundary, long off and deep cover as well. Slip in. And on the drive at short extra cover. Plays it with soft hands, yet not off the mark. He's used up 3 deliveries, Movin Subasinghe, but that's, you really can't blame him because it's more of a survival game as far as the Greys are concerned. It's not been a game where they have been enjoying themselves, but instead it's more of a struggle, more of a survival. So far been pretty one-sided. Still finding the fieldsman.
You can see that he's mixing things up, Wanindu. First one was a leg break and the next one the googly. This is a battle for young Subasinghe.
This time he's off the mark. Still not trusting himself to play that big shot. I think that's a sensible thing. He's not taking chances against Wanindu Hasaranga. He's watching him. Hasaranga into his 3rd over. But I can tell you that the Greys don't have much time left. They're already into the 11th over in the second half of the innings. Mudita Lakshan, 5 of 17. That's a 50. It's been a painstaking effort, I must say. Into the 11th over, they're going at less than a run a ball, which is not good. You'd expect, in fact, the run rate is under 5, 4.62.
Interesting to see what the plan from these 2 batsmen would be. How deep they want to bat in and then go for the big ones. But they got a tough call because all these bowlers are very talented men.
Goes for the sweep and he gets it in the gap. Not great fielding in the deep because there is a fumble. He had a lot of ground to cover, but not great running. Not really great running. Well, the Greys can't afford to miss out on those opportunities. 52 for 5. Another look. This is that sweep. Take a look at the running if you can. Just sweeping it. There's a lot of work to be done at square leg. Not collecting it cleanly. And a lot of work to do to try and recover. Well, that's the fielding. We'll try and show you the running later. It's 52 for 5.
For 5, change in the bowling. Tunit Velalage comes in, Roshan, it's unbelievable. Is it one after the other? It's all tremendous talent that the Reds have.
As I said before, they're spoiled for choices. Too many choices, in fact. Dunit Velalage now very much a seasoned campaigner. Into his 4th game, he's got 3 wickets. The good thing about him is that I like his temperament. He's not someone who gets flustered easily, the way he handled the Australian quicks in those 50-over games. Unable to break that dot ball sequence of dot balls. But let's try and show you that running we were talking about. Maybe we'll do it after this delivery if we can.
How is that?
Right, okay, all right, we can show you now. Now, there is no urgency here. Now, what you need is a lot of urgency because there isn't runs on the board. Now, they run that first run hard and you could see that they're just ambling. Now, there was a misfielding on the boundary. You would expect them to push a little bit harder. Oh, turn! And bounce as well. That was held back. That was bowled slower.
Really surprised Mudida Lakshan on that occasion. That one really got some grip for Dunit Velalage. Bounce, turn. Perfect left-armer's delivery.
This time a single. Well, they bowled 4 deliveries, 3 dot balls and a single. That's not ideal. Moeen Subasinghe will be the man they'll be looking for to try and get things moving. Can he do it? He's certainly come here with a reputation of being able to hit the long ball. But how effective will he be? Again, Upesh behind square leg. He'll find the boundary. A much needed boundary for the Greys. Moeen Subasinghe, the man they'll look to try and get things moving, gets a boundary.
Fraction outside the leg stump and very well executed by Moeen Subasinghe. Sees that he loves to play the sweep shot. Roshan.
He's played 2 sweep shots, 1 for 2 and 1 very well placed behind square leg. The timing was good. Last ball of the over. Good over from Velalage. 5 runs off it. 57 for 5.
So 57 for 5. Need to get a move on. Wanidwasaranga just giving a little bit of leeway on that occasion. That was close, but some adventurous move on the part for that 3rd run.
A rare loose delivery by Vanindu. Short just outside the off stump. Yeah, the Manhattan for the Greys has been quite disappointing. This was Matisha Pathirana slightly misfield. And the return was quite good, but was quite high and enough time for the batsman to come down. This is Moeen Subasinghe. We all spoke about a big hitter making the scene, and that too against Wanindu Hasaranga.
That's probably the highlight for the innings so far. He comes with a tremendous reputation.
That was a fantastic shot. Almost his 2nd tier at R.Premadasa Stadium. We hardly see a quality of Vanidhu Hasaranga has been taken to the cleaners. But this young man, fearless. That was a googly too. Picked it up and bang it goes.
Entrance free. Few die-hard cricket supporters in the middle to see the action up close. More people should actually come in, Maruf. The cream of Sri Lanka's instant cricket on show.
And if you mentioned about the entrance being free, a fantastic opportunity to the cricket-loving public to come and take a look at the next generation of cricketers making through. And clearly this tournament is being played for a reason. Nicely played again by Movin Subasinghe this time, back cut. And Matisha Pathina doing the cleaning up at cover point. The idea is to pick those fringe players for the Asian Cup, Scott. And whoever is knocking on the doors can be highlighted in these kind of tournaments. World Cup is coming up. And there's lots of cricket coming up for the emerging teams, A teams. Whoever does well will definitely get highlighted.
One. Keep
Don't
back,
think
keep
they will
back.
two. Good decision. Oh, poor return. It's turning out to be a pretty expensive over for Vanidhu Hasaranga and for Reds.
Very poor return. I think it's Sahana Arachige at deep mid-wicket to Kusal Mendes, and only a single resulting in a couple of runs here. Fat throw. Take a close look where it's going to go. And Kusal Mendes did well actually to get some hand to it. Flighted by Vanidhu Hasaranga, searching for his first wicket. 26 runs in his almost fourth over. We hardly see Hasaranga has been taken for so much runs. I just feel, Haritha, that he's trying to take a wicket. And this is where a star bowler sometimes go wrong, trying to find wickets, and in the end, going for runs.
Dot ball in the end, but still 14 runs off that over. 71 for 5 Grays.
Vanidhu Hasaranga finishing his quota, 26 for 4. As the partnership is building up for the Greys, 24 of 20. Mudit Lakshan, as well as Movin Subasinghe, 2 young men we spoke about getting that opportunity. These are the projected scores. I think 140 to 130 is, I would say, decent, but well below par. But definitely the bowlers could do give the bowlers a ideal go if they could.
So Movin Subasinghe gets big on Dunit Wellalage. Has he got the power? Yes, he's got 2 over now.
Wow, Movin Subasinghe living to his reputation. Given a little bit air by Dunit Wellalage. And what Movin Subasinghe does well here is not going across the line, going with the turn and not trying to hit too hard. He knew his strength. If he gets somewhere near his middle of the bat, that will clear it, and it did shit and showed it.
So it's Movin Hansaja Subasinghe show for the moment.
Annari.
He's rotated the strike very well on either side of the wicket. He's played very well off the front foot, off the back foot on either side.
Good batting. 6 followed by a single. Best way to do it. Always try to put the bowler under pressure in the first 2-3 deliveries, and then if you get it, score a boundary or a 6, get a single, go to the other end, get the other batsman to the rest of the work.
Absolutely in control, Dunit Wellalage. See, this 6th wicket stand is now worth 31 runs, 25 of them to Movin Subasinghe.
Yeah, Mudit Lakshan is struggling. This time very lucky, it did bounce over the stumps. 26 deliveries, and the 26th delivery found a boundary. Mudit Lakshan, finally, I was just about to say, he's had to break the shackles. And this occasion, the opportunity was given, and Lakshan find the boundary.
He played very close to his off stump, but very well played. Timed it very well.
Kamela,
Sticks
Kamela.
not the fastest on the field. Still very well struck.
Placement spot on. All about getting the placement right, not trying to hit too hard. Exactly what Lakshan did, and deservingly scoring this boundary. Again, good batting. These two youngsters showing the experienced top order batsman how to do it.
They needed some sort of recovery
Kamela,
and a
Kamela.
partnership. It's coming after the halfway stage as far as their batting lineup is concerned.
Kiwa. Annari.
Yes, very sensible. Can't get the boundary, look for the single. That will be 14 completed. Rays are 84 for 5.
13 runs in that over, 14 runs in the previous by Vanadu Hasaranga. 27 of 2 overs. Just breaking the shackles, the Greys, after the initial hiccup that they had. 14 overs, 84 for 5, 36 more deliveries to come. Not much to speak about in the latter order. Lakshan Gamage is there, somebody who can definitely clear the boundary, hard hitter, seeming all-rounder. And I think if the Greys get to somewhere close to 140, they definitely can give a fight to this Reds team, who are top-heavy batting lineup. They have a very strong batting lineup in the top order. Cruz Pullace, the Rajapaksha, and then Kusal Mendis. In the middle order, you got Kamindu Mendis. So I reckon if 140 is the Greys' landmark.
Yeah, the top order was absolutely unsettled by Asita Fernando, accounted for the first 3 and the 2 other bowlers, Patirana and Deekshana, got them to 47 for 5. But now Movin Subasingha's entry has changed that all. Pleasant evening at Ketarama.
Warm and humid, definitely. Kalnapera into the attack from the media box end. Short third, short fine, short extra cover point. The four fielders saving the single.
No!
The power play has been of hard work for Greys, especially with the wickets falling in clusters. That was the opening batsman going for a huge slog towards mid-wicket, caught at mid-on. This was nicely taken by Vanadu Hasaranga at cover point. Asita Fernando in the same over. And this was Ashan Priyanjan trying to go probably over mid-off, holding on at extra cover. And Minod Bhanuka caught at short mid-wicket. Slow ball by Kalnapera. Managed to get a single there, Movin Subasingha.
So he would want to keep it tight from his end. Took the pace off a little bit. Quality cricket on the part of Lakshan.
Slow ball nicely dealt by Mudit Lakshan, who's taking a lot of time to score his runs. Understandably, the wicket's been falling in clusters from the other end. And this partnership is slowly but surely building up, 38 or 28. And forcing Kusal Mendis to bring his fast bowler Kalnapera into the attack.
22-year-old captain DS Senanayaka College. Can keep the rotation going and bring Movin Subasingha, who is better suited to take the attack to the bowler on strike.
He's someone that has made a name for himself for scoring those big strokes, big sixes. And ideally, these are the platform these young players need. The entire world is watching. Show your talent, show your abilities, especially against good bowling attack. Again, trying to give some room to go extra cover. And that's Vellalage, a lightning quick fielder we saw during the Australian series, as well as on his test debut against Pakistan, how well Vellalage fielded, actually live wire in this team.
What a game, 100th game for Angelo Matthews, and it was his maiden test. Universe of Daraz with over 5 million products to choose from. Download the Daraz app today and explore. Live, play, explore with Daraz.
A dot ball to end the 15th over. Grace 88 for 5. The last 30 balls, 41 runs on these two batsmen. Just goes to show time to get the run rate up. 88 for 5, 15 overs, 5 more overs to go, 30 deliveries. A run and ball will get them close to 120. Beg your pardon, 118. I think close to 8 to 9 runs per over. At least close to 140, I think, which is a good score.
So, Asith Fernando back into the attack from the end where he absolutely undermined the top order for the Greys. First 3 wickets. Immediately, pressure.
Bounce, isn't it? Surprise, Movin Subasinghe with that pace as well as bounce. Yeah, this team with the Asith Fernandos, who has been bowling magnificently ever since he toured to Bangladesh in that Test match series. Bowled brilliantly, came back in the first test against Australia, bowled well there as well. Unfortunately, missed the second test against Australia from contracting COVID, and didn't play the first Pakistan test. He was just recovered, and the second test, the way he bowled for Sri Lanka, winning that in that test match, was magnificent. Just about to show the Greys dugout. You know, it's coached by Avishka Gunawardena, managed by Charit Seranayaka. Be a bit happier with the recovery what they've done, but a long way to go.
So he wouldn't give anything onto the front foot for Movin Subasinghe. He'll be quick and just short of good length, Asith Fernando. This is a learning curve for Movin Subasinghe too.
I think Asith Fernando is digging it short, especially with mid-off being up. Cannot pitching it up after seeing the way Movin Subasinghe clearing the boundary. That's where I think Movin Subasinghe got to be a little bit smarter, knowing that the bowler is trying to bring shorter, actually bat behind the crease maybe, expecting it short, premeditated. That comes with experience. This young man just breaking into the scene, he will learn. But Asith Fernando showing all his experience against this young Movin Subasinghe as well as Mudit Lakshan.
Slower delivery. Lakshan not quite able to get it where he wanted. Darshan Gamage and Upul Chandana in charge of the Reds as far as the coaching department is concerned. We'll be hoping that the good work will be continued, not leak too many runs.
Yeah, just a couple of runs in this over, 2 more deliveries to go. Skipper Kusal Mendes making a slight change into the field, deep fine leg coming up. And there was a short mid-wicket, 2 deliveries before dropping down. Mid-off still up. What's it going to be? Full outside the off stump or short?
He attempted a Yorker. He's probably waiting to go inside out.
Asithra Fernando started well for Reds, picked up 3 wickets. These are the 3 coming up. For mid on.
That was Tanuka Dabare. This was Sangeet Kure. Then Ashan Priyanjan. So 16 overs completed. 93 for 5 Grays.
Partnership 46 of 38 deliveries. Contribution 30 by Movin Super Singh, 16 by Mudit Lakshan. So it's a good delivery by a good over, beg your pardon, by Asithra Fernando. Just the 4 runs given. The previous 2 overs by Vellalage and Wanindu Hasaranga after contracting 27 runs. Looks like Kusal Mendis going to finish up with pace. With Matisha Pathirana coming into the attack from the media end.
Right, we're into the last 4 overs of the innings. 93 for 5. Grays are in a much happier position. But they're way short of anything substantial at the moment unless someone like Movin Super Singh can get things moving and have a good finish. Mudita Lakshan have looked to try and catch up but still way behind in terms of balls and runs. Right, Matisha Pathirana, it's a great experience for this young man to bowl in the depth. Lakshan on strike, that's going down the leg side. There could be trouble here if that hit. It didn't. Movin Super Singh just managing to get back.
I'll tell you what, Roshan, that delivery, there was only 3 fielders saving the single. That's going down the leg side for sure. And now Ravindra Vimalsiri and Ruchira Guru did find it. I did want to mention it before the delivery was bowled. And that's not good cricket by the Reds. This is where the experience counts. There are so many experienced players in this team. And there were 6 fielders saving the singles. There has to be, beg your pardon, 6 fielders saving the boundary. There has to be only 5. Late call, but finally Ruchira Guruge and the Vimalsiri got it, and it's free hit coming up.
Yeah, good work by the umpires. They're very, very attentive, aren't they? Right, the free hit. Goes through extra cover. Oh, that's a despairing effort by Dunit Vellalage, just managing to, or just unable to stop it in a boundary for the Greys. And, well, they're making maximum use of that no ball. And that wasn't an overstep, it was something else.
Rubbing salt into the wound. Slower ball by Matisha Pathirana. Full. That was given the real kitchen sink by Mudit Lakshan. Usually Vellalage, a very good fielder. Valiant effort. Unfortunately, not good enough.
Vellalage comes into the circle at mid-off. Point on the boundary, 3rd man on the boundary. Short delivery, this is high. This has gone pretty high. Should be taken in the deep. It is. So wicket number 6. Matisha Pathirana, the wicket taker. This is Mudita Lakshan looking to force the pace. Caught in the deep on the boundary. And a fairly simple chance to the man on the fine leg boundary.
A simple chance. I think it's Lasit Cruz Pulle at deep square leg, making it look so easy. A very impressive Matisha Pathirana. Previous delivery full outside the off stump, a slow delivery. And this one, digging it short. And Mudit Lakshan paying the price. Grace 98 for 6 after 16.2.
8 for 6. Right. So what happens here is that Movin Super Singer comes on strike. Pulina Taranga is the new batsman. He's another striker of the ball. He can hit the ball hard. Again, mid-off continues to be inside. He'll be looking to try and bowl it short. In fact, he goes full. Down towards long on. Vanidhu Hasaranga in the deep. Only a single. That's an interesting delivery. You have mid-off up in the circle. He was going full. He was going for the Yorker. And eventually missing out by bowling a long half volley. But this is what happened to Mudita Lakshan. Short delivery and very well taken in the deep.
Good catch by Lasith Cruz Pulle at deep square leg. Never easy, looking into the sun. I'm very impressed with Matisha Patirana's thinking. Wouldn't have thought Mudita Lakshan was expecting a short delivery, but did it and paid the price. Pulna Taranga, the new batter, have been in the first class system for such a long time. A smart, canny player, bowls a decent leg spin, bats a very good fielder.
He's a very good all-round, isn't he, Mudita Lakshman? That's the rather Pulina Taranga, that is. So he runs a leg by. It's 100 for the Greys at the moment, 100 for 6. Moving Super Singer slowed down a little bit. He was severe against the spinners with the faster bowlers on. He hasn't really enjoyed himself as much, but much will depend on him into the last 4 overs of the innings. He back firmly, they'll get a single. Well, at this stage you need boundaries. You really need some boundaries. You need to be throwing your bat at everything. You need to be finding those ropes.
I'm trying to go probably over the bowler. Moving Super Singer, giving some room. And Matisha Patirana on his follow through, doing the fielding and certainly saved, I would say, a couple of more runs. Would have been 3 runs. Final delivery coming up. Again, pitching it short, probably a slow ball. And smartly played by Pulina Taranga. 17 gone Grace, 102 for 6. Three more overs to go for the Greys. 18 deliveries. How much would they be satisfied with? I think anything between 25 to 20 runs would be a decent score, from considering where the Greys were after the power play. I think they have done a decent job in the recovery. The man who's batting right now, Super Singer, have done the bulk of the scoring.
Good strike rate, 114, 29 years. He's an all-rounder. He's on strike. It's Kalana Pereira. He's a very clever operator, isn't he, Pulina Taranga? He's a striker, but he can also play those little nudgers and deflections. That ball just bowled into the pitch, that ball taken pace off. Just was looking to play with those soft hands, looking to run it down to third man. Driven straight back. They're running the first run hard, and they should come back for 2. 2 quite easily.
Good shot by Pulina Taranga, all around the ground. Interesting tactic for Kusal Mendis. Roshan is going to be. He got 1 more over of Mahesh Deekshana. Probably Matisha Patirana and Asita Fernando will finish up, but we'll hardly see bowler of Mahesh Deekshana's caliber not bowling his full quota in T20 games. It's surprising the way Kusal Mendis have used him, but maybe that's a factor why, because again spin bowling, Movin Super Singh have been quite ruthless, and the way he has hit 2 sixers against Vellal again, Vanidhu Hasaranga, would have prompted Kusal Mendis not to bring Mahesh Deekshana.
That could be an option, and also the fact that, as we know, the Reds have plenty of bowling options. Seam bowlers at the end and at the top. Moving Super Singer versus Kalana Pereira. This is a good contest. This is swung away on the leg side. Should be taken in the deep. Quite a simple catch. Kalana Pereira strikes. And Movin Subasinghe, who was looking to get things moving, is caught in the deep.
Slow delivery, doing the job for Kalana Pereira. There was no pace at all. Movin Subasinghe trying to get that pace. Only finding Vanidhu Hasaranga at long on. Deserve wicket for Kalana, who bowled pretty well in this over. Subasinghe gone for 32. Grace 105 for 7.
It's 105 for 7. Pulina Taranga on strike as he crossed on that shot. Just looks to run it down. It's a little bit too straight. Kalana Pereira going full and straight. Pulina Taranga realizing that the man is inside the circle at short third man, just looking for those little nudge to third man, completely missing out.
And planning is good, execution was wrong. It was too straight and too much risk involved. It's not only the gap he could be probably targeting this time. Another slow delivery, easy couple of runs. Kalana Pereira got to make the sprint from his bowling follow through to a sprint towards mid wicket. 18 gone. Grace 107 for 7. 5 runs in that over, and the big wicket of Subasinghe from Kalana Pereira. 2 more overs to go. It could be Asita Fernando, Mahesh Theekshana or Matisha Patirana finishing up for the Reds. Looks like it's going to be spinner. We all called it and we found it. Kusal Mendes got his tactics right against Movin Subasinghe. Even I, if I had the captaincy band, would be reluctant to bowl.
Mahesh Theekshana coming on. He's bowled extremely well. 1 for 9 in 3 overs. Grace 107 for 7. Gamage on strike. Poor. This is really poor. Simple catch. Out of the first ball. Looking to turn it away on the onside. Quite a simple chance to the man at short fine leg. And wickets tumbling. And Mahesh Theekshana gets the wicket.
These two players play together for Army Sports Club, knows each other in and out. I just had the feeling Mahesh Theekshana knew it was Lakshan Gamage, who quite generally a brilliant player against spin, but this time paying the price and go for a golden duck. Grace 107 for 8 and Lakshan Gamage gone for 0.
Right, it's 107 for 8. Pulina Taranga once again on strike. He's got 11 deliveries to try and maximize, so try and make whatever he could make out of it. Mahesh Theekshana, and he jabs on it. Running that first run hard, they'll trot back for 2. Akila Dhananjaya, the old warhorse, he's the new batsman, sporting number 4. Oh, what a player he was, what a bowler he was. How many games has he won for Sri Lanka? Sadly faded away, but take a look at that last wicket. This is Gamage, quite a fairly simple chance to the man at leg slip or short fine leg. Vanidhu Hasaranga picking and throwing, a direct hit would have had him in trouble. There is a deflection of the hand. Mahesh Theekshana appealing, and Vimalasiri going upstairs, umpire Ravindra Vimalasiri. Let's see.
last two. Yeah. അയ്യോ
Well, I think it doesn't look out on that occasion to me. The first one was tight. I think it should be not out. Just not able to grab the ball and take it to the stumps. So Dhananjaya having a lucky escape. Once more running hard for the two, but this time it will be only a single. They won't take liberties with Vanidwasa Ranga.
They did took it 2 deliveries before,
come here.
narrowly escaping, and this time
Yeah, Paragana
Vanidhu was quick to the ball. There was no way for the second run. You mentioned about Akila Dhananjaya. He's been in the system for such a long time since he made his debut in the 2012 2020 World Cup in Sri Lanka. Has been in the system for a long time, and lately has been picking up a lot of wickets for Coles Cricket Club, and deservingly getting this chance in this tournament.
The old war horse. He's been through tough situations. He's won games for Sri Lanka. He's been under the scanner a little bit, trying hard to come back. Yeah, I know he led the Coles Cricket Club. He's done well for himself to get into this side. Last ball of the over. Again, foolish delivery, just dug out. Only a single, good over. 7 runs off it, 114 for 8, 1 over to go.
Mahesh Deekshana showing all his experience. Just 7 runs. The two batsmen trying to go big. Picked up the wicket of Lakshan Gamage. Played for St. Joseph's College, playing for Army Sports Club right now. Decent hitter, compared a lot to Thisara Perera. Has a lot of attributes like his hero.
$114 for 8. One over to go. So Asita Fernando will complete will bowl the final over. He's done well, 3 overs, 3 for 16. Pulina Taranga. So let's take a look at the field. 2 men, in fact, short third man, backward point, and short fine leg inside the circle. Right, pace off the ball, you think? Long off, long on out. Cover on the boundary. 2 others on the leg side. Going full on the leg stump. He'll get Akila Dhananjaya on strike. The first ball single.
The option would have been a slower delivery, especially with third man and fine leg up, but Asita Fernando throwing the bluff, going the full Yorker. Lucky it was a shin height full toss. The last over of the last ball. This is something that a cameraman picked up. Vanidwasa Ranga with Akila Dhananjaya. All in good spirits. No damage done.
Another full toss, this time a single. Yeah, plenty of fun. That's a good thing. Great camaraderie between these players. They meet them quite regularly in the domestic circuit. They know each other. Sri Lanka is a small country, so they meet people, they associate with them, they keep their company. They play for almost the same club, though on most occasions they play for the same club, but they get divided on these lines. But the friendship, the connection is pretty strong. 4 balls to go. Short and wide. Again, pace of the ball. They're running hard. They'll come back for 2. This is good running.
Fantastic running. I thought Akila Dhananjaya did it really well. He actually called Punetaranga for the second run. Just 3 more deliveries, 118 for 8. Where after the power play, the Greys were. I'm pretty sure the coaching staff and the dugout will be pretty happy. This was Akila Dhananjaya. Heads down, sprints, and calls Punetaranga for a second.
3 balls still to go in the over. Another slower one on the full, almost going full on the leg stump. Just pushing for that leg stump Yorker from Asita Fernando. He's been mixing it up quite well.
Yep. A slow ball and now a full Yorker with Asita Fernando. Bowling to his field, bowling nothing outside the yaw stump, with especially cover point and long off in the circle.
He's been impressive, isn't he, Asita Fernando? I've always been impressed with the way he's bowled with a big heart wherever he's played, be it a T20 game, a first-class game, or you play for your country. 2 balls to go. Bowled him, going full. This was Akila Dhananjaya giving himself a bit of room, looking to go through extra cover. But very good thinking by Asita Fernando, going for that Yorker on the leg stump.
And disturbing the furniture. Perfect Yorker right on the crease. And Akila Dhananjaya trying to give himself some room, try to squeeze in through cover point, third man area for a boundary. And Fernando picking up his 4th wicket. Dhananjaya gone for 2. Grace 119 for 9.
$119 for 9. 1 ball left. Milan Ratnayaka is the last batsman coming in. So the Greys will be setting the Reds a runner ball target, which is not frightening. Doesn't have great credentials as a batsman. Last ball of the innings. Tries to slam it away on the offside. Finds the man at mid-off. They get 120. In 20 overs, it's a much better position for the Greys from where they were. Half of the side out for less than 50. They get to 120 for 9 in 20 overs. But one gets the feeling they're still quite a few runs short, looking to challenge this pretty strong Reds lineup.
They're definitely below par. But Greys would be hoping when they come to bowl in the power play, actually, to get a couple of wickets and then put the pressure on the strong batting lineup for the Reds.
Right, 120 for 9. The Reds will be very pleased with their bowling effort after they won the toss and decided to bowl. It's a strong and a good-looking lineup, the Reds. Good all-round performance. They bowled well, they fielded well, they also caught well. Not that they were tested in terms of fielding or catching, but they made sure that they did make no mistakes. Right, very, very pleasing performance by the Reds for Captain Kusal Mendis and his lads. All right, let's try and show you the batting card, which is not very promising. 120 for 9. Randika at the top made 24. Subha Singh, the top scorer, 32 of 24. Mutita Lakshan and Pulina Taranga, the other 2 batsmen, entering double figures. A disciplined performance by the Reds with just 6 extras.
Happy looking bowling cards for the Reds. Mahesh Theekshana, Asita Fernando, the frontline bowlers. Kalna Pereira chipped in. Matisha Patirana was very impressive. Hasaranga, hardly seen him wicketless, but today he was well tackled by the Greys, and Villalage bowled just a couple of overs.
Right, let's try and bring you the highlights of the innings. And this is how things started. Starting off with a boundary and then things started to happen.
That was Asita Fernando's first wicket, caught at mid-on. And then Sangit Kure came in, a boundary, and then neatly caught by Vanidhu Hasaranga at cover point. And Ashan Priyanjan trying to go over mid-off, holding on to Kruspal and giving Asita Fernando's his third wicket. This was Ashan Randika again. That's his strength. Anything in his area, he loves to go aerial. And Vinod Banu got quite a soft dismissal, caught by Banu Rajapaksha at mid-wicket. And this was Randika trying to go over my station, only finding the bowler itself. And Movin Subasinghe, the hero of this Gray's innings so far. A couple of massive sixes against Will Lal and Vanidhu Hasaranga. And this was Mudit Lakshan, who did the hard work. It was never easy. Just scored the 24 of 35. Initially was very slow. And this was Lakshan Bean, caught at deep square leg by Cruz Pulle. Movin Subasinghe, this was a big wicket for the Reds. A slow ball by Kalana, caught by Vanidhu Hasaranga at long on. Lakshan Gamage, the first delivery phase, short delivery by Mahesh Tikshana, was asking to be hit, but only found a short fine leg fielder. And Akil Dhananja was castled.
Right, 120 for 9. That's all they got. Those are the Greys. And this is what the Reds need to get. 121 runs in 20 overs at little over 6 runs and over. It's the SLC SkyX.net Invitational Tournament powered by Duffers. It is Grace versus Reds. That's the first game, and Grace have just finished their innings on 120 for 9. Not looking a very, very formidable score, but they still got some runs on the board to try and bowl at. Interesting to see how the Reds will set about, but let's try and show you the batting card of the Greys. 120 for 9, not really very much to write home about. Randaka 24 at the top. Subha Singh the top scorer with 32, and Mudita and Pulina Tharanga, the other two batsmen, entering double figures. The rest all single figure scores.
Take a look at the bowling. 6 bowlers used, and all bowlers trying to get him on the wicket. But the best coming from Asita Fernando. 4 wickets for 22.
Why extras? Extras can be the last.
You said Duffers.
Right. Right. The umpire is coming out. Just try and remind you, it is the SLC SkyX.net Invitational T20 tournament powered by Dafa News and co-sponsored by Daras and IPG Sports. So it's a huge boost for the domestic cricket in Sri Lanka, and 4 top teams, 4 teams comprising of some really top players that have showcased their talent, that has shown the world, shown everyone else in this country how good they are. And it's a grey side which is made mostly out of the club players, and the Reds are the ones, Kosala, that are in the reckoning, so to speak, at the moment. Doesn't mean that the Greys are out of the reckoning in terms of players, but Reds are the ones that I believe the selectors have kept a close eye. But let's not forget that the Greys have a huge opportunity, the players in that Greys side, to try and force the issue as far as they're concerned.
Yes, and this will be a good opportunity for these youngsters. They're winning the club circuit. They played quite a few games, so this is a good opportunity for them to showcase their talent with the best. And as you said, the Reds, I think they look the most stronger side out of all. The batting, the bowling, the depth they have in both departments speaks a lot of volume about what they're capable of in this tournament.
Right, we got the 2 openers coming out. Looks like Lasit Kruzpul and Kusal Mendis, the 2 openers. Kusal Mendis captaining the side, keeping wickets. Generally tends to open the batting in T20 cricket wherever he plays. Played in the LPL, open the batting. Slashan Priyanjan, a seasoned campaigner, captaining the Grey side. He's going to start off with some spin from the far end. So very different to the way the Reds went about. Don't forget, the Reds started off with pace because they had a lot of options in terms of the fast bowlers with the experience. But this is different.
Roshan, even the Reds started off with Mahesh Theekshana from this end, and they had pace and spin combination going on. This is Lasit Kruzpul, highly rated player, very talented young man. 29 matches, good strike rate of 124.
Yeah, hails from, I believe he hailed from Maristella College, Negombo.
Yes.
And always an exciting prospect, has come through the ranks in Sri Lanka. Has been identified as a prospective player, potential player. And he's on strike, can hit the ball. Can hit the long ball. Now, interesting fields, deep mid-wicket, long off out. Here's the first ball. Starts off with a dot.
Lasit Kruzpul has had wonderful outings in the Sri Lankan A arena. Got a double 100 in England.
So
Mudita Lakshan starting off with his left arm spin. Starting off with 2 deliveries, 2 dot balls. Tends to fire the ball in from around the wicket. Just played with very soft hands. Half stop at short third man, but it will run away to the boundary. This outfield is quick. I can tell you that it gives you full value waiting for that ball, using the pace and just running it down.
I think Cruz Pulle had made up his mind that he was going to look for room, got that room and then glided it down into that gap. There was a good effort but couldn't prevent that going down to the boundary. So runs on the board for the Reds.
Just looking to bowl straighter that time. Mudita Lakshan just trying to bowl straighter. The previous one was outside the off stump, but this time going straighter and fuller. Goes wide of the crease, bowls with a slightly round armish action. This time a single, just working it into the gap. He's not really turning the ball as such, just firing it in.
This is what he normally does, Roshan. Even during his school days, he was not a big turner of the ball. He used to dart it in a lot. More of a white ball bowler.
I've seen that happening here. Tends to fire the ball in. Pretty useful at the top. Bowlers tend to adjust and adapt at the levels at different positions, different situations they bowl in. If you look at Mahesh Deekshana, someone who comes in and fires the ball in. Now, Mudita Lakshan appears to be doing the same thing. Now slip comes in with Kusal Mendis on strike. That's a poor delivery. Very, very lucky. Full toss, not given the treatment. 5 without loss.
It's interesting to see how Reds will want to get about this target. Whether they want to take it quite easily or whether they want to take the maximum amount of the power play and put them in a comfortable position. They do bat very deep. It's going to be interesting to see how Mendis and Cruz Pulle gets about this target.
Lakshan Gamage starting off proceedings. So we had Mudita Lakshan bowling left arm spin at the far end. Lakshan Gamage at our end. Not a very experienced player, but good economy rate. 5.3 to a best of 4 for 7. He's got a slip with Cruz Pulle on strike. Just 2 men are loved outside the 30-yard circle, so it's a very tight line you've got to bowl. Got a third man out. Squalling out on the boundary. String of fielders saving 1 on both sides of the pitch. Big gap on the leg side at mid-wicket. So Lakshan Gamage will have to be pretty tight with his lines and lengths. That's not a great start. Starts off with a wide. He's got a packed offside field and just going down the leg side.
Maybe carried away with the occasion. Roshan, a nice thing that came up to mind. Nowadays, if you look at the modern day cricketers, his names, Lakshan, Madhushankar, this is the previous delivery that went down the leg side. Lakshan, Madhushankar, Dhananjay, these seem to be more common names, isn't it? You get baffled with it, you get mixed up with all the Dhananjays and the Lakshans.
These are the Sri Lankan names. That's gone fine. That will be 4. That's not great bowling. Going wide of the crease, angling down the leg side. Fine leg inside the circle. It's always asking for trouble.
What I can understand is he goes wide of the crease. His intent is to bring it into the right hand. The fine leg is up in the circle. He's got a packed offside field. This is asking for trouble.
That's exactly what he's done. He runs in at an angle. He tends to go more down the leg side. He needs to be tighter in terms of his line and length. He needs to get closer to that off stump. But so far, over the top. More runs here. Might just trickle away, it does. Back-to-back boundaries, Lasith Cruz Pulle. When in form, he can be a very aggressive player.
Well, this is why he's highly talked about, Roshan. You saw the first one, he just worked it on the onside, used the pace of the bowler, got the gap, and here he goes over the top quite comfortably.
Lakshan Gamage is not express in terms of pace. Again, that's gone fine and down the leg side. Will it be wides or was there a tickle? I think it's leg byes. Let's see what the umpire says. It's gone down to the boundary. In fact, it's wides. No leg byes, it's wides. It's a poor over. He's gone for plenty in this over. He's getting his line completely wrong. I think it's the angle. Just goes wide of the crease and tends to push the ball down the leg side. And as a result of it, he's just completely lost his radar.
Even the release, isn't it, Roshan? The point that he releases it, his arm is pointing towards fine leg.
Again on the pads, this is becoming too easy. More runs might beat the fieldsman. Great effort in the deep, good work in the deep. They'll come back for 3. Turning out to be a big over, 14 runs so far. In fact, 17 runs with those 3 runs, already into the 20s.
Well, definitely not what Lakshan was expecting, and even the Grey's captain. This is a big over. That's better. That's much better from Gamage. He'll be relieved because he's gone for 17 runs in this over, and he's got an extra ball to bowl as well, Roshan.
Yeah, it's a big over. I think the problem has been, before that, let's take a look at this man's record. Strike rate of 135. Plenty of experience for someone as young as 27. He's played a lot of cricket. That's better. Needs to be bowling that tighter line just outside the off stump. Just making sure that you keep bowling to that offside field. Already gone for 18 runs in this over. This is a huge over from Lakshan Gamage.
It's always safe, isn't it, Roshan, when you try to bowl outside the off stump rather than concentrate on a more of a middle and leg line, because most of the batsmen like it in that area.
Also with that leg side fielders been depleted with just 3 saving 1. Pace of the ball that time. End of the over, big one. 23 without loss.
So it's been a very expensive over from Lakshan Gamage. Maybe releasing the pressure. Releasing the pressure of the Reds. But Lasith Cruzpul has done the bulk of the scoring, and he's faced the bulk of the deliveries so far. The Lakshan will come back for his second over.
23 without loss. This is Kusal Mendes. He's taken his time, Kusal Mendes, a single of 4 balls, but he's in no hurry because Lasith Cruzpul at the other end has been going like an express train. He's got 16 of 9. Singles into the gaps. Mudita Lakshan has been far more impressive and controlled. He certainly seemed to know what he's doing because he's going wide of the crease, looking to fire the ball in. This is his record in his T20 career. Comes down the track. Oh, very nearly, very nearly. That would have been an outstanding catch. Just couldn't make it. Was it Moin Subasinghe? I think it is. He just stuck out his right hand. Just couldn't catch the rebound.
Let's take a look at that again. Maybe he just put his hand out maybe a little too late.
Good effort. Good effort. The Greys needs a special effort on the field. They need catchers. They need the fielding side to do something special. Get a half chance, get a run out, just lift that team. This is another look. Just look at this. Just looking to go over the top. Moving Super Singer just sticking that right hand out.
Natakan na!
Through extra cover. That's good timing. A sprint around the boundary. Just manages to keep it in. They'll come back for 3. Excellent batting by the Reds to end the over. 28 without loss.
Thank you, sir.
Well, this is what experience comes in. Kusal Mendes piercing the gap on that occasion, getting it into the gap. Good bit of footwork down in the deep just to prevent 1 run. And the running between the wickets is also looking good from these two.
Right, this is a look at the outside or the outskirts of the R.Premadasa. The drone can climb into some really breathtaking heights. It gives you a bird's eye view. It covers some lots of distances, lots of heights. And we're going to see some leg spin from Pulina Taranga. It's coming on, replacing Lakshan Gamage, who went for a few runs in that first over. All right, the Grace needs wickets here. They need to get through those wickets quickly. They need to try and create some pressure. It's a tough time to bowl. The power plays, long off, and a deep mid wicket on the boundary. Very gentle first delivery. Loves Kusal Mendes to get off strike. Right, it's time for Lasith Cruz Pulle.
Well, you could say that he's been cruising along so far. And let's see how he gets about Pulina Taranga. No.
Beg your pardon, this is Dabare, not Pulina Taranga, it's Dabare bowling.
Ball, man, Niyamai!
Just runs in and appears to be bowling an off break. But seems to be someone who knows to bowl in conditions like this. Doesn't look to try and fire the ball in. He's mixing it up. He's bowling it slower. He's holding it back. Time. Slow off the pitch. That was the leg break.
And also the control that he's having, Roshan, especially when you're bowling with a newer ball. It's not easy to bring those leg breaks and off breaks in.
Very safely over the top. 1 bounce for 4. Cruz Pulle not flustered. Tossed up. And just hitting it quite easily over long on for 4. He now moves into the 20s.
He picked up the length very well on that occasion, Cruz Pulle. He saw that tossed up. His eyes lit up. The mid-on was inside the circle. And he didn't mind going over the top.
Fairly easy delivery. Taking the aerial route and going over long on. So far, it's been quite easy for the Reds. 33 in the 4th over. So it's been a good over, isn't it? A single and a boundary and 3 dot balls so far.
Considering the fact it's in the power play.
Last ball of the over. They'll get a single. In fact, they're pushing for the second run. They'll be happy with 1. 6 of the over. It is 34 without loss.
Cruz Pulle batting well on his 22. He's not afraid to hit the ball. He's had the major share of the strike with Kusal Mendes on 6. This is in stark contrast to Grace, who were sent in and lost their first 3 wickets for 17. And, in fact, they lost their last 4 for the addition of just 21 runs. Milan Ratnayaka. 17 matches, a best of 6 for 12. That economy rate over 7, that could be a problem. First 4 overs, always good to get a bat on ball situation, and Lasith Kruzpulle has done exactly that. Kusal Mendes has taken a liking to be at the non-strikers end, because runs are leaking, coming pretty well at the other end.
The Milan Ratnayaka from the far end. The 2 umpires for today, experienced men who has been in the system for a very long time. I just spot Milan Ratnayaka, a boy hailing from Kurunagala, playing for Air Force Sports Club. Seems like a very decent action, nice run up, tall, making the full use of his height against another tall, lanky batsman of Lasith Kruzpulle.
Oh, he's got it neatly, safely wide of the fielder.
They called it right, Haritha. Neatly and safely. That's how Lasith Kruzpulle has been going ever since he started these innings. Anything short, anything in his arc which is full, he has been really strong. This one was asking for trouble. More of a drag down delivery rather than pitching it short by Milan. And no second iteration needed.
Good going. It's Dan Lasith Shannon Kruzpulle. Okay, neatly clipped off his ties.
Easy single towards square leg for a single. That's Ruchirapalli Guruge, one of the most experienced campaigners going around in Sri Lanka. He's in the head umpire's position and in this over. And his partner, another experienced campaigner in Ravinda Vimalasiri. We'll show you the clips when you have. But so far, the Reds have been going very strong, Haritha. 39 for no loss.
Cramped up the bat. Better delivery from Ratnayaka. Milan Priyanath Ratnayaka is. Ravindra Vimalasiri, law enforcement officer. 2 genuine all-rounders during that day.
And no nonsense, isn't it? Discipline, manners. The law enforcement officer, a dear friend of ours, has been again in the system for a very long time.
Mendes into the act, and a big one at that.
Wow. Kusal Mendes at his best. Wasn't that a bad delivery, to be honest, from Milan Ratnayaka? It's slightly short, yes, but more of a back of the length delivery. But the quality, the class of Kusal Mendes showing all over it. A big 6 over mid-wicket.
Such a changed individual now with the game. Mindset has changed a lot. He's not lost his attacking prowess. Good comeback delivery. This is a learning experience for young Ratnayaka too. 5 gone, 45 without loss. Reds.
11 runs in that over by Milan Ratnayaka. 45 for no loss in 5 overs. Reds cruising along, just chasing down a score of 121, well below par. 76 runs needed in 15 overs, 90 deliveries. Matter of time. I still have the option of Akila Dhananjaya, the Grace. Won't be that long.
So Akila Dhananjaya,
මේ
best of 4 for
මේක
17.
ගත දාගන්න ඔතනට.
Economy of over
Nema
7.5 almost, but 118 wickets, 100 matches. That's a lot of cricket behind him.
It's like he's been in the system for a very long time, isn't it? First burst on the scene during the 2012 T20 World Cup, which was held in Sri Lanka. Ever since then, he has been in the system. Went through a bit of a rough period when he was called for illegal action, had to redo his action again. And ever since then, he has been struggling to find the rhythm, find the guile what he used to have. And correctly so, selectors giving him the chance, as he has done really well with the Coles Cricket Club and getting the opportunity in this tournament.
He was the second highest wicket taker in the recently concluded Major Clubs Limited Overs Championship,
Awakila.
playing for Coles, product of Mahanama Panadura. Bread and butter shot. Second best for Kusal Mendes.
Actually, it's a free hit. The line was leg stump. Deep square was up, saving the single. There was a short fine leg, only field behind square was deep mid wicket. And this is not a good start by Akila Dhananjaya. Experience of his caliber, got to learn even better. Kusal Mendes is a very strong sweeper, and he's not going to miss out on those kind of freebies.
So 50 partnership between the openers. They have put up the red flags for the opponents. Field changes. Cluster of fielders inside the 30-yard circle on the offside.
Firing it in, Dhananjaya. Not giving any air, especially with mid-on and mid-off up. Cannot afford to do that. But against Cruz Pulle, he might opt to have the same feel and bowl quicker. Because anything given air, Cruz Pulle won't be needing the second invitation to come down the ground as we speak. The long on goes back. And Squale comes up.
And that extra fielder onto the onside. Never mind where you place them, I'll find a way in between. Cruz Pulle.
A premeditated stroke. It's a good stroke actually. Squale again up. He knew that anything bisecting that gap would be a boundary. Slightly short, looks like a googly. Trying to go over square leg, but only managing to find in between short fine and square leg, which is good enough. Finding that gap for a boundary.
Almost lost his balance as he made contact. Make a note of Lasith Cruz Pulle. He could be a big name at the end of this tournament. Finds the mid-wicket boundary yet again. A short delivery. Beautifully dealt with.
It looks like the Greys are in a hurry to finish things off. That was the second boundary along with the 6 in this over. Beautiful shot, keeping his shape. The placement was key, and exactly what he did.
Tried the wrong one, didn't come off well. Sensible. Very sensible end of a very expensive first over for Akila Dhananjaya. 6 completed, 62 without lost reds.
17 runs in that over by Akila Dhananjaya. Required rate just a 4.21. That's how well these two batters of the Reds team have played. Cruz Pulle and Kusal Mendes, the captain. There's a huge comparison, isn't it? SLC Greys 29 for 4 after the power play. In reply, the Reds 62 for no loss. Wow.
Hey, me yanda mehin yanda. Malli uthri yadre. Malli. Ikkine betane no.
see where it is, how dominant and commanding the reply has been from Reds at the comparison of the first 6 overs.
The power play ends.
Akilai.
Ruchirapalle Guruge will signal the end of a power play. And now
Window.
5 fielders can save the boundary. At the moment it's deep square leg, a deep mid wicket, a long on, a long off and a sweeper.
Apoli.
Fielders in the ring. Saving it was a short third man, cow point, short extra cover. And mid wicket, there is C. Pulnataranga into the attack.
Ashan Pulinataranga. Played his cricket for Sri Devananda Ambalanguda.
Nice Puli.
He's a canny character, isn't he? Very smart, knows what he do, and also someone that he knows his strengths. Doesn't try to do things which is beyond him. And a smart cricketer. I've seen him over the years performing really well. All-rounder type, bats well, fields a very good fielder, and fields into these 4 overs of his.
It's his enthusiasm which is a big asset to any team that plays him in the middle. So the rotation of a strike very well, good understanding between the two. When Lasith Kruspul has an opportunity to bat with somebody like Kusal Mendis, it's a learning curve for him too.
Absolutely. The Kusal Mendis, someone as you mentioned in the previous over, it's a big difference the time Kusal Mendis made to the national team. Nowadays more responsible, bats longer, more controlled, and someone that the top pod of Sri Lanka can rely on. And with Kruspul, still in his early days, the early signs are magnificent. What I like him about is that he likes to play always straight down the ground. The batsman does that safely, can say that. Does have a bright future.
I understand what you're hinting at. He is about the same size. Yes, 7 overs completed. 65 for no loss Reds.
Someone that opening batsman, I've seen him for the last 3-4 years in the domestic structure as well as school cricket. Come leaps and bounces, but at the moment he's knocking on the door. Just have to keep scoring runs, pile up those big runs, and eventually when he gets his break, I think that's where he got to maximize it.
Yeah, lately I've seen him bowl too, which is very good. So this is a last ditch opportunity for the captain Ashan Priyanjan, bringing himself on.
Ashan Priyanjan has this knack of picking up wickets. That's why I think he has bought himself. There's 2 right-handers in the crease. He's bringing himself, knowing that either Kruspul or Kusal Mendis will take that chance of going big and eventually perishing it.
Mendis milking the bowling. It's his captaincy material, leadership material, youth captain, maturity, experience.
Nice pull, nice pull.
Priyanjan has been again a veteran in the system. I've been there for a long time, got his opportunities, and led the various trophies under his captaincy. Very smart cricketer, and someone that as Sri Lanka selectors stuck him before. Unfortunately, time is running out. Maybe this is a tournament that he needs to grab with both hands and show what he's capable of.
He'll have a little bit of a responsibility burdening him, but I think he will cherish that to go by. Short. Dealt with comfortably. to complete 8. Reds are still without loss at 69. This really is commanding reply. The opener is absolutely taking it away from the Greys. Pulin Taranga trying to get some respect from Kusal Mendes. Again, almost half expecting it. Mendes onto the back foot very quickly.
This has been a mixture of experience and talent where these two opening batsmen are concerned. Haritha for me, Cruz Pulle, talent in the making, and Kusal Mendes, experience and talent.
See, this is really smart cricket. Not trying to be too aggressive. Quality time out in the middle. Especially for Lasith Cruz Pulle. Making a big total, batting through the innings would help in this tournament.
Pulle Taranga has been decent. He's not given away much. But the fact is that he's unable to make a breakthrough. And he doesn't have much runs to play with.
Brilliantly played. Inside out shot. Used his feet. That's a shot of a confident player.
And also picked the correct ball to do that. That was the wrong one from Pulina Taranga. So he decided to go inside out and got it over extra cover into the gap. Boundary.
Shot.
Sean Randik absolutely had no chance cutting it off.
Ball tender.
Dropping it short. Getting it as close to the ground as possible. It's good work. 9 completed. 77 without loss.
So this is how it has been so far. The Greys batting first, 120 for 9, a top score of 32 from Subasinghe, 24 each for Muthilakshan and Randika, 4 wickets for Asitha Fernando, 2 wickets apiece for Thikshana and Pathirana.
Oh yeah. Nimai uncle. Nimai yeah.
Having bowled very well. Reds are doing what they need to do.
No run.
Batting well at the top.
Good opportunity for Cruz Pulle.
Yeah.
He's been very smart. Picking up those singles very well, placing the ball into the gaps. Whenever the opportunity has been presented, he's used his feet to get to the pitch of the ball. That's the hallmark of a good cricketer. Mendes playing almost a supportive role at the moment.
Yes, he's been the most sedate out of the two, but he loves that shot, isn't it, Haritha? Going down on the knee and playing it into cow corner. Very much in control.
Karakando. North under.
Meanwhile, Sean Priyanjan just prepared to keep the ball in line with the stumps. He'll retain the strike at the end of the halfway stage of the innings. 80 without loss, Reds.
So 80 for none. They're going at a decent pace, well in control of the game. Yeah, this is the Manhattan of the Reds. A lot of tall buildings and a very few of those short buildings that have gone below 4 runs and over. So they're well in control after the 10th over.
The Manhattan shows how well they've started off. Although the big overs are short supply over the last 4, still good rate of scoring.
Ready.
80 for none. We at the start of the 11th over. It's Akila Dhananjaya coming back into the attack.
No one.
This is 50 for Lasith Cruz-Pulle. A very well compiled half century. He's really taken the Gray's bowling apart when needed and worked the singles around. And Harika, this has been a wonderful innings.
It could be a career-defining innings. If he stays with this prolific form, just take a look at that strike rate of 128. 8 fours, and all of them were well struck.
Just coming off 39 deliveries.
Oh, Akila. That's it,
This
Akila.
is better from Akila Dhananjaya.
Nice, Aki.
But what the Reds openers have done here, Haritha, is that they've made sure that this, and showed everybody that this wicket is quite easy to bat on.
He's batted well within himself. Kusal Mendes. This is calming influence on Lasith Cruz-Pulle that has helped the team very well at this stage of the game.
Hiya!
He's trying his level best to keep the bat pegged in. Akila Dhananjaya. It's his craft. Easy to well run.
This is how Cruz-Pulle celebrated his half century. Pretty overwhelmed. There you go. Applause from the dugout.
They would be happy for him. They would be happy for the team.
No run, Aki.
Lights have been switched on at stadium. 11 completed. It's 84 for no loss, Reds.
So 84 for none. Cruz-Pulle on a 52 or 41. Kusal Mendes playing a supportive role on 26. This has been a very good opening partnership. They will be very keen to carry their bats through to that total.
The problem is that they have not been even close to being dismissed. Such a big advantage that they've had.
How was that, sir?
Strong running between wickets.
It's been sent upstairs as there's an appeal for a run out.
The celebration was not very prominent. Ran into the danger and Delasit Crucible responding to the call. I think he made it.
රියරි ගහන පාරවල් වලා තියෙන දැන් එහා පැත්තේ එකනා ගහන්න දෙන්නේ නැහැ මෙයාට. එක ගහන්න කියලා තියෙන්නේ.
Well, good call, good running, good all-round cricket, but the batsman getting the better there.
අයියා අයියෝ. ඔව් අප්පා මට අමුතුමයි.
So he's quite unruffled. Wants to get on with the game.
ගහනවා ඉතන දිලා පස්සට.
He would do well to keep his end up not too far away from that winning target.
කමෂි. No run, uncle! Wow!
Enjoying the stay out
Nice,
in the
nice,
middle.
uncle.
The openers have really made tremendous impact. Seem well focused in taking their side to victory.
අල්ලන්න අයියෝ.
He loves to play that shot, isn't it, Kusal Mendis? Going down on that front knee and slog sweeping it to cow corner. But there is protection, but Kusal Mendis will still go for that shot.
He's not a big turner, Ashan Priyanjan, so he's very safe to play it. He's in control. Crucible, everything he plays is now watched with interest.
Well, they're doing it in singles at the moment. They wouldn't mind it. They got plenty of time to get there. Chance of a run out. Did Crucible make it in time this time? But the body language of the fielders show a different story.
Well, that was quite a freak run that they attempted. It had to be perfect return. Turned out that way.
Yes, he's a goner there. About 1 meter short of the ground. The bails came off very quickly. It was a good throw. So that's the only way that Crucible could have been dismissed. He's out, run out. And it's 88 for 1. So Crucible goes for 54. The Reds are 88 for 1. So 88 for 1. The Reds in reply looking for that target of 121. They're well in control. Crucible, the batsman out, run out. And the way they were going, it only looked like a run out that could have separated them. Well, let's see whether Akila Dhananjaya can turn things around. Prashant, what do you feel about it?
Well, it's a tall order. Bhanuka Rajapaksa just another punishing player, left-hander. 33 of 48 at this stage is a walk in the park for the Reds. That's been the way this game has been played, and this is a slog sweep. And that's gone the distance. It's 6. Kusal Mendis is now gradually getting into top gear. 6 of the first ball.
Pressure on the bowler. He was doing it quite often, isn't it? He loves that shot. Kusal Mendes goes down on that front knee and slog sweeps it. This time he went aerial and got the distance.
Right, 94 into the 13th over. They're moving quickly. 34 of 29. This time he's done. Is he bowled or is he stump? Either way, he's gone. Akila Dhananjaya gets his man. Kusal Mendes looking to try and charge, paying the penalty. Well, they're going to take a look at the front foot, so Kusal Mendes has been told to wait. The Grace must be hoping that Akila Dhananjaya will be behind the line. He doesn't have a long stride, he's fine. He's fine, so no problems there. Kusal Mendes can take the long walk back. Let's take a look. Let's see whether it... Oh, it's stumped. In fact, it was a... It's now worth taking a look at it because it was a deflection of the body onto the bail. Now, where was the bat at that stage? Was it in the air? He's walking away, but let's see. Let's see. Let's take it slowly. Right. Yes, where is the bail? I think it's gone. He's gone. I think he just delayed a few milliseconds.
There is a gap between the bat and the ground when the ball was when the bails were dislodged. So Kusal Mendes will have to make that walk back to that upper tier of the pavilion as the Reds lose their second wicket. That of their captain, Kusal Mendes, is out stumped for 34 by Minod Bhanuka of the bowling of Akila Dhananjaya. It's 94 for 2.
.94 for 2 left-handers. Kamidu Mendes is a new batsman who comes out to join Bhanuka Rajapaksa. Akila Dhananjaya, you're talking about will he be able to get through, will he be able to try and make things happen for the Greys? Well, he's got a wicket. Kamidu Mendes, he's got 450s, hasn't got 100 at this level, but a decent strike rate. A very useful all-rounder, ambidextrous. Left arm, right arm, when you're bowling, left-handed batsman. He's got a slip in with Dhananjaya bowling from round the wicket. Off the mark with a single.
This is how the last wicket fell. Kusal Mendes, who had a 6 of the previous delivery, thought that he would like to go downtown in the next delivery. Missed the line, missed it completely. Minod Bhanuka missed it, but for his luck, it ricocheted off his body to the stumps.
He was lucky, but he wouldn't be complaining. They needed the wicket, they've got 2, but still, just 28 runs needed, and they got plenty of time to do that, plenty of balls left. And Bhanuka Rajapaksa off the mark, quick single. Good running, very good running, drop and run. This is good cricket. Let's take a look at this, just dropping in front of himself and off very, very quickly. Getting off the mark, always a good fielding to break that duck. Akila Dhananjaya so far has got a wicket, gone for 6, bowled a dot ball, and given 2 singles.
See how he can finish off. Unable to stop that off his own bowling. Kamidu Mendes will pick up a single to end over number 13. It's 97 for 2. .24 runs more needed by the Reds to seal this one. Kamidu Mendes in recent times has concentrated more on his batting rather than his bowling. He's coming to the teams as more of a batsman. This is the match summary so far. The Greys making 120 for 9 in their 20 overs. In reply, the Reds 97 for 2, a half century by Cruz Pulle.
Mila.
97 for 2. So 24 of 42, that's the requirement. R.Premadasa will continue with his off spin. It's a late bloomer somewhat as an off spinner. More of a batsman drifting onto the pads. R.Premadasa gets a lot of wickets when he bowls in the longer format and also in the first class format. More than useful off spinner, but he didn't bowl then. He was more of a batsman. But he's now developed another string. A little bit in the flight.
Wow, Waki!
He uses his crease a lot, Roshan. If you really look at it very closely, he bowls from one closer to the popping crease, one behind the popping crease. This is the strength that he does use.
And another thing about his action is he's got a very economical action. He's got a very easy action as an off spinner. Just waltzes in and releases the ball quite easily. A nice body action. He gets a bit of turn. The 100 is up for the Reds. They're doing it quite easily at the moment. They're not in a hurry. They've got all the time in the world. Rajapaksa on strike.
Bhanuka also has a point to prove, Roshan.
I certainly think that he should be one of the more certainties in the T20 makeup for Sri Lanka. Someone who can win you games with his own bat. Someone who's proven quality. Skipting down the leg side. You know, Bhanuka's getting very excited, but they'll come back. I think they'll want to come back for 3. Yes, they'll turn for 3. This is good running. Very, very good running. What will be the signal? It's leg byes. It was drifting down the leg side. And 3 runs eventually.
This is good running again. They go going almost to the edge of the crease. That would definitely be missing, even if he had another set of stumps.
I think the drift, isn't it? Bhanuka got excited because it appeared, because he got his foot across, but it was the drift that was going down the leg side.
Oh, yeah.
Just a forcing shot off the back foot. This is turning out to be a fairly easy over. They've already got 7 of 5 deliveries. 1 ball to go in the over. Just on the subject of Bhanuka Rajapaksa, I think he's someone who's played in the IPL. He's got a lot of experience. He's a player who's won games for Sri Lanka. Someone who can turn a game in an over or 2. Another quick single. End of the over. It's 105 for 2.
Nice, Ashi.
Lasith Cruz Pulle really got things going for the Reds with a brilliant half century. And this is how he went about his innings. Playing with soft hands when needed and then going over the top. Not trying to hit the ball that hard, but really giving it a punch. Getting it in the middle of the bat. Good timing. He's a man in form. And that was the best shot I saw of the innings, going inside out of Pulkina Taranga. A little celebration for his half century.
Down the wicket. This is high. This is very, very high. Might take some catching. Yes, it's dropped. He had to come a long way. I hope he's all right. Did it hit his head or was it off the hand? I think he's all right, the fieldsman. But that went a fair bit of, not distance, but height. It went a long, long way. It went into the blue sky almost. Oh, that really did take some catching. He had to run in. He was not balanced at all as he tried to get underneath it with the reverse cup. Wasn't easy.
It's not easy when you see balls go such height, Roshan. It always brings the field under pressure. And I thought he was not in position really to take that.
He was not balanced at all. He was running in. He had to judge the ball. It was quite high. And now the general protocol, the concussion protocol, what happens? Teams, umpires, even players, physios, they don't take any chances. And straight away the concussion protocol is what happens.
That's Ashan Randika, the field on that occasion. He came in and at that last minute, not in balance, might have overrun it also at some time, Roshan, because if you look at his position of his hands, it looked cupped more backwards, so he might have overrun it as well.
He was not balanced, that's for sure. He was running in. Just the speed of that run just kept taking him forward. He just couldn't settle underneath it. Slower, played with soft hands, but see, the Greys need every chance, every half chance to try and make a game of it. They just got 14 more runs to defend.
That's Wanidu Hasaranga.
That has to be, yes. That's given. That was bowled slower. Bhanuka Rajapaksa was looking to play the sweep. He was looking to drag it from outside the off stump. Bowled much slower. And umpire Palya Guruge deciding that he was trapped in front.
Yeah, hit him on the back leg as well, Roshan. And that one didn't turn. That one went straight on. And that would have been hitting middle and off for sure. So Rajapaksa gone for 4. It's 107 for 3. So the lights on in full here at the R.Premadasa Stadium. 107 for 3. Reds in reply. They need 121. They need another 14. New batsman. So Akila Dhananjaya getting him on the wickets. Wanidu Hasaranga is the new man in. Strike rate of 134. Look at that number of matches that he's played, 211. Off the mark straight away, Wanidu Hasaranga. But Akila Dhananjaya causing a few problems, but coming in a little bit too late, I would feel, because the Greys don't have much runs to play with.
No what?
A misfail. Will come back quite comfortably for 2. So the Reds doing it with relative ease. It's been a decent over so far from Akila Dhananjaya. And here's this is the misfield in the previous delivery. That should have been stopped. That should have been stopped.
Down the ground this time by Hamid Mendes. Valiant attempt at short mid-wicket. Not able to save that single. 15 gone. Reds 111 for 3.
So 111 for 3. Needing another 10 runs of victory. This is the Reds batting card for you. Cruz Pillay 54 at the top. Kusal Mendes making 34. Rajapaksa unable to get him on the runs. Mendis and Hasaranga here to finish the game off for them.
Happy looking scorecard for the Reds. Bruce Pull echoing 54, Kusal Mendis 34. Rajapaksha missing out. LBW Akila Dhananjay swiping across the line. Coming the Mendis and Hasaranga just has to finish the job for the Reds. Just 10 runs needed.
Oh, that one surprised Kamindu Mendis on that occasion. Maybe hung in just a little bit on the track. Pulling a Tharanga operating.
Down the ground this time. Beautiful shot by Kamindu Mendis. Field that long off, had no chance. A valiant attempt by Lakshan Gamage. But this was nicely done by Kamindu Mendis. You mentioned the previous delivery, it was held up, and this occasion, Pulna Tharanga, giving it a little bit, met off the full. And a beautiful shot for a boundary.
Yes, definitely. Pick the gap. Not afraid to come down the track and take it in on the full. Kamindu Mendis wants to finish off things.
Just one hit away.
Beautiful fielder,
The Reds. It's been a dominating performance. Started well by Asita Fernando. Cruz Pulle doing the bulk of the scoring along with Kusal Mendis. Neatly played towards fine leg. Be easy couple of runs.
Just a matter of time now for the Reds. Maybe a stroke away. They want to finish it off with the boundary, most probably. Kamindu Mendis. He's been getting runs a lot, isn't it?
Commentator's curse. That's how it is. Yeah, played one shot too many this occasion. A top edge, slow by Pulna Tharanga, giving Kamindu Mendis ample time to play that stroke. In the end, just getting the top edge.
There you go. Trying to do it too often. It came off the bat, hit him on the shoulder, and just lobbed up in there for a comfortable catch. And the Reds losing their fourth wicket, that of Kamindu Mendis. Caught Priyanjan Ball, pulling up for 15. It's 117 for 4.
Still lad. The Reds losing their fourth wicket. Of Kamindu Mendis. New batsman, Sahan Arachige, another all-rounder. Batting at number 6 for this strong Reds batting lineup. Strike rate of 126. Oh, turn. A lot of turn in the end. Neatly clipped away for a single to end the 16th over. Reds 118 for 4. Break.
Well, just 3 runs away for the Reds to complete this first game. It's been a good start for the Reds in this tournament. Will give them a lot of confidence. A win at the top will definitely give a lot of confidence booster. So
Dabare into the attack. Opening batsman Tanuka Dabare into the attack. Just a formalities to be done. The first game of this SLC Invitational T20 tournament. mainly played to identify the players for the Asian Cup squad as well as the World Cup coming up. 2 major trophies. Shot down the leg side. I think Narachu will be quite disappointed not being able to put it away.
His eyes lit up for sure, but unable to get it away.
Oops. A slight slip, but it was okay. It was the last wicket of Kamindu Mendis. We mentioned about 1 stroke too many, but much slower by Pulnataranga. And an easy catch to Ashan Priyanjan. Can't believe his luck. Run out chance. Oh, better throw. Would have had Dasan Arachige in trouble. Big hesitation between Vanidhu Hasaranga and Dasan Arachige.
Well, the Greys putting a little bit of pressure to try and delay the final runs being made. Comfortable single on this occasion. So let's see what Vanidhu Hasaranga wants to do. The Greys, they have to blame themselves for the poor batting, poor shot selection. Easily would have got about 150 mark.
Spot on. I did mention in my pitch report to Pasco more than 160, 170. That sort of a pitch, but when you lose 4 wickets in the power play, that too for the fast bowlers, it's never going to be easy. From ever since then, the case did not recover. Shot again by Dabare. Slapped by Vanidhu. Come up for the second run. And that's a game for the Reds. 16.5 overs only needed to score that 121, which was scored by the Greys of 120. And Vanidhu Hasaranga, the star man for the Reds, doing the job.
Yes, definitely quite a happy dugout there. Cruz Pulle leading the way with the captain with a very useful opening partnership of over 80 runs. Led the platform for a comfortable run chase.
Did mention about winning the toss, bowling first, did the right thing. Very professional performance by the Reds. The Greys found wanted. Yes, there have been plenty of experienced players in that team, but you lose 4 wickets in the power play, never recovered, and a star-studded team like the Reds, once they get a sniff, they're not going to let the opponents in. But overall, a decent start for the tournament.
Yes, definitely a decent start. The good things that the Greys can take out of this is the innings that Moin Subasinghe played, because he's come with a lot of promise into this tournament as a specialized T20 player. So he did show promise, but then the situation really demanded a lot from the young man.
Absolutely. That's the all this about in these kind of tournaments, isn't it? The young players grabbing that opportunity, knocking on the doors. And this Greys team have a lot of work to be done. Never easy. But the Reds team, thorough professional setup. And they did show why they are the most experienced and the sought-out players in Sri Lanka. As the two teams do the honors of congratulating each other. We will experience another big game coming up for all our viewers.
It's blue versus green. Also a lot of work, Maha, for Avishka Gunawardhan and company to get them prepared for the next game. This is the Reds batting card. 54 at the top from Cruz Pulle, 34 from Kusal Mendis. Kamindu Mendis made double figures. Rajapaksa missing out. And so did and Hasaranga and Arachige doing the finishing touches. In the bowling, well, there were 7 bowlers used. 2 wickets, 2 wickets for Akila Dhananjaya, and the other bowlers not able to get him on the wickets column.
Highlight. It's only been 16.5 overs being used by the Reds. And when Cruz Pulle and Kusal Mendis was going, the highlight package wasn't highlight, wasn't it? The way they started, Lakshan Gamage went for plenty of runs in his first over. Some beautiful batting, some neat strokes. This was a valiant effort by Moin Subasinghe at short extra cover. Missed out there. Those are the chances, has to stick. Another beautiful stroke by Cruz Pulle was very impressive in these innings. This was one of the shot of the day for me. Not that short, picked up the length very quickly, and this was class written all over it by Kusal Mendis. And again, Akila Dhananjay was concerned for cleaners.
Well, this is how Cruz Pulle was very strong on the onset. For me, this is the shot of the day, Maha, because he went inside out against Pulna Tarangi, picked the correct ball to do that. And this is the celebration that came up when he made his half century. And unfortunately, was run out. Couldn't hang on till the end. Kusal Mendis tried to go over the top, missed the line completely. Manuka Rajapaksa skying one. And Asan Ranjika unable to hold on to that one. Picked the wrong line to sweep and was caught in front of the wicket. And then Muhammad Mendis, trying too many things too often, ended up in the hands of Ashan Priyanjana. And this is the winning hit coming courtesy of Vanidu Hasaranga to see the Reds take the first game of this tournament.
The match summary: we did the toss, bowling first. Grace 120 for 9. Asita Fernando picking up 4 wickets, and in reply, the Reds finishing off in style, 121 for 4 in 16.5, and Cruz Pulle scoring 54 and Kusal Mendis 34. And the post-match presentation will be next. Please don't go away.
One two one two one two one two. R1 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 R1. Testy one testy one testy one testy one. One two one two one two one two. Testy one testy one testy one testy one.
That was the first game between Greys and the Reds. And Reds beating the Greys comprehensively. Reds winning the toss, getting Greys into bat. 120 for 9. Asita Fernando doing the job, bulk of the job for the Reds. 4 for 22. In reply, the Reds chasing down in 16.5 overs. Cruz Pulle and Kusal Mendis doing the job for the Reds. And we got Roshana Besinger ready with the post-match presentation.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the post-match presentation of this first T20 game of the SLC SkyX.net Invitational T20 League 2022, powered by Dafa News. Let me congratulate the Reds for winning this first game quite comprehensively by 6 wickets. Let me first thank our official sponsors, the title sponsor SkyX.net, the team sponsors SkyX.net and IPG Sports. Then they're powered by Dafa News, and associated local partner is Daras. And we are privileged indeed, ladies and gentlemen, to have Mr. Graham Labroy, the ICC match referee, who will be giving away the award for the man of the match. And today, for his bowling of 4 for 22, the man of the match is Asita Fernando. He will receive rupees 50,000 from SkyX.net, and to be presented by Mr. Graham Labroy, the ICC match referee. Asita, can we have a quick word with you, please? Asita, ප්‍රථමයෙන් ඔබේ පන්දු යැවීම ගැන කතා කරොත් කඩලු 4යි ලකුණු 22යි. මොකද හිතන්නේ අද පන්දු යැවුව ආකාරය ගැන?
ඇත්තටම ගොඩක් සතුටුයි පන්දු යවපු විදියට. මම හිතනවා ටීම් එකේ මට ලොකු සපෝට් එකක් හම්බුණා. ඒකට කැප්ටන් අතක් කරන්න ඕන කුසල් මෙන්ඩිස්. ඇත්තටම ගොඩක් සතුටුයි.
ඔව් ඇත්තටම ඔබ බොහෝ අය අඳුරන්නේ රතු බෝලෙන් පන්දු යවන කෙනෙක් හැටියට. ටෙස්ට් ක්‍රිකට් වල පන්දු යවලා විශේෂයෙන් හොඳින් පන්දු යවීම. නමුත් 2020 තරඟයේදී ඔබ මොන හරි වෙනස්කම් කරාද නැත්නම් ඔබ සාමාන්‍යයෙන් යවන ආකාරයටමද පන්දු යවන්නේ?
මම හිතන්නේ ලොකු වෙනස්කම් කරේ නෑ. ලයින් එකෙන් හොඳට බෝල් කරනවා. ඒ ටිකයි යෝග අන්තිමට යෝගස් ටික ඒ ටික තමයි පොඩ්ඩක් හදා ගන්න ඕන උනේ. මම හිතනවා හොඳට පන්දු යවුවා කියලා.
උදේ මම ඉස්සෙල්ලා කිව්වා වගේ රතු බෝලෙන් තමයි බොහෝ විට ඔබ හඳුනන්නේ. මොකද්ද ඔබේ අදහස ඉදිරියට විශේෂයෙන්ම T20 50 ඕවර් වැනි ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩා කිරීමත් ඔබේ බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන කොටසක්ද?
ඔව් මම ඇත්තටම බලාපොරොත්තු වෙනවා මේ ෆෝමැට් එකත් සෙල්ලම් කරන්න අවස්ථාවක් ලැබෙයි කියලා මම හිතනවා.
හොඳයි අසිත, අපි ඔබට සුබපතනවා අද දවසේදී පන්දු යැවීම සහ මේ ජයග්‍රහණය ගැන.
Thank you.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, that's the man of the match. Can we now talk to the captain of Grace, Ashan Priyanjan? ආශාන, ඔබ කාශ්‍යයේ වාසිය ලැබුවේ නැහැ. නමුත් ඔබ කිව්වා ඔබත් පන්දුවට පහර දීමට සතුටුයි කියලා ප්‍රථමයෙන්. නමුත් ලබාගත් ලකුණු සංඛ්‍යාව ගැන ඇත්තටම සැහැීමකට පත්වන්න බෑ.
ඔව් ඇත්තටම මම හිතන්නේ අපිට අවශ්‍ය දේ අපිට වුණා. නමුත් අපේ ඉදිරි පෙළ පිතිකරුවන් මම හිතන්නේ අපි හැමෝම ඇතුළුව රෙස්පොන්සිබිලිටි ගන්න ඕන ඊට වඩා. ඉතින් එතන තමයි මම හිතන්නේ ටර්නින් පොයින්ට් එක මැච් එකේ. ඊට පස්සේ මම හිතන්නේ හොඳ ඉනින්ග්ස් දෙකක් ක්‍රීඩා කරා අපේ මොවින් සහ මුදිත. ඒ වගේම අන්තිමට පුලින. ඉතින් මම හිතනවා ඒගොල්ලන්ට අපිට අවස්ථාවක් දෙන්න පුළුවන් ඊට වඩා ඉස්සරහින් අපිට රන්ස් ටිකක් ගහලා දුන්නා නම්.
ඔබ හිතන්නේ තනතිරුව ප්‍රථමයෙන් පන්දුර පහර දීමේදී අභියෝගයක් තිබුණාද නැත්නම් පිටිකරණේ තිබුණා වූ දුර්වලකමක් හැටියටද ඔබ මේක දකින්නේ?
අභියෝගයක් තිබුණේ නැහැ කියන්න බෑ. නමුත් මම හිතන්නේ ගොඩක් අපි soft dismisses ටිකක් උනේ. ඉතින් මම හිතන්නේ ඉස්සරහා තරඟවල ඒවා හදාගෙන ඉදිරි තරඟ දෙක හොඳට කරන්න බලාපොරොත්තු වෙනවා.
ඔය එතකොට ඔබ හිතන විදිහට කොයි වගේ ලකුණු ප්‍රමාණයක් තිබුණා නන්ද ඔබේ කණ්ඩායමට?
මම හිතන්නේ 150 ප්ලස් තිබ්බනම් සෑන් ලොකු ෆයිට් එකක් දෙන්න තිබ්බා මම හිතන්නේ.
ඔබ මොකද හිතන්නේ මෙවැනි තරඟාවලියක් ගැන? ඔබට බොහොම නවක කණ්ඩායමක් දීලා තිබෙන නායකත්වය දරන්න.
ඔව් කණ්ඩායම ඉතාමත් නවක. හැබැයි ගත්තොත් මෙතන ඉන්න මගේ කණ්ඩායමේ ඉන්න සියලුම දෙනා ඩොමෙස්ටික් මේ T20 සහ වන් ඩේ තරඟවල ඉතාමත් හොඳින් පර්ෆෝම් කරපු කට්ටිය. ඉතින් ඒගොල්ලන්ට හොඳ අවස්ථාවක්. ඉතින් මම හිතනවා මේ අවස්ථාව අපි හැමෝම අත් දෙකෙන්ම ග්‍රැබ් කරගෙන ඊළඟ මැච් වල හොඳට කරයි කියලා.
හොඳයි, බොහොම ස්තුතියි.
Thank you.
හොඳයි, අපි කතා කරමු කුසල් මෙන්ඩිස්ට. කුසල්, can we have a word with you, the captain of Reds, the winning captain today? කුසල් සුබ පතනවා. ඔබ සතුටු ඇති මේ තරඟාවලිය බොහොම පහසුවෙන් ජයග්‍රහණය කිරීම ගැන. ඔබ මොකද හිතන්නේ කාසිය වාසියද ඔබට ගොඩක් උදව් වුණේ එසේ නැත්නම් පිතිකරණය ගැනද කොහොමද ඔබ මේ තරඟය ගැන ඔබේ අදහස?
ඔව් කාසී වාසිය ඇත්තටම කොහොමද බෝල් කරන්න හිටියේ. ඉතින් ඒක ගොඩක් වාසියක් වුණා කියලා මම හිතන්නේ නැහැ. මොකද විකට් එක ඇත්තටම හොඳයි. ඉතින් අපේ ෆාස්ට් බෝල්ස්ලා අසිත පටන් ගද්දී මහේෂ් එක්ක හරිය හොඳට බෝල් කරා. ඉතින් මම හිතනවා අසිත උදේ පාන්දර ගත්ත විකට් දෙකෙන් තුනෙන් තමයි අපිට ගේම් එක අපේ පැත්තට හැරුණේ. ඉතින් බෝලර්ස්ලා පැත්තෙන් ගත්තොත් ඒගොල්ලන් හොඳට කරා. ඉතින් විකට් එකේ ගැන කියන ලොකු මේකක් නැහැ. ඒ කියන්නේ අපේ කට්ටිය බෝලර්ස්ලා හොඳට කරපු හින්දා තමයි අද අපිට මේ ජයග්‍රහණය හම්බුනේ.
දැන් අපි දකින්න ඔබ ආරම්භක පිතිකරුවෙක් හැටියටම මේ 20 තරඟවල ක්‍රීඩා කරනවා. ඔබ කඩලු රකින්නවා. මේකද ඔබේ බලාපොරොත්තුව ඉදිරියට විශේෂයෙන්ම 20 තරඟවල?
ඔව් මට ලබා දුන්නොත් කඩලු රකින්නයි ඕපන් කරන්න මම ඒක බලාපොරොත්තුෙන් ඉන්නවා. ඉතින් මට දෙන ටීම් එකේ අවශ්‍ය තැන මම ශ්‍රී ලංකන් ලැස්තිලා ඉන්නවා. ඉතින් දිගටම මේ දේ හම්බුණා මම ගොඩක් සතුටුයි.
ඔද LPL තරඟාවලිය නැහැ. ඉතින් මේ තරඟාවලිය ක්‍රීඩා කරන කණ්ඩායම හතරක් එක්ක ආසියානු කුසලානේ එනවා, ලෝක කුසලානේ එනවා. ඔබ කොහොමද දකින්නේ මේ වැනි තරඟාවලියක් ගැන?
ඇත්තටම ගොඩක් හොඳයි. මොකද නැත්නම් අපි ඕස්ට්‍රේලියා විතර T20 එකක් අපි සෙල්ලම් කරේ. මොකද ඊට යන්න කලින් අපිට LPL තිබ්බනම් ගොඩක් හොඳයි. ඉතින් ඒක නැති හින්දා මේ වගේ ගහන එක ඇත්තටම හොඳයි. මොකද අපිට ප්‍රැක්ටිස් එකට හොඳයි. මැච් සිටුේෂන් නිකන් ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරනකොට මැච් සිටුේෂන් ගහන එක හොඳයි. ඉතින් මම හිතනවා ඇත්තටම ලොකු හොඳ දෙයක් කියලා. මොකද අපේ ප්ලේයර්ස් වලට තව එකට එකහුව වෙලා සෙල්ලම් කරන්න පුළුවන්. ඉතින් හැමෝටම හොඳ ඔපචුනිටි එකක්. ඉතින් අපිට මම හිතනවා ඒෂියා කප් එක ගිහලා හොඳට සෙල්ලම් කරන්න පුළුවන්. මොකද ඩුබායි ගහන්නේ. ඉතින් ලොකු බලාපොරොත්තුවක් තියෙනවා ඒ ගැන. මොකද අපි හොඳට කරලා තියෙන කලින් මේ ටුවර් එකේ. ඉතින් ටීම් එක ගැන මම ලොකු බලාපොරොත්තුවෙන් ඉන්නවා.
තව එක ප්‍රශ්නයක්. ලසිත් ක්‍රූස් පුල්ලේ ඔබේ ආරම්භක පිතිකරුවා ඔහු ඉතාමත් හොඳින් පන්දුවට පහර දෙනවා. තරුණ ක්‍රීඩකයෙක්. ඔබ කොහොමද දකින්නේ ඔහු?
ඇත්තටම එයා මම සෙල්ලම් කරන කියන්නේ එයා නෝමල් ගේම් එක සෙල්ලම් කරා. එයා මම වැඩි ක්ලබ් එකේ සෙල්ලම් කරන දැකලා නැහැ. ඉතින් මම හිතනවා එයා ක්ලබ් එකේ සෙල්ලම් කරන ඇත මේ විදිහට කියලා. ඉතින් එයාට කිව්වා ඔයා නෝමල් පළවෙනි ඕවර්සයි නෝමල් ඔයා සෙල්ලම් කරන විදිහ සෙල්ලම් කරන්න. ඊට පස්සේ එයාට කිව්වා මෙයා පොඩ්ඩක් තේරුම් ගත්තා සිංගල්ස් අරගෙන එයා ලකුණු 50 වෙනකන් ටීම් එක හදන් ගියා. ඉතින් මටත් ලේසි මේ පැත්තේ මොකද මටත් ප්‍රෙෂර් එකක් තිබ්බේ නැහැ. එයා සිංගල් වර්ක් කරා 4 එකක් ගිහුවා. ඉතින් ඒක ගොඩක් හොඳයි. ඉතින් මම හිතනවා එයාට ඉස්සරහට හොඳ කැරි එකක් තියෙයි කියලා. මොකද මේ වගේ ෆස්ට් මැච් එකේ මේ වගේ ලකුණු 50ක් ගහන එක ඇත්තටම ගොඩක් හොඳයි. ඉතින් මම එයාට ඇත්තටම සුබ පතනවා මගේ ටීම් එකේ ප්ලේයර් කෙනෙක් විදියට. ඉතින් එයා මම බලාපොරොත්තු වෙනවා ඉස්සරහට හොඳ වෙයි කියලා.
හොඳයි. අපි ඔබට සුබ පතනවා තරඟාවලියත් හොඳින් කරන්න කියලා.
Thank you.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our post-match presentation.
Happy looking Kusal Mendis, the captain of the Reds, beating the Greys led by Ashan Priyanjan. The game coming up, the second game in the SLC SkyX.net Invitational T20 League between the SLC Blues, captained by Charit Tasalanka, against the SLC Greens, captain Dasun Shanaka. And we will take a break now, and we'll be back on air at 7:20 for the second game.
R2, R2, R2. R2, 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 R2. R2, 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 R2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. R2, R2, R2. Is it coming? R2, 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 R2. Gain is low. Are there any... yes. Are there any noises? Now on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. R2. R2, R2, R2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. R1, R1, R1. R1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. R1, 1, 2, 3, 4. So please check now R2. R2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What about 1, 2, 3, 4? Okay, please check R2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. R3 is good. Level is down. So can't we use next match R2? Sailesh? Okay, that means we have to manage two mics, R1 and R3.
ඒ පැත්තේ 3 වෙල්ලාලගේ. දුෂ්‍යත් ඒකේද? උක්කා. එතන මේක කවුද ඉන්නේ? දරදිරි සිල්ලා සදීර සමර එක්කම කසුන් රාඩිට චමින්ද වාස් බොයි. අශෙන් දෙන්න උඹලගේද නෑනේ? උඹලා බෙන්ඩර් ඉන්නවනේ බයි. ඉස්සරහට දැම්මා නම් එහෙම ඵලයක්. අරද ගමුද? ටෙක්ස් නැද ටෙක්ස්? යා මට ටෙක්ස් සු. After the toss. Yeah. Now they are ready. No time. No. Now they are ready. Yeah, let's finish it off. Let's finish it off. Huh? When I got down. When metan nothing got daba. Taxi 1 2 3 taxi. Tex. Tex. Got it, Tex? Yeah, man. Let's finish it off. 1 minute. Man, I'm going to talk about the conditions will change, certainly with underlights. There are some foot marks, but nothing to be worried about. It's still firm, still hard. It looks good for batting. And Pasco, similarly, within 1 minute done. Yeah, less than 1 minute. Mega put up pen mega balanna. Okay, give me a countdown, mate. I'm ready. Just 240 runs made in the last game. That's purely because of poor batting. Nothing to do with the pitch. It looks fantastic still. But this batting second team, Reds, made it look so easy. Cruz Pulle, Kusal Mendis showed how good this pitch is. Taking closer look, this pitch, as expected after the first game, you get some bowlers running marks coming in. But I don't think this will be a factor. It's just on the top, nothing in the ground. It still looks hard. And the grass nicely rolled in. I feel this will be much better under lights. Generally up in Kettarama, the ball skids on with the new ball under lights. There may be not due, but still the batsman will enjoy it. The pass score for me still remains at 160 and 170. Two strong teams, blues and greens, plenty of national players. So I'm pretty sure we'll have a high scoring game in this. All the information came out, isn't it? How long did it take? Yeah, because first game there was a lot to say, second less. Is Malisha happy with this? It came out well. I mean, all the information was passed. I came out. I just want to ask the cameraman. Yeah, let's do it. It came up well. Cheers. Just the 240 runs made in the last game. That's purely because of from poor batting. Nothing to do with the pitch. It looks fantastic still. But this batting second team, Reds, made it look so easy. Cruz Pulle, Kusal Mendes showed how good this pitch is. Taking closer look, this pitch, as expected after the first game, you get some bowlers running marks coming in, but I don't think this will be a factor. It's just on the top, nothing in the ground.
R1. 1, 2,
R3, 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 R3.
හරි මම රෙඩි. මට ඇහෙන්නේ නැහැ බෑ මොකද යනවද දන්නේ නැහැ. You are here. There. Ah, there, there. මොන එකද ඕනේ මයික් එක මොන පැත්තද ඕනේ? Nothing. Director ඇහෙන්නේ නැහැ මට. No, no, you say it loud. මොනවද උනේ කියලා. We are all set and ready to go for the toss of the second game of the day between the Blues and the Greens. I have with me the match referee, Mr. Wendell Labroy, and the two captains of each side, Dasun Shanaka and Charit Asalanka. Charit Asalanka will toss the coin.
Heads.
Heads is the call. It is a tails. So what do you want to do?
We're going to bat first.
Any particular reason that you want to bat first?
No, it looks like a decent pitch, and then we have more bowlers. Then we just want to put good total on the board and just bowl.
What is the target that you would be expecting on this ground?
Actually, we are expecting about 150, and we just have more bowlers to bowl.
So looking at your team, what is the combination that you're going with? More spin, more pace?
It's like more pace, 4 fast bowlers and 3 spinners.
All right, all the best to you.
Thank you so much.
Dasun, what would you have done if you won the toss?
I could have bowled first actually because the wicket is very good and I'm very keen to chase.
So you back your batsman to chase any total given?
Absolutely.
Yeah. And your combination for today's game?
Yeah, we got 4 frontline batsmen and 2 genuine spinners, 3 all-rounders and 2 genuine fast bowlers.
Any new faces in your side?
No, not
All,
actually.
all the known faces?
All the known
All right, all the very best to you, Dasun.
Thank you.
So the story from the center is that the Blues captain have won the toss and they've decided to bat first.
About 150, and we just have more bowlers to bowl.
So looking at your team, what is the combination that you're going with? More spin, more pace?
It's like more pace, 4 fast bowlers and 3 spinners.
All right, all the best to you.
Thank you so much.
R1, this is for Roshan. 1 2. 1 2. Yes, please kill it. Okay. 1 2 1 2 1 2. R1 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 1 happy. Okay. 2 2 2 2 R3 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 R3. This is for Maruf.
මේ ඩ්‍රෝන් මොකද කිසි සද්දයක් නැහැ නේ අද. වෙනදා හේමත් ඩ්‍රෝන් go up කියනවා. හේමත් කියන මාත් එක ඇත්ත විහිළුනේ මං කියන්නේ.
Yes, host. Roshan will be the host.
රස් කී කතා කරනවා. මේ රස් ඔයාට එන ජෙලස් නේ.
ඒක හරි ආතාරීට හරි.
මිලියන ලකුණු තියෙන්නේ. මට ඕනුනේ දැන් රසල්ට අපි මේ ඉක්කඩුවෙත් සවුත්තෝ දැම්මනේ කතාවක් දාලා. දැන් මේක කියමු. හරිද? නෑ මේ රස් are you ready රස්? have you done that රස්? ඒක උට කතා කරන්නේ. උඩින් හැබැයි ඔයගලන්ට ඇහෙන්නේ පුදුම ආදරෙකෝ මේ ලක්ෂණයකෝ හැබැයි මට ඇවිල්ලා කිව්වා එනේ ලකී ටු කම් කියලා මම මේ මීඩියා බොක්ස් එකේ කවුරුත් ඉන්නවා ටීවී එකකින් දාලා Tex, can you hear me? Yeah, make a photo වැඩි කරන්නකෝ. හරියට ඇහෙන්නේ. Tex. Yeah, what's the story now? How does it go? Yeah. 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 Right. Yeah. Yeah, now do we have graphics here? You okay?
I'm at the far side.
Well, it's the SLC SkyX.net Invitation T20 League 2022 powered by Dafa News. Hello and a very warm welcome. We are live at the R.Premadasa International Stadium for game number 2. It is Blues versus Greens. That's the big game coming up. And as you know, this is a 4-game tournament and 4 top teams playing in this invitational tournament. And let's try and show you the schedule of this tournament first. And as I told you, 4 games and played over 4 days and in the grand final as well. So, right, here is the tournament schedule, just to try and update you as to where this tournament will be and how it progresses. The first game is done and dusted, Greys versus Reds, and now it's the Blues versus Greens. And the tournament just goes on with a break in between. So we're just expecting some really fantastic cricket, considering that there's a lot at stake for the players. And lots of players are vying for places. Asia Cup coming up, the World Cup coming up, so lots of cricket left. Now let's try and show you what happened to that first game. It was a bit one-sided, with the Reds winning quite comprehensively by 6 wickets. Kusal Mendis' side was far too strong for Ashan Priyanjana's Greys, and 120 for 9, 121 for 4. Quite a comprehensive win, lots of overs and lots of wickets left as the Reds won through quite easily. Right, so as usual, we got Favis Maharoof with me to talk about this tournament and to look ahead to the tournament, to try and pick on some important points. Maha, thank you for joining us. First game, well, not as expected. It was a little bit one-sided, isn't it?
Absolutely. In the power play itself, I think the Greys lost the game. 29 for 4 after 6 overs. Asif Fernando, the way he bowled, and soft dismissals. It's nothing to do with the pitch. It was just, I would say, bad batting by Greys.
A quick one. Now, I mean, the gulf between the two teams, is that an indication of the standards?
I think if you look at the 3 teams, the Reds, the Blues and the Greens, there are more national players who are in the system currently, and the Greys, the players who have done well in the club system have been clustered in and gotten them. I mean, the first show I said, those are the teams and those are the players you're afraid of because they have nothing to lose, everything to gain. But the way they performed out there was disappointing, to say the least.
Now, I can tell you that today's game is going to be this game, I must say, not today's game, second game is going to be much tighter. The Greens versus Blues, better match sides.
I think very well balanced teams, Charita Salanka and Dasun Shanaga, captain and vice captain, and fantastic players on show.
So, like, looking at some of the national cricketers, there are also some fringe players in this side. Who are the ones to look out for? I mean, just on the top of your head, can you recall?
I think the wicket-keeper slot. I think Niroshan Dikwalla and Dinesh Chandimal, they're both in the Greens team. They've been knocking on the door. Kusal Mendis have been keeping wickets. So those are the 2 combinations I can think of. And then apart from that, I think Jeffrey Van der Sey will be vying a spot. He's also in the Greens teams. So I reckon, if you take the Blues side, Pramod Madhushan, Kasun Raditha, Dilshan Madhuska, all these players are knocking on the door. So
I want to ask about the pitch, but I'm not going to ask you now. Because, you know why? Because we sent Favis Maharoof a little while earlier. As we did in the first game, he's our pitch doctor. So he's gone across and taken a look.
Just 240 runs made in the last game. That's purely because of poor batting. Nothing to do with the pitch. It looks fantastic still. But this batting second team, Reds, made it look so easy. Cruz Pulle, Kusal Mendis showed how good this pitch is. Taking closer look, this pitch, as expected after the first game, you get some bowlers running marks coming in, but I don't think this will be a factor It's just on the top, nothing in the ground. It still looks hard, and the grass nicely rolled in. I feel this will be much better under lights. Generally, up in Kettarama, the ball skids on with the new ball under lights. There may be not due, but still, the batsman will enjoy it. The pass score for me still remains at 160 and 170. Two strong teams, blues and greens, plenty of national players. So I'm pretty sure we'll have a high-scoring game in this.
No comments from me. I'll ask the man himself. He's next to me and he was out there before. Tell us again, what do you feel?
I think under lights it will skid on. I mean, usually at R.Premadasa Stadium, it skids on, and also in this pitch there is grass. Generally, when there is grass, it skids on to the bat, and the batsmen are going to enjoy this. Dew factor, that's a question mark. You know, we can see after 9 o'clock probably. If there is dew, the spinners will find it hard as usual. But if not, I still feel this is a 160, 170 pitch.
Now, you were saying, win the toss, bowl first in the first game. You still go with that, or you think bat first?
I think ideally, getting into the tournament, first game for both the teams, I'll just get them in and feel good factor. That's what I think the Reds did.
How vital is this toss going to be? Now in the first game, right, both captains were happy with what they were going to do. Ashan was happy to bat, Kusal wanted to bowl, but eventually it proved to be a little bit too tough for the Greys.
The advantage this team has, both the teams have trained under lights yesterday and day before. They would have known if there is any dew in the night at R.Premadasa Stadium. So if there is, I'm pretty sure the team winning the toss will probably bat first or bowl first, whatever it is. It's very hard to say.
Very indecisive. Very indecisive.
But if it's due.
He's sitting on the fence. All right, that is perfect. Right, okay, let's see what happens with the toss. Let's go across and join Kosala, who's out there with the two captains and the match referee.
We are all set and ready to go for the toss of the second game of the day between the Blues and the Greens. I have with me the match referee, Mr. Wendell Labroy, and the two captains of each side, Dasun Shanaka and Charit Asalanka. Charit Asalanka will toss the coin.
Heads.
Heads is the call. It is a tails. So what do you want to do?
We're going to bat first.
Any particular reason that you want to bat first?
No, it looks like a decent pitch. And then we have more bowlers. Then we just want to put good total on the board and just bowl.
What is the target that you would be expecting on this ground?
Actually, we are expecting about 150. And we just have more bowlers to bowl.
So looking at your team, what is the combination that you're going with? More spin, more pace?
It's like more pace, 4 fast bowlers and 3 spinners.
All right, all the best to you.
Thank you so much.
Dasun, what would you have done if you won the toss?
I could have bowled first actually because, the wicket is very good and I'm very keen to chase.
So you back your batsman to chase any total given?
Absolutely.
Yeah. And your combination for today's game?
Yeah, we got 4 frontline batsmen and 2 genuine spinners, 3 all-rounders and 2 genuine fast bowlers.
Any new faces in your side?
No, not
All the known faces?
All the known
All right, all the very best to you, Dasun.
Thank you.
So the story from the centre is that the Blues captain have won the toss and they've decided to bat first.
I like Dasun Shanaka's answer, all known faces and nothing new. Let's take a look at the Blues side. Well, that looks a pretty formidable lineup, all-rounders, experienced players.
Yeah, Danish Gunatilaka, Sadir Samarikman probably to open. Dharanjan De Silva, Ashen Bandara, all-rounder Chamik Karunaratne, Charit Asalanka, Praveen Jayavikramam, Pramod Madhushan, Dilshan Madhuska, 2 quicks hailing from Hambantota, playing in the same side. Jayavikrama getting his break after a very long time, so I'm interested to see how he goes.
Right, let's take a look at the Greens. Now, Dasun Shanaka's team, that's also a pretty formidable lineup, experienced lineup. Dinesh Chandimal in the side. There's some young players as well. What are your thoughts? What are your take on this? Binura Fernando's coming back.
As well as top 5 heavy, isn't it? Dasun Shanaka, Nissanka, Dikwella. And all these players are vying on the door. Some of them, as I said, Dikwella and Chandimal. So I reckon it's a good toss to lose for Greens. I'm pretty sure, knowing Kandambi's tactics, he usually likes to bowl first. And Charit Asalanka thinking put the runs on the board.
Right, so we're almost ready to start. The first ball about to happen. Let's go across and join our first commentator.
Thank you very much, Roshan and Maharoof. Yes, this is going to be a blockbuster if all goes to plan. Kosala, you down there, how do you think the first 6 overs will go?
Well, I think both captains were happy with what they got at the end of the day. So we are going to accept some runs on the board at the top. Sadira Samaravikrama, he's in good form. And you also know that Dhanush Gunatilaka, what he can do. So they will try to get the maximum out of this power play. Let's see whether Binur Fernando. This is how Dhanush Gunatilaka has fared in T20 so far. 123 matches.
Strike rate of 128. Binur Fernando's first ball. Fernando has been comfortably driven through the covers. Will they look for three? They would. Good run in between wickets. A very positive start.
Well, it looked like a very friendly startup for Dhanush Gunatilaka. Binur Fernando not trying to bowl with extra space, just trying to get his rhythm and line right, or the length. Just a fraction over pitched. Dhanush Gunatilaka didn't try to hit it too hard, but good running at the end of the day.
Sadira, Russian, Samaravikrama, two very good knocks in the last two outings. Strike rate 120. He's played 68 matches, 1,600 runs. That's a lot of cricket behind him at the top level, I should say. Last two games he made half centuries for Tamil Union. Better delivery from Binur Fernando.
Now, Binur will enjoy this, Haritha, more than bowling to Dhanush Gunatilaka. He will try to angle it across the left-hander. We see there's a slip in place, and if you look at how the field is set, we got a deep third man, we got a point, we got an extra cover. This is Binur Fernando. 4 for 26, the best economy is 7.09, a bit on the high side, but 77 wickets. That's the key for him. And he's got a packed offside field.
Got bat to ball, but unable to get through the cover defense.
That's what Binur will want Sadira to do. He will want him to try and pierce that extra cover region, try and go through the offside. He's getting it to angle across the left-hander. But in the meantime, I won't be surprised if Binur brings one back at Sadira Samaravikrama.
You know him very well. He's from DS Senanayaka during his school days. Come through the system, Sri Lanka under 19, Sri Lanka A, Sri Lanka. Superb delivery. Beat him up, all ends up.
Missed out on a lot of cricket, unfortunately, due to injury and various reasons. So he will definitely want to make a mark today. Look at that delivery. Perfect left-armer's delivery. Angled across. Sadira Samaravikrama. The ball was too good that he didn't find the edge.
Squared him up. Slip in place. Kane keeping it at a position and a line and length where it'll make some discomfort on the bat.
I like the bounce on that occasion that he got. Binur is a tall lad. He's obviously going to get some bounce off the track. He's not the real express pace bowler that you would expect, but he bowls in good areas. He's got that late swing that he has.
Look for a toe crusher, Yorker. Neatly played. Equally well fielded too. That would be the end of the first over. The Blues 4 without loss.
So if you've just joined us, these are the two teams that are battling it out there in the centre. Very strong teams, one led by Dasun Shanak and the other by Charita Salanka. Dhanush Gunatilaka, Sadira Samaravikrama, Dhananjay De Silva, Ashin Bandara, Chami Karnatha, Suminder Lakshan, all top names for the Blues.
So this would be testing time for the new ball bowlers. So Nuwan Tushara from the end from where we are talking to you. He's quick, all right.
5 for 13, Haritha, his best. 7.7 at economy. 69 wickets in 55 games.
He was beaten on that occasion. He's looking for the Yorker.
He was beaten for pace or something. Sadira Samakra was surprised with that delivery from Nuwan Tushara. Would have been missing leg.
Good decision on the part of the umpire. Gunatilaka. If anything is in his slot, he will go aerial.
Very strong player, square of the wicket, Haritha. He loves to cut, loves to pull.
Yes, it was there to be hit over the covers. He would be disappointed he missed out on that one.
This is what Nuwan Tushara can be. He can be erratic at many times, especially with his action. Lack of control again.
He was basically looking at the hand-eye coordination. He didn't use his feet. Just so far wide. Oh, it's gone straight in the slot, straight to the captain who wouldn't make a mistake. Danushka Gunatilaka is a big wicket for Nuwan Tushara.
Well, it was there for the taking for Gunatilaka, but I wonder whether he got it right in the middle. Maybe got in the toe end of the bat, and a good catch from Dasun Shanaka. So Nuwan Tushara strikes early. And that's a big wicket of Danush Gunatilaka. Gone early. Caught by Charit Asalanka off the bowling of Nuwan Tushara for 3. The Blues are 5 for 1. Well, in fact, it's Charit Asalanka who is now walking in. Just got a little bit confused. It is Dasun Shanaka who held on to that catch, the opposite captain. It's the Blues captain in, Charit Asalanka. He'll be looking for some runs.
Yeah, played for Richmond College. Initially for Cole CC. Now he plays for the SSC. 25-year-old has been in the captaincy business. Sri Lanka emerging team captain too. Successful one at that. Ooh. Lost everything on that occasion, Nuwan Tushara. He has to be contended with his ability to get the batter playing rather than leaving.
I like the sound of that coming right from the middle of the bat, though he didn't make any runs. Just shows how confident he is, and he looks to be in for some runs here. This is the wicket that fell. Danush Gunatilaka. You see, I thought that the weight of his on that occasion was more on the back foot rather than on the front foot. That might have been his downfall.
Yeah, he wanted to go aerial over mid-off. He was not leaning into the shot. simply played from where he was. Yes. That's a better shot. Gives him a lot better feeling. Good commitment down near the boundary.
This shows how Charita Salanka's form is, going right through the cover region. Good bit of fielding. Just managing to pull it in.
That's what you need. Commitment.
The umpires are checking whether the... Well, let's take a look at that again. Was his feet touching the ropes when he had contact with the ball? Oh, he was good. He's good. He had good presence of mind. He made sure that that right leg was above the boundary runner.
Yeah, this Ramesh Mendes experienced. Great commitment. Everything behind it. You got to be confident to do that. So, Kirti Bandar is happy. That's him. Real quick one, but wavered down leg side.
That really took off. That was bowled at quite a pace from Nuwan Tushar. It just kept going. And look at the collection behind the stumps, so high up. But unfortunately, it had to be a wide.
It's going to be a long over, the second one. So Niroshan Dikpal looking good. He'll retain the strike, Sadira Samaravikrama, but fluctuating fortunes for Nuwan Tushar. Blues 11 for the loss of 1 wicket after 2 overs. Always a situation where the batters would get along. 7 matches to be played in this 4-day tournament comprising 4 teams. This is the second game on opening day at the R.Premadasa International Cricket Stadium. He's getting that ball to move around.
It's nice to see Binra Fernando in full cry, isn't it, Haritha? Because he's been out of cricket for quite a while. Look at that. Last minute movement. Sadira Samaravikrama wanting to play at that. And finally fishing out of that. That's what Binra Fernando wants Sadira to do.
He was following it, the ball. Yes, again. This time angled onto the middle stump. Reasonably good pace. Good control from Binur Fernando.
I like that. He's done a lot of hard work. I had a chat with him and he said, I've been working very hard. And he's very desperate to get on that flight to the UAE for the Asia Cup and for the World Cup. Because he's definitely missed out on golden opportunities.
Yes, it's thinking. The batter was also thinking. He was ready for the charge. Binur was smart enough to dig it in.
Now, this is what has caused uncertainty among the batsmen. Sadira Samaravikrama trying to come down the track, trying to get out of the situation. But Binra Fernando, he's been good in this over.
This is a great battle between bat and ball. This is what is expected. Tournament of this nature. So much at stake for all the players. It's in the air. It's gone. For his perseverance, Binura Fernando reaps the rewards. Samara Vikrama was under pressure. He didn't know how to get away. Played almost a nothing shot.
Excellent bit of bowling from Binura Fernando. There we go again. Bowling it right at the body. Sadira Samarweka didn't have room to play that shot. And a well-judged catch.
You seem to be Dhananjay De Silva.
Yeah, taking Dhananjay Lakshan taking a comfortable catch.
Dhananjay Lakshan.
So Sadira Samarweka departs, caught Lakshan, bowled Binura Fernando for 1. Blues electing to bat first, 11 for 2.
So Dhananjay De Silva actually is the new batter in at the fall of the second wicket. 127 strike rate. 1050s in this format. Tons of runs.
Over 1,500 runs. 80 games. Experience out there in the centre.
Both of them played for the same school at Galle.
During different time frames, but they all come from the southern coast. Richmond College, Colombo has produced such a wonderful talent. This is the wicket that fell. Sadira Samarikrama, he was looking to hit it towards mid-wicket, but only found Dhananjay Lakshan at deep square.
He would be disappointed. He was bounced out of the action. So he's keeping the ball well in line with the stumps to end the third over. Another containing one. 11 for 2 Blues. So winning the toss and batting, not a bad toss to lose as far as Dasan Chanak is concerned. He's got them under a little bit of pressure.
He wanted to bowl. Dasan Chanaka wanted to bowl.
Nuan Tushara from Talava Kanitu Vidyalaya in Alpitia. He'll have to tighten up.
He had extended over Harita in the previous one. Hope he doesn't do that again. He needs to get in that rhythm, get into line.
They've been successful with a couple of wickets. The opener sent back within the power play. So the dot balls would certainly put pressure. This is what everything is going to work around. They are going to make anything over 140. They'll have to bat sensibly, not rash.
150 will be a pass score, as Maharuf said, 160. Chanit Aslanga said if they get to 150, they got a game on hand. So we'll have to wait and see. Good. This is good. They needed a direct hit, but the field unable to collect the ball. pressure on the fielder, and they sneak a single.
Dinesh Chandimal was not able to pick up cleanly. Charita Salanka, once he gets going, difficult to stop him. This could be a very good battle at hand.
Run the first one fast, they're looking for two. Charita Asalanka is coming back and they complete the second quite comfortably. Going by the theory, run your first one fast.
Yeah, Binura Fernando is not the fastest on the field. Big unit, he had to come down having covered a fair bit of ground. Sampai Kirti Bandara. In the domestic scene is quite busy. This is Lyndon Hannibal, experienced ICC panel umpire. During his day, he was a hard-hitting bat and a pretty quick bowler. Leaning into it once again. Not conceding boundaries during the power play session. That's also a minor victory for Dasun Chanaka.
Yes, definitely. To minimize the maximum number of boundaries in the power play. That brings the pressure on the batting side. Especially when you elected to bat first, you expect your top order to go haywire.
Tamil Union captain who was successful with the 50-over format, Dhananjaya De Silva. Beautifully played. At least a couple, and they wouldn't. He lost his bat.
Well, he was a little bit off balance on that occasion, I would say, Dhananjaya De Silva, when he played that shot. There you go, look at that again. Yeah, that feet movement, and he managed to scamper home for a single. Maybe undone by a little bit of pace from Nuwan Tushara.
All he got to do is get it in line with the stumps. He's quite quick. Apart from a few wayward deliveries, he's been good. Sensible cricket. Can't get the boundaries, get the singles. End of 4 overs. Blues are 18 for the loss of 2.
$18 for 2. Blues winning the toss, batting first. Winter Fernando bowling his third over. That's been really impressive. Just giving away 4 runs. Beautiful bat by Charita Asalanka. Picked up. Only picked up almost the deep square leg fielder. Looks like Ramesh Mendes, who misjudged it. Came to the front, and I just had a feeling for a moment it went for a 6, but signal boundary by Hannibal. But a golden opportunity missed by the Greens.
Yeah, good pick up. Yeah, Ramesh Mendes' problem was that he was a few yards inside the line. He was not on the boundary. Now, had he been on the line, I'm sure he would have taken it. He came in and then had to rush back And just over those outstretched arms. Good shot, but he was a bit lucky on that occasion, eventually. Short delivery swung away on the onside. At least a couple. Binur Fernando's first 2 overs were very good. Bowled with good pace. Nice carry through to the keeper. He's a tall lad. He hits the deck hard. See, the thing about Binura, unfortunately, is that he's been a victim of freak injuries. It's not the normal type of injury that we talk about. Not the normal cricketing injury. I believe recently he was batting in the nets and got hit on the gloves, and then I think he faced a fracture. Then there was where he turned his ankle once. In the past, he had cricket-related injuries. Not in control, but he'll get a boundary. Asalanka's looking to take on the long handle, and he's proving to be effective.
Fortune favours the brave this time again. Pitching it short. Binur Fernando extracting any bounce which is on offer in this beautiful padding pitch at R.Premadasa Stadium. Not in control, but definitely effective. And talking about injuries, does Binur Fernando and how unlucky he has been. Bowled well from last year onwards, if I remember right, since he made that England tour trip last year. And even the Australian series bowled well. And good to see him back. And as you mentioned, extracting any bounce, hitting the splice of the bat, especially with Sadhir Samaravikrama at the crease. Slow ball this time. It's an ideal bowler for a bouncy pitchers. We all know the World Cup is going to be in Australia. If Binur Fernando keeps fit, I'm pretty sure his name will be lurking around somewhere the different positions.
Also, being a left armer, being tall, and as you said, the bounce, he hits the deck hard. And also what I'd like to see him do is, as he progresses through his career, to try and look at developing his batting a little bit more rather than being a single-dimensional player. I know he's trying to do that. That would be a wide. No, it's not. Dhananjay, oh, in fact, it's called a wide. That's a tight call, just outside the leg stump. Dhananjay De Silva, you could hear him just talking to himself, just missing out a fine tickle.
Yeah, there was a boundary written all over it, down the leg side. Again, I thought the bounce surprised Dhananjay De Silva. I think Binur Fernando, when he first emerged into the scene straight after school, he did was looked as an all-rounder coming in. Unfortunately, with again cricket-related injuries, those days have hampered him. This is where he's in a situation of his cricketing career. He has to understand the strength and the weaknesses, how to control his body and the workloads. This is something that he needs to have a chat about with the authorities and make a decision going forward.
I think the management of his workload is taken care of. I don't think he plays too much any red ball cricket at all. He's essentially a white ball player. And I believe the selectors and the management knows his vulnerabilities. Now short third man comes into the circle. Mid-wicket squalling on the boundary. From over the wicket. Pace off the ball. They're running the first run hard. Will they come back for 2? They don't. That's a big over. 14 runs off it, 32 for 2.
.32 for 2 after 5 overs, winning the toss, batting first, Blues. I think the last over going for 14 runs. Apart from that, it was only 18 runs in the first 4 overs. That's how well the Blues team have bowled. Losing 2 wickets of Sadhir Samaravikrama and Danushka Gunatilaka. The process.
Ramesh Mendis Had a good return against Pakistan, bowled extremely well in that second test match. Now playing in his T20 56th game, 41 wickets. Good economy rate. Under 7 runs and over is brilliant. In a T20 game anywhere in the world, under 7 runs is brilliant. 4 for 17 in his best. The last over of the power play, he's got a long off out and a deep mid wicket. Asalanka on strike. Punched off the back foot. That's a boundary. Short and wide. That has been a problem that has plagued Ramesh Mendis a lot right throughout his career.
A pace given by Ramesh Mendis. Pace off the pitch, pace off the bat. And not a good start. Did saw him even during the test series having a bit of a tough times, got to be said. But this is where I think he has to grab his opportunity. Not being considered much in the white ball circuit. This is his chance.
Taken! Oh, yeah. Taken! Ramesh Mendis strikes. Charita Asalanka goes. Tossed up, slower, wider. Just drove him into the drive. He was going up-ish and found the man at cover. That's a huge wicket.
Just had the feeling Charita Asalanka was trying to go inside out over extra cover, but only managed to get the outside of the blade. And that's a good start by Ramesh Mendis. Just what the doctor ordered to boost his confidence. Asalanka gone for 23, Blues 36 for 3.
.36 for 3. Ashin Bandar is the new batsman. Blues are in a spot of bother. Again, he's got 100 and a strike rate of 125. Brilliant fielder. One of the finest Sri Lanka has. I remember when he was brought in from the Richmond side, I think. He played for Richmond side to field in a test match, and he was like lightning. He was greased lightning. I can't remember whom he substituted for, but he was just sensational at goal. Everyone were, they were all in awe watching this young guy run around and field. They got a slip in. Mid on the boundary, mid wicket on the boundary. From over the wicket, Ramesh Mendis. Just played it off the back foot. I thought that was pitched up a bit.
Ramesh Mendis, the tactic is going to be pretty simple. Not give anywhere and the ball into the pitch. This was a nice delivery. It was a middle of the, just outside the off stump. That was a lot of turn. Huge appeal by Dinoshan Dikwal. Maybe the bounce. Not too sure where it hit. But a massive appeal by the wicket keeper.
I'm wondering what he was appealing for, because it missed everything. All right, so it's the leg by that. I mean, it turned and bounced. That surprised everybody. Let's take a look. My first impression, I didn't see where but it struck. No, I mean, it was off his hip, I think. It was too high, but there was definite bounce. So Mendy's starting to get something off the surface. Again, just looking to run it down against the turn. Pitched up again. I thought he was done on the length. Done on the length. He was just looking to push a delivery that was pitched up to him.
Two fantastic deliveries by Ramesh Mendis. The one before the last one. That just spun and bounced and it missed everything. Let's take a look at this. Under lights. Oh, it was a massive turn. Missing everything. Niroshan Dikwal rightly so going up, but it was doing too much. That's an easy single towards mid-off. And a very good over. The first one by Ramesh Mendis. 9 runs of that. And end of the power play as well. Blues 41 for 3. A super start by Ramesh Mendes, picking up a wicket of Charit Tasalanga, the captain of the Blues. And probably a couple of deliveries in the last 3 deliveries was fantastic. Turn, bounce, it had everything. Beautiful sights under lights, R.Premadasa Stadium, as always.
Right. Power play number 2. The first 6 overs, 41 runs, 3 wickets. Now Dasun Shanaka is on. Now this is a sight I want to see a bit more often. That is to see Dasun Shanaka bowl, because he's an all-rounder. And it's important that he shows his value not just as a batsman, but he needs to come on and come in at important times, bowl a few overs. Just bowl those 1 or 2 overs, the 3 overs, the filling in job that he can do instead of being a frontliner. Swung away on the leg side, a bit too gentle in pace, and the length was wrong as well.
Hammered, didn't he? That was hit with ferocious power. Dragged down. I don't think Dasun Shanaka was targeting a bouncer. And Dhananjay De Silva, the form is in. The fantastic 100 he got against Pakistan in that test match. Continuing his good work. You mentioned about Dasun Shanaka bowling, Roshan. I think that's where Sri Lankan team, the combination can be sought out if Dasun Shanaka be able to bowl the 4 overs. Lately have not been bowling, as you said. Probably 1 or 2 overs, but if he could bowl the 4 overs, second round call. Dhananjay De Silva coming back. Oh, better throw would have had Dhananjay De Silva in trouble, as well as I just had the feeling threw at the wrong end as well.
Definitely wrong end. Because if you did see, Ashwin Bandara was slow off his blocks. Dhananjay De Silva had turned and he was coming back for the second. Take a look. Look at Dhananjay De Silva. He's off and he's determined to turn back. But look at Ashwin Bandara. He's taking his time. Now he's well shot. He's well shot. Had the throw gone in to the non-strikers, and good bouncer. Good bouncer. That's the kind of delivery that Dasun Shanaka could do. The slow bouncer, taking pace off the ball. Then he can also surprise you with a bit of extra a few yards of pace.
We're just finishing off the point what I bought about Dasun Shanaka bowling his 4 overs. If you could do that with Charmi Karunaratne has been a regular in this T20 team of Sri Lanka. Hammered again, this time through extra cover, anticipating the short delivery, and did receive it. And this time through the offside. Pathum Nissanka for a second thought he's in the game, but it was hit too hard and wide away.
Again, the length is wrong. I think at that pace allows Dhananjay De Silva plenty of time to rock on the back foot and hit it in front of square on the offside. Yeah, for a moment, Pathum Nissanka would have thought he was in business. Just eluded him, raced away to the boundary. They've got 11, the 50 is up. Last ball of the over. Will that be called a wide? Yes, it is. It's called a wide. It was bouncing well over the batsman's head. So he's got to re-bowl it.
Yeah, it was well over. Just finish up the point, Roshan. The Charmi Karunaratne, Dasun Shanaka with Dushmanth Shamir, especially up in Dubai, with Mahesh Dekshan and Vanidhu Asaranga. Those are the 5 bowlers. If Sri Lanka can go with that and have 6 batters in the top order, that becomes Vanidhu, Charmika and Dasun as all-rounders. That's batting up to number 9. That's a potential this team has, but unfortunately, it's a big doubt with Dasun's ability to bowl his 4 overs. 7 overs gone, Blues, 54 for 3. 13 runs in that over from Dasun Shanaka. A couple of boundaries. One from the pull shot, the other probably a forehand through offside. 43 for 2, a partnership of 18, threatening for the Blues. And the Greens bring on the changes.
54 for 3, 7 overs completed. We're going to see some leg spin from Jeffrey Van der Sey. He's made a lot of, taken some great strides, hasn't he, Jeffrey Van der Sey? He's playing for the Tamil Union, has bowled extremely well in some club tournaments in the final. Got into the test side. Pretty unfortunate that he was down with COVID. Gone off the first ball. Wasn't the greatest delivery, but doesn't matter. Doesn't matter when it comes to wickets in this form of the game, because you will find that good deliveries are hit for sixers and fours. So it's nothing but right that the compliment or the favour gets returned. Short and wide, and a good catch by Niroshan Dikwella.
Dhananjay De Silva will be kicking himself. There was 4 written all over it. Only finding Niroshan Dikwella behind the stumps. And Van der Sey very lucky to pick up that wicket. Dhananjay De Silva gone for 14, Blues 54 for 4.
Oh.
54 for 4. Chamika Karunaratne comes out. Strike rate is encouraging, 117. He's got a 50. A solitary 50 in his career. Batting at number 6. He's got Pathum Nisanka at slip. Van der Sey getting a wicket off the first ball. He's got a slip in. Mid-on comes into the circle. Mid-off stays on the boundary. Square leg and mid-wicket out on the boundary. So is an extra cover. Good delivery. Very good delivery by Van der Sey. It's so important that he falls into a nice groove. Didn't have a good start, but doesn't matter. He got a wicket, the big one of Dhananjay De Silva.
Yeah. Short. So the off stump. Jeffrey Van der Sey. I believe his luck. This is good stuff by Van der Sey. Following up the wicket delivery to very good ones towards Chamika Karunaratne. Wicket number 6 will be pretty happy. National team bats at number 8 most of the time. And saw so much potential. Doing that. Oh, this is soft dismissal. Jeffrey Van der Sey giving it a bit of loop outside the off stump. And Chamika Karunaratne, I'm not too sure what stroke to be called. It may be a forehand time to play down the ground.
Well, interesting. If you were listening to Niroshan Dikwella, he was teasing him, saying, watch, he's going for a big hit. He's going for a big hit. He was just teasing, playing on the batsman's mind. And eventually just, as you said, a rather soft dismissal. Caught at point. So wicket number 5 for Blues. This is not a good performance. Lakshan, the catcher. Van der Sey's second wicket in the over, 54 for 5. Fif 54 for 5. Serious trouble for the Blues. Well, Suminder Lakshan comes out at number 7. He is quite a decent player with the bat, batting at number 7, but more renowned for his leg spin. But he's in at a difficult time joining Ashen Bandara. Oh, turn! This is what happens. You give him wickets, you give the leg spinner the inch, he'll take a foot. Turn and bounce.
Wow, what a ball to start for a new batsman. This was very soft. I'm not sure what Chamika Karunaratne was trying to do there.
Oh, good bowling,
Suminder Lakshan neatly played towards car point for a single. And a very good over by Jeffrey Van der Sey. 2 wickets and just the 1 run. Blues 55 for 5. It's been a bit of a torrid time in the last couple of overs for the Blues. 54 runs and the 2 wickets fell in the over of Dhananjay De Silva and Chamika Karunaratne. 2 big names in this Blues team. Ashwin Bandar, the lone batsman, all the bowlers to follow. And still, the Greens have not brought in Lakshan Sandakan as well. There's another mystery spinner. It's going to be tough work going forward.
.55 for 5, and the 5th bowler has gone for a couple of wickets in his first over. This is an interesting call for this Lakshan Sandakan to come in.
All the best.
Best of 4 for 18, 77 wickets, 68 matches. He could be a different customer on his day.
Dasun Sandakan going for the kill, bringing in a forward short leg, a slip fielder. Yeah, this is good captaincy. And you sniff blood, just need to finish off the job. Sandakan, a missy bowler. Not seen for a while. This is opportunity.
Yeah, it's going to be different. It's going to be different. He'll have to be careful what he's trying to do.
Yeah, good start. Just skidded on. Quite late there, Sumit Lakshan.
Oh, yes.
Oh, straight away. The other one. It's going to be tough work. Mind you, even the top order batsman finds it hard to read Lakshan Sandakan. Never mind the tail enders.
See, this is an interesting option. Backward point is vacant.
Nice. Good bowling, Sandy.
Comfortable to get away from the strike. Sumit Lakshan.
Ashwin Bandar, interested to see what sort of a tactic he's going to use. Not much better to speak about, as I mentioned, Praveen Javik, Makasun Rajitha, Dilshan Madhuska, Pramod Madhushan, all bowlers. They definitely can hang around, but not made themselves being a good batsman. But this is where I think Ashwin Bandar's little experience playing in international cricket will come in handy.
Sumit Lakshan Fernando came from De La Salle College in Colombo.
No.
That's the area they've kept vacant.
A perfect type of bolt as well for Lakshan Sandakan. 5 wickets gone, bowling his first over, playing in a big occasion. As I said, have not been playing international cricket for a while, have been knocking on the door. And when you have a team 5 wickets down in his first over, usually Lakshan Sandakan, we have seen him before, generally runs through the opponents.
Nice. Good bowling, Sandakan.
Dot ball. Just the pressure kept on going with it. The Blues 58 for 5 in trouble.
Just 3 runs in that over by Lakshan Sandakan. Decent start. The Blues, after winning the toss, batting first, will be very, very unhappy with the way the run rate has been, the way the wickets has been fallen. I reckon current run rate of 6.44 will get him at 128. They'll do well to get there, the way it started, as well as Jeffrey Vandersay got a couple of overs left. Lakshan Sandakan got 3.
He's creating all kinds of angles and all sorts of problems.
A leg spinner out, leg spinner. This could be interesting. Both vying for probably one spot. Sumit Lakshan is also in the fold. Jeffrey Vandersay whatever situation he has got the opportunity, he has performed well, especially in white ball cricket in the last year or so.
He's simply playing the mind game on Suminda Lakshan. Asun Shanaka is helping the bowler with the field placements. A lot of running in that area.
Mind game, ego you may call it, but 2 balls before, that was the ego. First ball spun and beaten, and straight away next ball going for the reverse sweep. Interesting, isn't it?
I know on his day, he's a very adventurous bowler. Wants to take his chances, be aggressive as much as possible, R.Premadasa.
I think R.Premadasa could afford to do that, being aggressive, especially with the 5 wickets. Run out chance here. Oh, good throw. Would have had Suminda Lakshan in trouble. But the deep mid-wicket fielder looks like Nuvanindu Fernando. The return was a bit poor. I think that's where the Greens team got to be more ruthless. If they found an opportunity, they got to finish it off.
They'll have to be careful on him. He's not conceding the boundaries. That's what they have done. Kept the pressure on.
You mentioned about R.Premadasa, can they be aggressive? But for Suminda Lakshan, with 10 more overs to go, not much batting to come. You've got to be a little bit careful how he goes about, especially when you have a batsman of Ashen Bandara's capabilities.
Oh yes, good bowling.
He's absolutely in control. Superb over. That's the end of the 10th over. Blues struggling on 62 for 5.
Ball.
62 for 5. Vandase just bowled the second over. Picked up a couple of wickets as well of Dhananjay De Silva and Charmika Karunaratne. 2 big scalps for the Greens. Ashen Bandara, man on screen. How he's going to use his tactics, especially with 2 more overs of Vandase and 3 of Sandakan.
Akshan Rangika Sandakan came from the Kandana school, Dimazanod. How close was that?
Showing some aggression by Ashen Bandara. Straight away when Sandakan gave it some air, was down the ground, trying to probably go over mid-off. It was there to be hit, but I just had the feeling came too close and yorked himself. In the end, just hitting into the ground, and Sandakan got some hand to it.
So that forward short leg is there to stay. He's got the helmet.
Nice, good bowling. Kai.
Good running. If anybody is coming to the danger end, it would be Ashen Bandara.
Yeah, good cricket all round. Decent delivery. Nice stroke by Suminda Lakshan. And a good bit of fielding as well by Dhananjay Lakshan at long on, and a good return. This is what you like to see in domestic cricket. Good standard of cricket.
Fielding a key aspect in 20s.
Shot.
Oh, he saw that change very quickly. Suminda Lakshan.
Fantastic stroke. Was slightly short by Sandakan. And was turning back into the right-hander. Gave him some room. It was short, plenty of time. And the extra cover field and mid-off fielder was up. And it was quite a safe shot in the end.
Spotted that very quickly. So Nuvanindu Fernando is pushed back. So he had ample time. Didn't try to overhit. Get another dot ball. This would create the pressure. They're trying to break the shackles. Really?
Yeah, too many soft dismissals right throughout the day, even in the first game. It continues, unfortunately, in the second game as well. Not too sure what Suminda Lakshan was trying to do, especially when you have a short fine leg fielder to paddle sweep a rather short delivery. I just thought, just had a brain fade for a second, and a lanky Bindo Fernando doing the rest. Lucky wicket for Sandhagan, got to be said. It was short, it's meant to be hit for a 4, but Suminda Lakshan only managed to find the field at fine leg. Gone for 10. Blues 69 for 6.
They'll have to be very, very patient. At the same time, very intelligent to complete the 20 overs at the rate they're falling down. Blues.
R.Premadasa, the new batsman. That's what Shana going for the kill. Leg gully, silly mid-on. A slip field in the offside, short extra cover. All saving this. Full toss this time. Poor delivery by Lakshan Sandhagan. It was asked to be hit, but R.Premadasa was quite happy just to get a single. This was a dismissal of Suminda Lakshan. Easy catch to Bindo Fernando. End of the 11th, Blues 70 for 6. $70 for 6 after 11. Ball since last boundary, just the 3 deliveries. But the way the Blues started and where they are, quite disappointed.
You should know a little bit more about this Wesleyite, Maha.
The last thing what the Blues needed was a silly run out as such. It's becoming too easy for the Greens. There was absolutely no single at all. That Ashen Bandar in the non-strikers then misjudged it. And in the end, R.Premadasa had to pay the price.
Tikwala was very quick to pounce on it. Absolutely no chance of getting in. Lucky hens, Jeffrey went to say it looks like. R.Premadasa didn't wait for too long. Just 1 run. 70 for 7. Just throwing their wickets away. Plenty of overs remaining as it stands now. They need to be competitive if they are going to make any impression. The Blues. Praveen Jayavikrama is the new one in. Shen Bandara will have to stick out there to the very end.
It's quite disappointing, some of the dismissals, got to be said. Even the first game till now. And especially when Blues have a lengthy tail end. I say tail end, pretty frontline bowlers like R.Premadasa, Kasun Raj, the Praveen Jayavikram, Dilshan Madhuska, Suminda Lakshan, all these players. The batsman in the top order got to take the responsibility, but some of the dismissals and add up the last run out. It just goes to show the team just not gelled in yet. Whereas Greens are high flying.
He's made such a big change ever since he came in. Vandasa.
A perfect leg spinner's delivery. There was some drift. Pitch, spun, bounce. A spinner's ideal position isn't to bowl even down the ground this time. Oh, for a moment I thought Ramesh Mendis misjudged it. If he had kept a foot in front, would have been an ankle height quiet. But in the end, I just thought Praveen Jayawickrama was very lucky.
A lot of things happening. Every ball is an incident-packed over for Jeffrey Vandasa so far.
Short mid-wicket fielder Brinda Fernando dropping down to deep mid-wicket, mid-off, mid-on, who are up, have dropped down as well. Plenty of activity happening. And the second fielder in cow point area, moving across to short fine leg. Bowled him! Another beauty by Jeffrey Vandasa. This time, Praveen Jayawickrama playing down the wrong line and pays the price. This is a fantastic effort by Vandasa, who is just cleaning up this Blues lineup.
12 overs gone, 71 for 8. Couldn't have got anything better than that. Missed and played the wrong line.
That was a peach, isn't it? Jeffrey Vandasa delivered to Praveen Jayawickrama, who's gone for 0. Blues 71 for 8.
Right, 71 for 8. Kasun Rajitha comes out to join Ashin Bandara. Now, I got to correct myself about Ashin Bandara. I made a mistake. I called him a Richmondite. My apologies. He is from St. Aloysius Gaul. So I apologize to all Aloysians. A million apologies. It's a slip of the tongue. It's no fault of the brain, though. So he's from St. Aloysius. Right, here is Sandakan. A lot will depend on Ashin Bandara. He'll have to bat out of his skin from here. He's still got 8 overs left, including this one. So it's about batting time here. It's about batting overs. It's batting the 20 overs. That's the plan of Blues, or that should be the plan, Kosala. Down the wicket. And he'll only get a single.
It also comes down to the men at the other end, isn't it? How they support Ashin Bandara, Roshan, because that will be very important. Even though Ashin Bandara has the intentions of batting the entire 20 overs, Kasun Rajitha and the next man to follow needs to make sure that they give him the support and the Blues bat out 20 overs.
How do you support them? By surviving and playing defensively or getting a single? That's the big question. Because, see, he's batting with number 10 and 11. I mean, looking at, if he was batting with maybe 7, 8, 9, you could expect a certain amount of ability as a batsman. But Kasun Rajitha doesn't have the greatest credentials. Asking the question. That was full on the boot. See, this is what Dasun Shanaka will now try and do. Go for the kill. Try and open up this. He's already opened up this end. So he's trying to just make sure that he clean them up.
Pitching outside the leg stump. Took him on the full. Hit him on the full.
Oh, that's what he needs to do. Just try and get off strike. In fact, they're coming back for 2. Ashin Bandara wants a third. Kasun Rajitha doesn't. He has none of it. They'll get 2. So the best they could hope for, as I said, is to bat the 20 overs.
Disappointing, isn't it? After winning the toss, electing to bat first.
Yeah, but these are 2 good teams. And there's always a return fixture. Oh, that's a good shot. That is a very good shot. Kasun Rajit opening his big shoulders and hitting it with the turn. And that's a welcome boundary for the Blues.
Well, he took it, got underneath that one, picked it up and found the gap. That was the most important thing, getting into the gap.
He was going with the turn, isn't it? He was trying to hit. He was not trying to hit against it, but he did the right thing, going it with the turn to mid-on. Now mid-wicket gets pushed down to the boundary. That's a bit of a surprise. Long on goes out to the boundary. Still 2 balls left in the over. 2 short legs and a slip.
Near my.
Mid-off saving 1.
Lakshan changes his line more towards off stumps. He's inviting Kasun Raju to play across the line.
And also he's looking to try and burst through those defences between bat and pad as he spins it back into the right-hander.
Oh yes, good bowling, good bowling.
Into the over. 13 overs gone. 79 for 8. .79 for 8. The evening is looking absolutely beautiful. This is what the card is looking like. Not a great card to talk about. Arshin Bandara hanging in there on 11. Just 4 batsmen in double figures. Asalanka 23 at number 3 of 14 balls was looking to take the bowling on. It's a lovely sight, isn't it? The drone gives you some wonderful pictures. The R.Premadasa Stadium looking an absolute sight, a picture. Vandase, very, very close indeed. Arshin Bandara going for his familiar sweep. The shot that he goes for, its go-to stroke. Very, very nearly dislodging that off bail.
Vandase has been good. This is what Arshin Bandara will want to do. He likes to play the conventional sweep and the reverse sweep.
Give him a broom. He'll sweep you till the cows come home. He just sweeps and sweeps you. And this time turning out to be a very effective shot. Third man inside the circle. Just playing it late. And getting it down to third man. A welcome boundary for the Blues. They'll be wanting to build something reasonable. Just a single. Now, what they should be telling themselves is give them something on the board to bowl at, because they got a decent bowling attack. They can challenge the Greens bowling, batting attack. So that's what will set this game up nicely. So 120, 130 is something that you can have on the board to try and defend.
Oh yes, good bowling.
Interesting to see what Kasun Rajitha has in mind. The mid-on and mid-off are almost up in the circle. They're just outside the 30-yard circle. So the invitation is try and go over.
Kasun Rajitha's role, well, if he can get runs, it's fine, but it's about making sure that he bats and keeps Arshin Bandara's company.
See that the mid-on and mid-off dropping down 5 meters inside the circle.
Well, he takes a single, he'll keep the strike. 85 for 8. .85 for 8 in 14 overs. Scoring at little over 6 runs an over.
Well, if they can... yeah.
Well, this is what they're playing for. The SkyX.net. That's what they're playing for, and it was unveiled a little while earlier. We got Samantha Tudanwela is the chairman of the tournament committee with the 4 captains, unveiling the trophy just a little while ago. And that was before this game started. I like this tournament. I like it for the reason being, with no LPL, the Sri Lankan cricketers needing some competitive cricket. Even at that post-match presentation, when we spoke to Kusal Mendis, he shared the same sentiments. He felt that a competitive tournament is always good for the players to try and be ready for the Asia Cup and beyond.
Because the Asia Cup and the World Cup, both the T20 formats, so I think this is a good start-up for them, coming in with some match practice.
So Nuwan Tushara's back. And also the good thing is that lots of players are trying to stake a claim. Now, Binura Fernando bowled a good spell, 3 overs. His first 2 overs were very good. Bit unfortunate with that near chance being missed on the boundary at square leg. Nuwan Tushara pushing for a place here. Van der Sey bowling brilliantly. Right, Rajit on strike. Slower delivery. That was a lot of pace off the ball. That ball staying down. And in the previous game, Kosala Asitha Fernando bowled well with 4 wickets. So that's the kind of performance you would want as a selector to see before you. But at the same time, you'll also want, I mean, T20 cricket is about run making too.
And also the fact that young players like Lasith Cruzpulle and company coming into half century, giving the selectors something to think about.
Again, a play and a miss. That ball staying down. Nuwan Tushara has this rather low action, square action. You'll find a lot of these guys coming through after Lasith Malinga's heroics. For what he's achieved in the world of cricket, lots of cricketers will want to bowl like him.
We already have 2 in Sri Lanka who is in the reckoning for internationals there, Matisha Pathirana and Nuwan Tushara. But the difference is if you take Malinga and the other 2, I think these 2 bowlers deliver from a little bit lower than what Malinga used to deliver.
They're all different, aren't they? But it's about the uniqueness. That's what makes them so special. They're unique the way they bowl. I mean, even if you look at Ramesh Mendis, he doesn't have that classical off-spinners action, but he's pretty unique the way he bowls. Lakshan Sandakan. Then, I mean, you spoke about Matisha Pathirana, slinging bowler, Nuwan Tushara, and that's what Sri Lanka is so rich. They keep throwing up players that are unique and they're different. Asking for a catch. Well, Lyndon Hannibal is quite firm when he says not out. He was hit driving at thin air.
There you go. Big swing from Kasan Rajitha. Dikwella went up straight away. Not the umpire.
Again, another swing and a miss. Well, lots of sponsors, and let's not forget Daras, the universe of Daras, with over 5 million products to choose from. All you got to do, have you done that? Downloading the Daras app and explore. Have you explored?
Well, people at home do it.
Good. It's about live.play.explore with Daras. I mean, come on, you should be doing that. I'm sure lots of people are doing it. Lot to choose from. And as we know, Daras are part of the sponsors. SkyX.net is the trophy. Goes over the top. That's a bold shot. Couple of bouncers. And into the boundary. Kasun Rajitha is surprising a few with his shot making.
This is good, isn't it? Because for the tail enders to go, that's 89 for 8 at the end of that over.
Right, 89 for 8. He's still got 5 overs left, 30 balls left. T20 cricket is more about the balls versus runs really rather than the number of overs. Because overs don't mean anything. Run rates don't mean anything.
One over can turn the entire complex.
Well, sometimes 1 or 2 balls could do that. And let's also not forget that Dafa News this tournament is powered by Dafa News. So quite a few sponsors throwing their hat into the ring. Lakshan Sandakan. Down the wicket and driven down the ground. Only a single.
Change of ends for Lakshan Sandakan. He bowled from the far end earlier. Now he's bowling from the commentator's box end. Dasun Shanaka going for the kill. He wants to make sure that he wraps things up without taking it deep.
Well, T20 cricket has brought in so much to the game, has made sure that the game evolves. The standards have gone through the roof, particularly fielding, stroke making. But you know, one thing that T20 has made to look ridiculous are the rates of scoring. I mean, in the past, 7 runs and over, 8 runs and over is challenging. And sometimes it can be also beyond you. But here, you're talking about 14 runs, 15 runs and over. You remember that third T20 game, Sri Lanka versus Australia? 3 overs, 60 runs. Dasun Shanaka to the 4.
And some were conventional shots and some were unconventional shots. Unbelievable. The power that they bring in is quite unbelievable, Roshan.
That's gone fine. That is clever batting by Kasun Rajitha. They'll want to come back, but Ashin Bandar is herring. Yeah, cricket is not... I mean, T20 cricket is not all about slogging. As you correctly said, there has been lots of conventional batting, some really good shots. But there's also been those manufactured shots, the reverse, the slog sweeps, the switch hits. Hit firmly, another single.
So don't forget the raps also coming in.
lots, the rams, the raps, the dill scoops, you name it. The repertoire of a batsman has increased. Lots of new shots have come into the game.
Good bit of fielding, trying to take it was a caught and bowl.
Very sensible batting. This is good batting. They're just making sure that they're knocking the ball into gaps, not taking risks. This is risk-free cricket. They've got 6 runs in the over. It is 96 for 8.
This has been a decent partnership for the 9th wicket. Batting sensibly, Kasun Rajitha is playing a very impressive innings. Ashin Bandara will hold the key for what the total that the Blues will make at the end of their 20 overs.
Easy.
Now it's a give and take situation. Whether you want to give a single and bring Kasun Rajitha, who is prepared to go
Come on, boys.
for the boundary.
Ashin Bandara looks confident now with Kasun Rajitha. He's worked the single on the very first ball.
Yeah, the last wicket fell at 71. 26 runs between them. Newfound confidence for the former St. Servatius Mathura cricketer, Kasun Rajitha.
Ramesh Mendis operating to try and use his experience. 3 men patrolling the boundary on the onside. And now just the short fine inside the ring. More fielders on the offside. Got a A sweeper cover and a long off on the boundary.
Did he get the gap? Desperate effort. A good one at that.
Brilliant bit of fielding down in the deep. Definitely preventing a couple.
Leonido Fernando. Full commitment. You want to see this. 20s cricket is all about the big ones. There's a big one. Well fielded. Shot was worth more than just that single.
He couldn't pierce the gap. He might have wanted to play it much straighter. But just only managing a single. They'll take it nevertheless. The 100 is on the board. Some psychological factor.
Still managing to keep things very quiet. When they won the toss and led to the bat, it looked to be a much bigger contest.
Not very intended to, but they will take a single that will mark the end of over number 13. It's 17 rather. It's 1025. This has been a decent enough partnership. 31 runs for the 9th wicket. Blues will be hoping that they manage to bat on the remaining 3 overs.
Charitha Salanka was out there. He managed 25 runs for the 3rd wicket. Dhananjay De Silva. So now Charitha Salanka, who made 23, may be overtaken by Ashen Bandara, who is batting on 23.
One for 18. He's into his 4th over. He had 2 excellent overs at the top. The 3rd over went for a few runs. It was unfortunate that there was a catch miss down in the deep. Change of ends for him.
This is Benuro Fernando.
Starts off with a slower delivery.
This is easier to think because Kasun Rajitha is also a new ball bowler. Took the pace off.
He's very good at that, Benuro Fernando, to take the pace off the delivery. Does it very well, rolls his fingers over.
Dasun Chanaka had brought in the long off fielder, that's Nuwan Tushara, to mid-off. So the gap opened up. Kasun Rajitha saw it.
He's driving on the up, not afraid. He's seen the ball pretty well, Haritha. This has been a good knock from Kasun Rajitha.
Tough gets going when the going gets tough.
Very useful 17 runs from the number 10. Another slower delivery. Benuro Fernando once again taking the pace off the delivery. He knows that Kasun Rajitha would love pace on the ball. So let's see what Ashen Bandara has in store. This is the 18th over.
One time the Blues didn't look like getting past the Greys, who made 120 in the first game. Now there's some hope for them.
Look very close to wide, but the umpire doesn't think so.
Kirti Bandara was watching it all the way. Again, a very slow delivery. Super slow.
He will keep doing that. I won't be surprised if all the remaining balls go the same way. Hitting it into the surface on that occasion.
So Ashwin Bandara still not looking for the big boundary. He's probably secure to just bat on there.
Most probably the next 2 overs we might see Ashwin Bandara taking the long handle.
Must be the instructions from Manoj Abhivikrama, who's the head coach.
That'll be a wide. The intent was to bang it in short, but missed the line on that occasion.
Would have been his last legal delivery, so he wanted to do something special. Missed out, lost direction.
That previous delivery, he wanted to bang it in short. He was hitting it into the surface, but the line was all wrong.
So he'll finish his spell. Good one, 1 for 23 for Benura. 18 overs gone, Blues 107 for 8.
So 6 bowlers used by the Greens captain. 1 wicket apiece for Binura, Tushara and Mendes. 3 wickets for Van der Sey. And also a wicket for Sandakan.
So the spinners have accounted for 5 wickets. They bowled 10 between them. The 7th bowler is Dhananjay Lakshan. He's so far held on to 2 catches.
A lot of options for the Greens captain, Dhananjay Lakshan. 3 for 17 is best. Economy is on the high side, 8.63, 32 wickets from 48 games. Another bowler who would want to take pace off the delivery. He does that quite a lot. Now, Dhananjay Lakshan really stormed in with the first LPL. Surprised everybody with his talents with the bat and ball.
Yeah, when he was at Richmond College, he opened batting and bowling a couple of seasons. He was very effective in both roles. Kasun Rajitha, surprising more than a lot of people.
Again, he was trying to get it into that gap between long off and long on, but again, pace taken off the ball by Dhananjay Lakshan. Rajitha was into that shot much earlier. This is what he will do. He will keep pegging you, Dhananjay Lakshan, with his slow cutters and pace-off deliveries.
Surprising option there from Dasun Shanaka. He was expensive in his over, so he opted for Dhananjay Lakshan, penultimate over. As long as he doesn't concede a boundary, Skipper would be happy.
It's not easy, isn't it? Especially when you have a batsman like Kasun Rajitha looking to really hit it very hard. Dhananjay Lakshan taking the pace off the delivery. That was the danger, and that was coming. Dhananjay Lakshan manages to get rid of Kasun Rajitha, who played a very helpful hand for his 19, especially looking at what they were. There's a delivery again. Got underneath that one, but didn't have the distance to take it beyond the long on fielder. Comfortable catch in the end. So Kasun Rajitha departs for a very useful contribution towards the Blues.
So the last man is in. Wouldn't look for two. Ashen Bandara. 19 completed. It's 112 for 9.
It's more than 10 minutes.
112 for 9, the Blues. So Nuwan Tushara will bowl the final over. Ashen Bandara will want to face all 6 balls in this over if possible. He doesn't take the single. Well, would have been the better option if he can get a boundary or two in the next few deliveries.
Takes some hitting. He's going to clear the boundary on the onside. It's well protected.
It's the last dismissal of Kasun Rajitha holding out in the deep. Trying to be innovative, but Nuwan Tushara equal to the task. The third man and fine leg up in the circle. So Ashen Bandara was looking to get it over the keeper. 2 dot balls in the final over.
Then we fall short of the 120 I was talking about. Three dot balls in a row.
Ashen Bandara needs to get bat on ball now.
He's trying something really big. He doesn't want to bring in the last man, Dilshan Madhushankar, to face up to Nuwan Tushara.
He gets hold of this one, and that goes high, hard and handsome into the mid-wicket area, and it sails over. This is what Ashen Bandara was looking for. He picked up the slower delivery from Nuwan Tushara and made maximum out of that.
Too little, too late. Can't help it. Because of falling like 9 pins at the other end, this was very short. He had ample time to get in. Ramesh Mendis comes to mid-on from long off, and Jeffrey Pendashade drops to third man from short third down to the boundary.
Will find the fielder. He will not take the single. He will want to face the last delivery. Just as a solitary 6 of this final over. The Blues at 118 for 9. see whether Ashen Bandara can finish off big for the Blues.
Dasun Shanaka is on the boundary, wide of mid-wicket.
Taken on the full, but that's gone up in the air. It'll fall in no man's land, and will it go all the way? And it's just been pulled in. Batsman will come back for 2. The umpire will want to have, most probably want to have a look at that.
They ran 3. The umpire's looking for it. Binuru Fernando, who is running in there.
Yes, did he manage to pull it in? Yeah. Only question is, was any part of his body touching the ropes when he was pulling that ball back?
It was, his hand was touching the ball, and he was touching the ropes. This is interesting.
Well, tough call for the umpire.
Difficult to talk about that. It's coming the angle from behind, but see the commitment on the part of Binura to keep that ball from reaching the boundary. So that has been signalled as a boundary. So 10 runs coming off that last over.
Yep, they will take it definitely the Blues. So they end up at 122 for 9 at the end of their 20 overs. Ashen Bandara holding the innings together till the end.
He ended up on 37 or 36? 37.
37.
That really was some story to get to that total based on that 41-run partnership for the 9th wicket. Absolutely difficult situation from what appeared to be a decent start. This is what it happened. First it was Danushka Gunitilaka, then Sadira Samarvikram before Charita Asalanka and Dhananjay De Silva had some sort of a recovery with partnership for 25 runs, but then wickets started tumbling at crucial times with the introduction of Van der Sey, Karunaratne and Jayavikrama unable to get off the mark. Suminda Lakshan, soft dismissal for 10, but Kasun Rajitha was comfortable.
This is the bowling card. A wicket apiece for Bindu Fernando, Tushar Mendes and Lakshan Sandakan, and also Dhananjay Lakshan. But 3 wickets for Jeffrey Van der Sey being the outstanding performer.
Out of the 7 bowlers, there were 14 extras also that contributed.
So this is what happened during the Blues innings. Dhanush Gunatilaka was the first to go. Well held at mid-off by Dasun Shanaka. Then Sadira Samaravikrama, he was kept quiet by Bindu Fernando and finally held on in the deep.
Dhananjay Lakshan there.
Charita Asalanka had a life in the deep, but then didn't last long with a miscued shot. And this is Charita Asalanka.
When he was in the middle, it looked very comfortable. This went straight to Pathum Nissanka. He made no mistake. And it was all eyes on Dhananjay Lakshan. Dhananjay De Silva rather.
After the introduction of Jeffrey Van der Sey, very first ball he picked up Dhananjay De Silva, and then very quickly had Suminda Lakshan as well.
Chamika Karunaratne next. Then Suminda Lakshan joined Ashen Bandara. This catch by Binura Fernando resulted in Suminda Lakshan moving out. Niroshan Dikwal. Poor run. Tempted Pramod Madhuchan departing. Praveen Jayavikrama didn't know much about that particular delivery. And from 74-8, there was a partial recovery with Kasun Rajitha joining Ashen Bandara, who was keen to keep his end up. Kasun Rajitha had few lusty blows before he was held by Jeffrey Van der Sey. This last over from Nuwan Tushara resulted in 2 massive hits that contributed 10 runs to the total.
So this is what the Greens need. They need 123 runs to win from 20 overs at a rate of 6.15. It's time for us to take a short break, and we'll be back with the Greens reply.
SkyX powered by Dafa. Always. Welcome back. It is the second game between the Blues and the Greens, and I can tell you that the Blues made 122 for 9, and the Greens have a fairly simple target ahead of them, but lots of cricket left in the game. The Blues will be backing themselves to try and throw a challenge at the Greens, and let's try and show you how the Blues innings ended. Not a great innings to talk about, just Ashen Bandara 37 of 34, then just 3 batsmen entering double figures, and then of course Kasun Rajitha towards the end making a quick fire or more useful 19 of 25 balls. So 122 for 9, really nothing much to talk about.
So 7 bowlers used by Dasun Shanaka. I thought Bindra Fernando looked good at the top, but 3 for 12 for Jeffrey Van der Sey was the standout performer in terms of the bowling. Wicket apiece for Tushara Mendis, Sandakan and Dhananjay Lakshan.
Right. 122 for 9. The target 123, a little bit or a little more than 6 runs and over the familiar huddle, and that's what we generally see in the modern game. That's the Blues huddle and the 2 openers for Greens coming out. I can tell you that on paper this target doesn't look frightening or worrying too much, but then this is a funny game. 123 at little more than 6 runs and over should be a walk in the park as far as a decent batting side is concerned, but then we've seen funny things happen in this game. Right, but these are 2 good teams, 2 evenly matched sides battling it out. And Niroshan Dikwella and Pathum Nisanka, the 2 openers. Dikwella opening for a while. We haven't seen him do that in the recent past. He's been in and out of the white ball team. He's been a permanent member in the red ball team, but I think this man has a lot to offer even in the shortest format of the game.
Yes, definitely. Everybody will be looking forward for Niroshan Dikwella to come good. This is a good opportunity for him batting at the top. Gives him time to make runs. And he has those shots that have been customized for himself. So obviously that will be in the mind of the fielding captain. But Pathum Nisanka, what a wonderful player he's been in the past. He can pack a punch and he can work the single. So he'll be somebody to look for. Strike rate of 121. 10 times going past 50. So he's due for some runs.
All format player for Sri Lanka. Pathum Nisanka figured in the ICC rankings too, so he's a hot prospect as far as Sri Lanka cricket is concerned. Found in the last year and a half and hasn't really looked back. Right, he'll be on strike, and no surprises that Dhananjay De Silva generally starts off things. He's very good with the new ball. He's good in the shortest format of the game. He bowls well in power plays. Now he's got a big challenge. Here's the first ball. Short and wide, straight to the man at point. He's bowling to a tight offside field now. As an off spinner, he's got a long on and a deep mid wicket to the right-hander. But as we know, power plays are so tough to bowl, isn't it? You've got to be really on the money.
And also, Roshan, the indication shows with the mid wicket and long on that he's not expecting much turn. He's expecting Pathum Nisanka to go more straighter.
Poor cricket. This is seriously poor cricket. This is an overthrow. You have very little runs to play with. And the Blues just gifting 3 runs when there was only a single. They need to tighten up. You just can't afford those lapses. Right, Niroshan Dikwella on strike. They're going to have a slip. That's not a surprise with the off-spinner bowling round the wicket. The plan has to be for wickets. You need wickets.
Sarita Salanka will definitely have that in the back of his mind.
Right from round the wicket. Oh, inside edge, inside edge. Just going round the wicket, looking to bring it back, angle it back into the left-hander.
The new ball will intend to bring it in sometimes to the left-hander. That's what exactly happened. Once it hits that seam, Roshan, it will just come into you.
Throw him, throw him. That's what he was looking at. And that's what happens with the new ball. It tends to come in, not intentional on most occasions. It's the angle, it's the seam, it's done Niroshan Dikwella. He's gone without scoring. Another look.
Slight inside edge on that occasion, but as you quite correctly said, that new ball can come into the left-hander if you're off spinner. And that's exactly what happened, coming in with the arms. So Niroshan Dikwella departs, bowled by Dhananjay De Silva, no score. The Greens are 1 down for 3.
Right, Nuanithu Fernando, highly rated young batsman. Still very early days in his career, but let's take nothing away from his quality. He's been thought of very highly by lots of knowledgeable critics. Younger brother of Test cricketer Vishwa Fernando. So hailing from a cricketing family, he'll be the man on strike. Dhananjay Silva will be hoping that he can get that ball to leave the right hand at that angle, because that's the angle he looks to create. But this time from over the wicket, he might look to try and bring it in, spin it back. But as you said, as we did see, he can take it away. That's what the new ball does as an off spinner. Not intentional on most occasions.
Well, he was trying to bowl it much quicker this time. That ball goes away the moment you try to give it a little bit air, Roshan. And when you hit the seam, it intends to go the other way.
Good over, very good first over. That's the kind of start the Blues needed. It's 3 for 1, the Greens. Three for 1. That's a pretty sight indeed, with the R.Premadasa Stadium being lit up. This is what the drone provides you from a height. Now Dilshan Madhushankar hails from the deep south. Young left arm quick. Has been on a few tours with the national team. Has reasonable experience. Another player with great potential. And can bring the ball into the right hander. He's pretty slippery too when he gets everything right.
He can bowl quick. That's the most important thing. And he can be very deceptive as well. He can surprise it. This ball straight away had some pace on it to Pathum Nissanka.
Yeah, it's about getting everything right, isn't it? That ball just swinging down the leg side, but he's slippery, he's skiddy. He's still growing, he's a young man. I don't think his bones are still really developed and strong, so he can definitely add a yard or two as he gets stronger. Again, hurrying the right-hander. Again, that inward movement. Just going a little bit fuller in length.
And also the line, he might want to adjust the line just a little bit. Even if you're looking for a LBW candidate, you need to get it more into a middle and off line and surprise the batsman.
Good to see this. Good to see this happening. We did see Kasun Rajitha talking to him earlier on. Now you did see Chamika Karunaratne coming in and having a word, because this is a young guy. He's virtually a rookie. He's just coming into the side. He's, as I said, he's been on tours. He's played games, but he need all the help in the world. Oh, that ball swinging back. That ball swinging back. That has to be out. It looked out. That was a brilliant delivery. This is what he could do as a left-armer. Swinging it back into Nuinudhu Fernando. His front foot going nowhere. Hitting him on the boot, I think. And eventually out. So 2 wickets gone for the Greens.
Perfect delivery on that occasion from Jamal. That is quick, and it really surprised Nuinudhu Fernando. He was beaten for pace, and that ball moved in from the air. And that's a good wicket. That will bring pressure on the Greens. Nuinudhu Fernando departs LBW to Madhushankar for 0. It's 4 for 2.
Right, we got a game in our hands. Dinesh Chandimal comes out. 4 runs for 2 wickets. Well. He's got a lot of experience, I'll tell you, but it's about a battle out there. It's heating up. And Dilshan Madhushanka on fire, running in, bending his back, swinging the ball, striking the pad, surprising the batsman, hurrying the batsman. Lots happening.
Well, I would say that Noon in the front was beaten in the air as well off the track. That was a super delivery. But this man is a man in form, Dinesh Chandimal.
Now, in case you're wondering why this guy or young man is being thought of very highly, just take a look at that wicket of Nuino de Fernando. That will tell you of the potential that he holds. Chandimal on strike. Again, that late movement back into the right-hander. Just managing to get his bat down. He was hoping it would start around the off stump. It just started around middle and leg.
This is good stuff. This is good stuff from the young man. And you quite correctly said this is why. This is the wicket of Nuino de Fernando. That one really surprised him. That was quick. And Nuino de Fernando was going nowhere.
Yeah, no stride at all. Feet going nowhere. Striking almost the shin. And the marching orders was given straight away. 2 balls to go in the over. Again, almost cut him in half. This is brilliant bowling. Dilshan Madhushanka is on fire. Almost cut Pathum Nissanka in half.
This is one of the best spells that we've seen from him, Roshan, with the new ball. This is unbelievable. Look at that. Just take a look at this. This one came back from a middle stump, and really, Pathum Nissanka was taken by a big surprise. And as you quite correctly said, cut him in half.
Well, this young man looks so impressive. He's shown us in the 5 deliveries that he's bowled that he has something in him. And lot to work with as far as the coaches are concerned. Last ball of the over. Goes past the inside edge. This is a brilliant over. 5 for 2. 2 overs completed. You could, what? Right, 5 for 2. It's hotting up here. It is very interesting. The Blues are coming in and coming back strongly into the game. 2 quick wickets taken in the first 2 overs. And what are we having here? Praveen Jayavikrama coming on. So, well, Charita Salanka starting to think he's taken Dhananjay Silva off. And now with the 2 right-handers in, it's going to bring in the left-arm spinner. Brilliant economy rate under 6 runs and over. Praveen Jayavikrama. Well, he wasn't available for that Australian series. He's down with COVID. This is the big moment. Let's see what he could do. Slip in place. First ball of the over. Chandimal on strike. Again, the one that he brings in with the arm. This is what the spinners do with the newer ball, isn't it? The off spinner tends to take it away from the right hander, tends to take it into the left hander. The left arm spinner goes the other way.
Yeah, that's what the new ball can do. And especially Praveen Jayavikrama with a much square arm action. He'll do that very often.
Very nearly a run out on that occasion. Very nearly a run out. Now that's what this pair of batsmen will try to do. They'll try to just knock the ball into gap. Won't allow gaps, won't allow dot balls. They'll try to steal singles. Just try and release the pressure if they can do that. Jayavikrama. Well, at the moment, the Blues are doing nothing wrong.
I would say this is good captaincy from Charith Asalanka. He's bringing the pressure on, especially with two frontline batters.
Nicely driven, nicely driven. Only a single.
Praveen Jayavikrama building on the pressure against the Greens. This is a good battle between bat and ball here. Another dot ball. This is what the Blues need. They will want to have a lot of dot balls. They will want to bring pressure in that power play. Make sure that the Greens don't get away.
Brilliant contest between bat and ball here. Not ideal for T20 cricket though, but still a very good contest. 8 for 2, 3 overs completed. Eight for 2 at the moment, Nisanka and Chandimal. Two batsmen just trying to set themselves with a target. The run rate under 3 runs an over, would you believe it? In 3 overs, the asking rate just hovering close to that 7-run mark. I don't think either of it will worry these two teams. The run rates aren't an issue at all. It's about wickets as far as the Blues are concerned. Greens need one solid target, one solid partnership, I beg your pardon, just to get out of jail.
So Madhushanka will come in for his second over. Let's see what he's got in store in this over.
Right. Swinging back again. He's getting that ball to reverse. Not reverse, I beg your pardon. Just swing back. Apologies. Just swinging back into the right-hander. It's a new ball. Just bending it back. That's his natural movement back into the right-hander. We haven't seen the one that holds its line, but at the moment, he's done brilliantly well with the one that bends back, comes in, struck the pad, had the right-hander in a lot of trouble.
The surprise element would be the one that goes away
or holds its line. Just a touch short, but you could see the intentions very, very clear. They're just waiting for the slightest opportunity just to try and break free. That's what Pathum Nisanka was trying to do. He's got a man on the square leg boundary, but still looking for that shot. Just a break free, get out of jail kind of shot.
Well, it's going to be interesting. This is going to be a very good battle. The young man has done well so far in the 8 balls that he's bowled. He's really kept the pressure on. And he's brought some life into this game, isn't it?
Yeah, let's look at the length. What's the length he's going to bowl? Will he be going full again, or what would we do? Pathum Nisanka on strike. Yeah, he goes full again, swinging into the right hand, following him. This is brilliant. This is brilliant cricket. Dilshan Madhushanka.
Roshan, whatever experience he gained from the tours that he's been, he's bringing all that into good effect.
He's brilliant. He's bowled with good pace. He's bowled big in swing. He's followed the right hander. Ten for 2 in the 4th over. Chandimal on strike. Slightly open stance with the left arm over the wicket. He doesn't bowl. It's all happening. It's all happening. I don't think he's nervous. He must be. He must be all pumped up, young Dilshan Madhushanka.
The pressure is on Chandimal. Let's see what Madhushanka can do. Slip still in place.
Look at the length. Let's see what the length is. Again, Chandimal takes the aerial route. It's 6. Very good shot. Good response. Pitched up, hitting it with the moment. And that is a really good shot. That will release the pressure. That will settle the nerves. That is a wonderful shot.
I think the key for that is Chandimal opened up. If you see that he opened up his left leg and picked it up, so he had more of a range to go, and that's exactly what he did. He got it into that mid-wicket region. That's a good hit. That's the mark of an experienced player.
Certainly sized it up quite well. He knew that he was bowling into the right-hander, just that extra bit of length. Again, another swing and a miss this time. That ball just holding its line, just a touch short. But he's looking to take on the bowling. He's looking to be aggressive.
Maybe a little bit slower also on that occasion from Madhushankar. But Chandimal, he's all game for the battle.
Take nothing away from this spell. Into his second over, 1 for 10. He's certainly impressed with his pace, with his movement, with the way he troubled the batsman. Barring that 6, he's been very, very impressive. One more ball to go in the over. Now mid-wicket goes out to the boundary. What happens here? Fine leg comes in. Now third man also has to come in because there is a square leg out on the boundary. They allowed only 2 fielders within the power play. So now he'll have to be tight. He's generally been swinging it towards into the right-hander's pads. So no wonder he's got a lot of protection on the leg side. This time, quick single here. Quick single. Will keep the strike. 9 runs off the over, 17 for 2. (17 for 2). 11 to Chandimal of 9. Nisanka 6. Dikwala and Nuenudu dismissed without scoring. Dhananjay De Silva and Madhushankar, the wicket takers, right. We're going to see a bit more pace at the far end. Praveen Jayavikrama bowls a solitary over and he comes off. And Kasun Rajitha, another one who can swing the ball, looks to go full, looks for movement. 66 wickets of 43 games, a best of 4 for 20. Right, he's got a slip in. Blues on the attack. Chandimal on strike. Swing and a miss. He's not going to hang around. He's going to play a few shots, Dinesh Chandimal.
Yeah, Chandimal just decided best way to survive in this condition is to attack. The last over, massive 6-over mid-wicket and then couple of hoiks missed out. And the first delivery of Kasun Rajitha going the same straight away. Charith Asalanka reacting by moving the slip fielder Dhananjay De Silva towards mid-wicket.
Chandimal again on strike. This is high. Might be taken at mid-off. Might be taken. Not easy, but good catch. My goodness, that's a wonderful catch by the captain. It was never easy. He was deceived by the slower delivery. It was Charith Asalanka going back. Never an easy catch, but what he did well was he settled underneath it, kept his eyes on the ball, and eventually pulled off a wonderful catch.
One shot too many. This time a slower delivery by Kasun Rajitha. Any youngster watching, ball goes so high under lights, and you're running back, backtracking, goes sideways initially. That's exactly what Charith Asalanka did, and Dinesh Chandimal goes for 11. Green 17 for 3.
The Greens are tottering at 17 for 3. Dhananjay Lakshan comes out. Well, what a fight back by the Blues. They've come back strongly. They're hitting hard at the Greens. Dhananjay Lakshan comes out. 250. It's a strike rate of better than 120. The strike rate not really important at this stage. It's about getting a partnership. It's about getting a bit ahead of the Blues at the moment. They've come back. Rajitha continues. Pathum Nissanka on strike. He crossed on that shot. Well, you could certainly see a spring in the green step, in the blue step. They realize that there is a huge opportunity, but what about this catch? It's the captain leading from the front.
A fantastic catch. Charitha Salanka backtracking. Almost going over his head, but kept his eye, kept his balance. And Kasun Rajitha rewarded for the hard work he has done. I'm not talking about this tournament. Right throughout the test series, you saw the way he has bowled, and someone that Sri Lanka cricket could rely on for a longer period, hopefully. Pathum Nissanka would be wondering what's going on with from the other end. Nonithu Fernando, Dinesh Chandimal, and Dinesh Chandimal going in quick succession.
18 for 3 at the moment. Lots to think about as far as the greens are concerned. So far there's been good discipline shown by the Blues. Dilshan Madhushanka was outstanding, barring that 6. Dhananjay De Silva gave them a good start. Rajitha from round the wicket. He's been wicked against the left-handers. He's created that wicked angle. Well, I've seen him bowl some wonderful deliveries to the left-handers. The Bangladeshi batsman, David Warner, they've been victims of some really special deliveries. Round the wicket to the left-handers. Kasun Rajitha has been deadly. Last ball of the over. 19 for 3 at the moment. Nissanka on strike. Well, that 123 looks a fair bit away now at the moment. Again, pace of the ball. A single to third man. It's 3 runs and a wicket. 20 for 3 in 6.
Just 3 runs off that Kasun Rajitha over. A slow ball to finish. Impressive man for me. That bowling lineup so far is Dilshan Madhushanka. The way he has bowled, swing, pace. It's been really impressive. Genuine pace, got all the top order batsmen in trouble. Even Pathum Nissanka, who has been the opening batsman for Sri Lanka in all formats, and he struggled, as well as Dinesh Chandimal.
Right, extended spell for Dilshan Madhushanka. He's bowled 2 overs and taken a wicket. This is over number 3 for him. Again, his lengths have been very good. Late swing back into the right-hander. He's going full. Has been striking the pad. Has been swinging it back into the right-hander. We've seen the odd delivery that held its line. We haven't seen the outswing for the left-armer. But I think he's done enough with the in-swing.
The hero from Hungama Vijayabao Central, deep down south close to Hambantota, is doing the tricks for the Blues. He's been in the national setup for a while, have not made his debut yet, but maybe after tonight's spell. Opening so many eyebrows. Plays for the Coast Cricket Club. What's impressive me is the attitude towards picking up wickets. You generally see with a youngster. In the first 2 overs he bowled, as I said, pace, swing, even then the bounce. This was the over I'm talking about, Roshan. Pathum Nissanka, a proper test opener, hopping away. This was plumb in front, Nonithu Fernando, even before he had realised. Plumb in front. Dinesh Chandimal almost yoked himself. That cut him half, as you said. It's a fantastic over. Fantastic.
Bowled him, done him, late movement, Yorker. Dilshan Madhushanka on fire. Well, Dhananjay Lakshan done for pace. Good Yorker, late swing. And he is making it talk, making the ball talk. And they're going to take a look at the no ball. They're going to take a look at the front foot. I certainly hope from his point of view that he'll be fine, because that'd be unfair. I think he looks fine to me from here. It's not the best angle, but this might give us a better idea. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, is he having enough behind the line? That's the question. That's the question. Where does he land? Does he land and then slide? I think he's all right, doesn't it? Doesn't he land just somewhere just behind the line?
Certainly the ball he delivered, he deserves the best, but this looks very, very tight. Third umpire got his work cut out. Whatever it is, the fantastic delivery. I think it's been called a fair delivery. Yes, I think that's a fair call. See a slight piece of that boot just behind the crease, and this young man is making some headlines tonight. Dhananjay Lakshan came in at number 5, beg your pardon, gone for 1, Greens 21 for 4.
Well, the Greens are tottering, 21 for 4. We were thinking of, well, when the two openers came out, we were saying that it's not a target that's going to frighten a batting lineup, but I can tell you that the Blues have done more than frightening now. The 150th game for Dasun Shanaka, that's a lot of experience. 300s, 1450s, a strike rate close to 150. Time for the captain to stand up and lead from the front for the Greens. Madhushanka on fire. How close is that? It's a no ball. It is a no ball. It's worth taking a look. It is really worth taking a look. How close was that?
How close was that? I thought it was plumb. In the end, slight overstep by Dilshan Madhushka gets, beg your pardon, Madhusanka gets another life for Dasun Shanaka. If you want to impress the selectors, how about the captain? The first delivery what he got, pace, swing, right in front. What's it going to be? The fray hit coming up.
Right, he's got a square leg out on the boundary, third man on the boundary. Dasun Shanaka's favorite areas are straight. Short delivery and punch through the covers for 4. He gets off the mark, short and wide. Just releases the pressure a little bit. Madhushanka dragging it down and bowling it a bit wide.
I thought for a second he might go for another Yorker fall. This time just dragging the length back, and I think Dasun Shanaka was expecting it. Well balanced and smashed it. But nevertheless, it's been a very impressive spell. I think sometimes as a batter you know what's coming, but even though you tackle it, you got to have the technique, where Dasun Shanaka was lacking in the previous one or this one. Oh, was expecting a full delivery. The techniques just suggest to me, but this is where this young man's experience came in. Never wanted to go Yorker length. Pitched it short, but still it came back into the right-hander.
Yeah, rushed him again.
Show me that nope.
Just bounced a little bit, but definitely rushed him. Dasun Shanaka just looking to give himself a bit of room. So last ball of the 7th over. Last ball of his third, Dilshan Madhushanka. Short delivery, end of the over. 6 overs gone, 26 for 4.
I enjoy that over. Enjoy the entire spell so far by Dilshan Madhushanka. 3 overs on the trot, bowling from the media box end. Unfortunately, we don't have the speed gun to measure, but I'm pretty sure it's something close to 140. Almost had the captain of Sri Lanka, Dasun Shanaka, as well in this spell. Impressive.
26 for 4, 6 overs completed. We should have the signal. Yes, that is a confirmation of the power play, and that is not a great power play for the Greens. They're 26 for 4. At the corresponding stage, the Blues for 41 for 3. So the Greens are way behind now. We're going to have Chamika Karunaratne. Again, someone who's played a fair bit of T20 cricket. Best of 4 for 28. There are plenty of bowling resources available for the Blues.
This was the LBW shout. No ball, unfortunately, for Dilshan Madhusanka. That's dead. That's dead, hitting leg stump. And Dasun Shanaka knew it. Fuller by Chamika Karunaratne. Oh, direct hit. Charita Salanka at mid-off would have had the 5th wicket down for the Greens. Unfortunately, just missed.
It was Pathum Nissanka running to the danger end, running with the shot. Well, the Greens could ill afford a run out here. Look at this. He's running quickly and had to veer away. The reason being that Chamika Karunaratne, it's no fault of him, Chamika Karunaratne was in his way and he had to veer away just those extra few seconds or milliseconds, very, very nearly resulting a run out had that been a direct hit. Slip in for Dasun Shanaka. It's going to be a different kind of innings for Dasun Shanaka. It's not the usual blasting kind of innings. He will have to play a more measured, building innings.
Take a look at the Blues side. For me, it's bowling heavy. Kasun Rarita, Dilshan Madhusanka, Pramod Madhushan, Chamika Karunaratne, the bowling all-rounder, Suminda Lakshan, the leg spinner, Praveen Jayavikrama, the left-arm spinner, Dharanjit Disilla, the off spinner. Wow, that's 7 proper bowlers. And out of them, a couple of them can bat as well. So in this team, I think if the batters could get something close to a 140, 160 score, most of the time this bowling attack would defend it. It's very similar to the Reds team, but Reds, when it comes to fast bowling, it's not that effective how this team has lined up. But they got Vanidhu Hasaranga and Mahesh Theekshana and Vellarage in that team. But this Blue team, for me, has the best bowling lineup.
Interesting compositions, isn't it? Combinations, lineups. Goes over the top, down to deep cover, taken it, oh, dropped him. Would you believe it? Praveen Jayavikrama. Quite a straightforward catch. How critical, how crucial will this miss be? He had it covered. 9 times out of 10, he would have taken it.
A massive miss. In case this was taken, the rest of the bowlers of the Greens team were going to bat next. Praveen Jayavikrama. Oh, what a big miss is that. Pathum Nissanka. Very lucky.
Short ball. This is safe. And it will be, oh, well done. Very well done. This is great work. This is really fantastic work in the deep. I think that's Madhushan, isn't it? Outstanding work. It looked a boundary. He just plucked it from nowhere and made sure that he saved 2 for his team.
A pure acrobatic effort. Pramod Madhushan, fast bowler. Spins across to his left. And look at this for a fielding. Wow. It's great to see when a fast bowler does that, for sure. It's a close call, very close call. I think, yeah, that's got to be a boundary. That got to be a boundary. Full marks to Pramod Madhushan for the effort, but unfortunately, his back foot was touching the rope, or the outside of the rope, and it has to be boundary.
Unfortunate, as you said. Massive effort indeed. But that's the kind of effort that will lift a team. So Dasun Shanaka and Pathum Nissanka has a lot to do. It's 33 for 4, 7 overs completed.
first 7 overs of this innings had everything, isn't it? Pace, bounce, good spin bowling by Danja De Silva and Praveen Jayavikrama. Some good hitting, couple of big shots, brilliant acrobatic fielding. This is what you want to see at this level. Organising such an event is to get the players playing in this intensity and showing from the selectors their capabilities.
I think what the selectors will also like to see, the missing link is the batting. Well, they've seen the fielding, they've seen swing bowling. I've seen some really good spin bowling as well. So 33 for 4 in 7 overs. It's going to be the leg spinner Suminda Lakshan, another one who's been thought of with potential. Hails from De La Salle College, I think. Mutwal. I don't think De La Salle College has produced too many top-class cricketers. This could be the first. But what a role model for young cricketers to follow from that college. Starts off with the wrong one.
And that's confidence for you. First ball for the best batters in Sri Lanka, Pathum Nissanka Googly. Just goes to show this young man's confidence.
And one thing good about this contest is there was Jeffrey Van der Say, and we do have the leg spinner Suminda Lakshan, that similar bowlers. Van der Say may be slightly ahead with his experience and what he's achieved, but Suminda Lakshan is someone who's mirroring Van der Say. So it's good to have players mirroring each other, whether it's batting or bowling. Outside the line, still a single. So that's what makes the competition so intense. That's what makes a selector's job good and easy, where you have so much to pick from a pond of good quality fish.
I think it's the other way around, Roshan. It'll be hard, but that's the headache the selectors want to have. More players to choose from. With Van der Say, Vanidhu Hasaranga, Suminda Lakshan, the leg spinners showing through, for example. From the other hand, you need more choices, more competition among the players. I think that's where this young team, ever since the new set of selectors came in, that's what they did. Got most of the young players into the system, made a competition among them, and now that effort, that sacrifice, we're reaping the rewards at the moment.
It's good to have a positive headache rather than a negative headache, isn't it? Which one to choose, or which one can we choose from? That's the fine line. Well bowled. Good tight over, but that's not great fielding. Loves a single. He would have loved to finish it off, bowling to Pathum Nissanka. It's 36 for 4, 8 overs completed.
A brilliant start by Suminda Lakshan, just 3 runs. Out of that, 1 was a leg bye. And the required rate slowly but surely climbing for the team green. 7.25 is the required rate. It's been tough work so far for the Greens. The bowling attack of the Blues team have been on top notch. The fast bowlers, the spinners have been spot on. Adventurous stroke by Pathum Nissanka to start with huge appeal. Wonder whether there was some glove or bat. Oh, glove. Off the glove, if not, yeah, plumb in front.
See, after the fourth wicket fell when Blues were batting, they lost 5 wickets for the addition of 17 thereafter. That calamity should not happen in this reply if the Greens are to make it.
I think what the Greens shouldn't be doing is just to play into the Blue team's hands. Suminda Lakshan, Praveen Jayavikrama, both very skillful spin bowlers. I mentioned about the required rate, slowly but surely, just climbing up, 7.39 at the moment. Last thing you need, it quietly to reach up close to 9 runs, and all of a sudden you lose a hitter like Dasun Shanaka, and you're wondering. So that's where I think these two batsmen got to be keep busy, but minimum risk as possible.
You know that Pathum Nissanka has been given a life. There is a possibility that he would play that supportive role for his captain to accelerate.
Generally, Dasun Shanaka takes a little time, especially against spin bowlers, to get himself going. But when he does, someone that we all know could easily cover those big sixers with ease. This very good ball, Praveen Jayavikrama, not giving any pace, slowing it down.
That dropped catch must be playing in his mind. So he wants to do a little bit better. Keep it very tight indeed. Make amends. Living dangerously. Greens captain.
Outside edge, very lucky there was no second slip fielder. Goes to 2 runs. End of the 9th over, Greens, 41 for 4. The 4 batsmen out for Team Greens: Niroshan Dikpal, Anuriti Fernando, Dinesh Chandimal, Dhananjay Lakshan. Also some fantastic bowling. As at the moment, Pathum Nissanka and Dasun Shanaka doing the job. So the 4 wickets to fall. Niroshan Dikpal bowled by Dhananjay De Silva. This was a peach of a delivery by Dilshan Madhusankar, getting rid of Nuwanidhi Fernando. Dinesh Chandimal, 1 shot too many. A brilliant catch by Charita Salanka for slower delivery by Kasun Rajitha. This is live. Given some air. Charmi Karnatha doing the fielding at long off. And the last wicket was of Dhananjay Lakshan.
Bit lucky on that occasion. He's keeping it tight.
And Dhananjay Lakshan, the 4th wicket. Again, a Yorker, swing, pace. Fast bowler's dream delivery.
Is that how you dream when you bowl? Five now.
Stuck it nicely, Pathum Nissanka, but unfortunately only finding the fielder at long on. Kasun Rajitha did some distance and made sure he could take it safely. Looked like a googly. I thought that was a safe shot considering it was playing with the turn, but didn't get the elevation what Pathum Nissanka was hoping for. And Suminda Lakshan, it's a great reaction, picking up his first wicket.
Sangha goes for 16. It's 43 for 5. Greens. They need to be careful from now on. Ramesh Mendis has a good strike rate. 250s in his 56 match career. He can hit the ball if it survives, but situation is such that he'll have to be patient.
To the all-rounders and the bowlers of Team Greens, Ramesh Mendis batting at number 7. No mark with the bat. He still could play a huge role for this tottering green innings. Skipper Dasun Shanag from the other end. Interested to see what sort of a tactic he's going to use now. Who's going to play that anchor role? Who's going to be the aggressor? Good start by Suminder Lakshan. This is wonderful. Some fantastic bowling on the cards of our Team Blues.
Got the elevation, but not the distance. Well judged by Kasun Rajitha. Couldn't stay long enough after being dropped earlier.
Good start, very good start, Suminder Lakshan. Very impressive. Into his second over, just given the 5 runs. Bowling with control, showing his full rough repertoire. Googlies. The leg spinners, conventional ones.
Just a single. Get to the halfway stage at 45 for 5. It's well below the 62 for 5 that the opponents made.
The 10 overs gone, 45 for 5. Last 30 deliveries, it's been 25 for 2. It's putting some brakes on this Team Green innings by the Blues. Times his last boundary, 19. That's how the 2 spinners have bowled well. Especially with Dasun Shan and Pathum Nisang, all top quality batsmen. Finding it really hard against this top-notch Blues bowling lineup.
So this is an interesting situation to bring Madhushankar from the opposite end. Charit Asalanka, he wants to create an opportunity to pick up wickets.
I think it's a very good decision. When the bowler is bowling, there's no point keeping him for 1 or 2 overs at the death. When you have so many bowling options of Kasun Raditha, Pramod Madhushan, Chamik Karunaratne, if those bowlers need for doing the death bowling job. But Dilshan Madhushan bowling the way he did in the first spell, it's a no-brainer to continue. Run out chance, direct hit. Oh, Ashin Bandara at cover point, a direct hit, I'm pretty sure would have had Ramesh Mendis in trouble.
Usually at practice he would have hit the stumps. 7 out of 10 missed this one, Ashin Bandara.
Dasun Shanag running with the stroke. Ashin Bandara, you all know, one of the best fielders going around in Sri Lanka. It's nowhere near cardinal error. I'm surprised this Sharma didn't bowl the 4 overs on the trot from the opposite end. He bowled really well. But saying that, Charit Asalanka, I sense what he's trying to do, bring in the slip fielder. Understanding Ramesh Mendis won't be fancying the extra pace with the new ball.
He's picked up 2 wickets so far, but the Vijayabahu Central Hungama boy is creating ripples.
Certainly would have raised so many eyebrows tonight after this spell, that's for sure. At the moment, the last 2 deliveries, Dilshan did deliver to Dasun and Ramesh Mendis. We didn't see the swing just coming back to the right-handers as he bowled with the new ball. Sign of the ball getting older, as well as the shine of the delivery has been gone. There you go, that's slightly shorter. Oh, fantastic, fantastic. Ashin Bandara saved a couple of runs for the Blues.
The moment Mendis realized it was Ashin Bandara, he said no. Because his call is behind the wicket. Take a look at this. Full stretch, full marks.
Exactly what you want from a best fielder in the team. Any bowler would appreciate those efforts, saving those runs, especially when you bowl a decent delivery. That was quick. Even before Dasun Janaka realized that was past him. Wow.
I like his variation.
In case if Dasun Janaka was asleep, this would have woken him up. Look at that for a bouncer. Right on the money. Well done, young Dilshan Madhusankar.
Maybe it pitched a little bit too short than he really anticipated, but the pace really surprised the batter. Safe couple of runs.
Slow delivery this time. See one bounce and when you use that in the early on in the over, this is what happens. Batsman knows next priority either going to be length, a slow ball or a yorker. Saying that, full marks to Dilshan Madhusankar, as I said. And he brought so much life to this Blues team. Was lacking confidence, especially scoring 122 runs in the first innings. The way he bowled.
Again, an attempted yorker. Dasun Chanaka equal to the task. 11 overs completed. It's 50 for 5.
Fantastic spell by Dilshan Madhusankar. Finished his 4 overs and picked up a couple of wickets, just giving away 22 runs. Brilliant. That's somebody so far. Sri Lanka Cricket Blues scoring 122 for 9 after winning the toss. Shin Bandara not out 37. Jeffrey Vandersay bowled really well, picked up 3 wickets. In reply, Sri Lanka Cricket Greens 50 for 5 tottering with Dasun Chanaka. And Ramesh Mendes trying to stay that side. 11 overs gone, 73 runs need of 54 at the rate of 8.1. It's going to be a closely contested game.
Yeah, that Blues innings was actually salvaged by a 40-run 9th wicket stand between Shane Bandar and Kasun Rajitha. Building on that batting performance.
Bowling, Yama, Suminda.
Fantastic bull lineup, isn't it? You've got the pace of Dilshan Madhusankar, the guile of Suminda Mendes, the accuracy of Praveen Jayavikrama, and the wily old fox of Dhananjay De Silva, who's very smart with his off-spin bowling, and you have Kasun Rajitha, Pramod Madhushan, Chavi Karnaratna. Wow. In case every time the Blues team batting order scores a 140, every time they'll be in the game with this bowling lineup.
The resources and the variety of the resources. The left armers, the right armers, quick bowlers, the swing bowlers, the spinners, the guile.
Whatever you need and ask, you can provide the Team Blues. This time Googly full. Ramesh Mendes flicking it towards mid-wicket for a single. Second round been called. So no chance with Praveen Jayavikrama sprinting across.
Low scoring affair, but such intensity out in the middle.
Neatly played again by Dasun Chanaka. Just a single for sure. What disappoints me, Haritha, is that I did the pitch report in both the games. The pitch looks fantastic. I think so many soft dismissals, no plans. I think that's where the selectors would be a bit unhappy with the bowling. I think every team have bowled really well.
Yeah, Sri Lanka Cricket gave this opportunity to this cricketer, so to make use of it is their duty.
It's all about grabbing the opportunity. This time there's a chance of second run, but still. Praveen Jayavikrama, that's 3 sprints in 3 deliveries. It's all about grabbing the opportunity. We mentioned about some players knocking on the door. The young players trying to break in, and the players who are in the system already, it's about securing their place for the Asia Cup and the World Cup squad. But so far the batsmen, got to be said, are disappointed in the two games. So far been dished outside edge, slightly short by Suminda Lakshan. Danish Gunatilaka giving it a chase. It's a good save, just keeping for 2 runs. Ending the 12th over. Greens 56 for 5.
.56 for 5 is the Greens' reply so far. The Blues are 71 for 8 at this stage. Good bit of fielding. No, it misses. They pick up a single. Big ask on the hands of the Greens captain and Ramesh Mendis. They need a partnership here. 8 overs remaining and 65 runs to make. It's not an easy task. The bowling has been very good. Got a game on hand. Dasun Shanaka will want to take it deep. This one's cut away, and that will go down to the boundary. Just what the Greens needed. A fraction short on that occasion, and Dasun Shanaka was very quick to get onto that one.
Well, the margin of error is not great, but 62 of 46, that's the question. So which means that the Greens will need runs, will need boundaries. Just can't let this run rate get out of hand. Not that it's in dangerous proportions, it's still very gettable. But the problem for the Greens is that they don't have too many wickets in hand. Dasun Shanaka, the key as far as I'm concerned.
Short, and this one's pulled away, but there is protection down in the deep. Now Dasun Shanaka loves to play those horizontal bat shots. Karunaratne will have that in his mind. 62 for 5. Dasun Shanaka needs to bat till the end.
I think it's critical that the captain bats right up to the end, and not much batting in terms of what is left in the tank. Ramesh Mendis is the last to the recognized, and if you look at the rest of the batting, Binura Fernando, Van der Sey, Sandakan and Nuwan Tushara. Well, Van der Sey can hold a bat, he can look after himself. Binura Fernando could, Sandakan can be useful. But this partnership, that's critical as far as the Greens are concerned.
Three men patrolling the boundary on the onside, the mid-wicket, the deep square and the long on. Back of the length might be the option from Karunaratne. Short, pulled away. There is protection down there. So just pick up a single. The Blues wouldn't mind that, Roshan.
They wouldn't, but they'll be needing wickets here. They just can't afford this partnership to go deep. They know what Dasun Shanaka can do. He's someone that can turn a game on its head with his batting. So it's about wickets. It's not finished. It's by no means over. It's a tight game now. Just 16 between runs and balls. The difference.
A single to end the over. A decent over. There was a boundary taken off that, but Karunaratne will take it. 13 overs gone. 65 for 5.
65 for 5. The partnership now 22 of 21. It's about wickets, that's for sure, because when you look at the lower half of the batting, the Blues will be fancying their chances if they get one of these batsmen out, preferably Dasun Shanaka.
This is the beautiful drone shots that we're seeing. This is the Queen's Manhattan. A couple of tall buildings. They've not been having very low scoring overs, but it's been a tight game. They've lost wickets at regular intervals. These are these beautiful pictures coming to you courtesy of the drone. It looks real artistic, isn't it, Roshan?
Very beautiful indeed. It's a lovely sight. The Premadasa with a full house under lights is a sight behold. It is wonderful, and another one of those sights that you would love to enjoy is Pallekele when you watch day-night cricket being played there. Jai Vikram it is, just looking to drift it into the right-hander. So these are attacking options. This is good running, brilliant running. Just dropping it and running it with the shot, running with the shot. Ramesh Mendis. Clever running, clever cricket.
Very good cricket. Played with soft hands, pushed it into the gap, and always had the intention of coming back. They ran the first one quick. Dasun Shanaka responded well, and at the end made it quite comfortably.
What are the options available? Well, we got Praveen Jai Vikram as a wicket-taking option. Now they're asking for the stumping. He's gone upstairs. Ramesh Mendis holds his ground, but the fielders, they are celebrating. Sadhira Samaravikrama think he had its man. Let's wait and see. Lyndon Hannibal has gone upstairs.
So work for the third umpire. Let's wait and see. Slower through the air. That is a legal delivery. Held it back a little bit, Praveen Jayavikrama. Ramesh Mendis was lunging forward. Now, did he have that back foot grounded? That would be the only thing. It looks behind the line, but was it grounded? That would be the question.
Grounded, and is he having enough behind the line? Now, this will tell us. Well, they're slowing it down a bit. He's dragging his foot. He's dragging his foot. Has he got back? Has he got back? Well, it's a tight call. The line belongs to the umpire, they say. It's a tough one for the third umpire. He's just dragged it back. But has he dragged it enough? That's the question.
So there you go. That's the verdict on the Giant screen. It's out, and that's a big wicket. Very good bowling from Praveen Jayavikrama. You told about the wicket-taking option, and Praveen Jayavikrama has delivered for his captain.
Indeed, he has. Ramesh Mendis out for 9, and the Greens are now 67 for 6.
Jeffrey Van der Say is the new man coming in. Well, he'll have to play a very supportive role to the captain. Strike rate of 77, 123 runs. Doesn't speak much about his batting talents, but he can hold the bat. He can get you a couple of runs, but he will need to do more than that, because at the moment the Blues are really bowling well. Praveen Jayavikrama in particular, with a good measure. On the previous occasion, he held that ball back a little bit from what he was, slowed it up a little bit, and he had results straight away. Slip in place for Van der Sar. Oh, there's a loud shout. Maybe going down a little bit, coming in with the arm.
Was there an inside edge? That to me seemed to be what saved him. I think there would have been an inside edge. This is another look of Ramesh Mendis. Great piece of work by Sadira Samaravikrama. Really good work. Vandasa is off the mark. But now it will all be Dasun Shanaka. It's now or never for him. Really needs to get things moving. And this is the time that he can stand up as a captain. And this is the time that he needs to start leading from the front.
They will get one. They're looking for the second. Dasun Shanaka wants the second, but Vandasa is happy with the one. This is what they need to be doing. They need to be putting pressure on the fielders as well.
Now what's happening here in terms of the run rate is it's getting close to 9 runs and over, which is 54 of 37. And every dot ball is going to add on to the pressure. Dasun Shanaka will really have to get things moving, because you know that you got to leave an allowance for the other batsman, because you don't expect Vandasa to be going at Dasun Shanaka's rate. So the dot balls will be prevalent.
He's bowled him. He's bowled him. Played down the wrong line. That one didn't turn. Came on with the arm straightened. And that is the end of Jeffrey Vandasa. Praveen Javikrama has bowled a gem of over here as the greens tumble down to 69 for 7. Just take a look at that. Vandasa was trying to heave it away, but that one came in with the arm and cleaned him up.
Right, that's the wicket. That is the wicket. They need wickets and they need to be picking them quite regularly. Vandasa goes for 1. It's 69 for 7.
So Binura Fernando makes his way out to the centre. Just 228 runs to his credit. Dasun Shanaka will hold the key now on how the greens get about it. 69 for 7. Pramod Madhushan rather comes into the attack for his first over.
It's a late entrance for him. Quite a few preferred ahead of him. He's a little bit low in the pecking order here, but he's not short of quality. He's an international player for Sri Lanka. Starts off with a wide, fairly brisk delivery down the leg side, but it's a wide.
70 on the board. Another 52 required. Dasun Shanaka, 29 of 28. Very watchful, very patient. He knows that 8 runs, 9 runs and over is within his reach, but he needs somebody to hold the end of the other end. They push through for 1. They're looking for 2. Dasun Shanaka is quick. Can Binra Fernando get in back in time? Well, a better throw might have had Binra Fernando in trouble, but they make the 2 at the end. It's 72 for 7.
I think Binra is 6'6" or 6'5". He's got long legs. It could be just a few steps down the track. But as you said, he was struggling a little bit slow off the blocks. Turning and running, he's hurrying, he's stretching. Yes, yes indeed, yes indeed. It would have been interesting. A direct hit would have been very interesting. Shanak on strike. Down to third man, on the bounce, well done. Good piece of work by the fieldsman. That was a bad bounce, he covered it well. Kasun Rajitha Very good cricket.
Dasun Raj has definitely lifted up his game, Roshan. His fielding has improved a lot. He got some useful runs. That 19 runs can be very vital for the outcome of the game.
Yeah, that partnership down the line between Ashin Bandara and Kasun Rajitha can be the decisive, or could be the decisive moment of this game. But there's still a chance for Dasun Shanaka to be a hero.
Another dot ball. So we'll see a lot of these, because especially with Binra Fernando on strike. But Dasun Shanaka will have the confidence in Binra Fernando that he can keep his end up. Binra Fernando might fancy the faster bowlers coming onto him rather than the slower bowlers.
That's a challenge for Dasun Shanaka because of the dot balls that are going to be bowled to the lower order batsman. So he's got to make sure that the run rate is kept abreast. So this is to be expected. Binra Fernando's role will not to be to blast the bowling, but just to make sure that he keeps his end going. But then Shanaka will look to try and maximize the opportunity.
This is what they are playing for. The SLC Sky not net trophy. This is the unveiling of the trophy earlier, which happened early in the day with the 4 captains and Samantha Bowler. A single down to long on. Just walk through that. Binra Fernando will open his account.
Dasun Shanaka will want to keep the strike now that run rate is closing in on 10 runs and over. Still, I don't think averages, run rates are really worry the modern T20 batsman. It's about balls versus runs. 49 of 31 balls. That will be what Dasun Shanaka will be thinking about. It's not about a run rate of 10 runs or 11 runs and over. Good bowling. Very good bowling to end the over. 15 gone, 74 for 7.
Make kamu go mari. Sanggahaya 18 gitu. Hey. Asa. Ramai katen.
Praveen Javikrama starts his final over. Upish, but they will take a single. They'll bring Dasun Shanaka on strike. Now, the interesting fact here is, will Dasun Shanaka want to see off Praveen Javikrama and take it right to the deep end? Maybe have a chance, maybe he would fancy 30 to 35 runs in the last 3 overs.
I think always the plan is to try and bat as deep as possible and then look to launch. So maybe just knock the ball into gaps, not dot balls, but just knocking it into gaps, pushing singles, twos if they can. But Dasun Shanaka will have to get things to move. Now what Praveen Javikrama is doing well is he's looking to bowl slower. He's looking for some loop, he's holding it up, searching for some turn, similar to the way he dismissed Vandersay with a slow one that deceived him.
Short, worked away, but only as far as a single. Dasun Shanaka would have been disappointed. He would have wanted to put that one away.
Lack of pace, I think Praveen Javikrama deliberately taking a lot of pace off the ball. Dasun Shanaka generally enjoys the ball coming onto the bat, but he's very good against spin too, loves to go over the top, loves to hit straight. Again, that one that is held back. He's doing it well with his pace. He's mixing his pace quite well. Praveen Javikrama in this spell.
There you go, once again you can see slower through the air. Binra Fernando into the shot too early. Taken on the full. They'll take a single. This has been a good spell from Praveen Javikrama, especially bowling during the final overs. He's done extremely well. 77 for 7, the Greens. Last ball of Praveen Javikrama's spell. What does Dasun Shanaka do? Will it work a single? Will he want to keep the strike?
That has to be the plan. Be on strike. Try and take the maximum number of balls. That should be the plan. 46 of 25 balls. That's the equation.
Well, they go through for a quick single, and that will mark the end of over number 16. The Greens are 78 for 7.
This is the story of the game. 78 for 7, 45 runs of the last 4 overs. It's going at more than 11 and over.
This game reminds me of a few weeks ago what Dasun Shanaka did up against Australia at Pallakali. And nobody gave Sri Lanka a chance. I think 60 runs in about 3 overs. The way he batted, just can't ride it away. Got the capabilities, and just the difference of conditions will be challenging for Dasun.
Few eager spectators watching the would-be action from Dasun. Entrance free. More people should come and watch the cricket. Sri Lanka cricket have taken the trouble to organize this tournament. It's turning out to be a tight affair despite the low scores.
Though it's a low-scoring game, so far it has dished out so many close contested affairs. Dasun Shanaka and Binra Fernando trying to bring the Greens home. The strong bowling lineup of Blues, thinking otherwise. A huge mix-up there. Ashen Bandara, oh, direct hits. The fielder there behind the stumps had this chance of coming into the near the stumps and getting rid of the bells. But Ashen Bandara said otherwise. Hits the bullseye and Binra Fernando being run out.
He was in trouble, then he realized he had to get to the other end. Yeah, he missed the first time, not this one, Ashen Bandara.
And the lack of communication resulting in Binra Fernando running out for 3 runs. Greens 79 for 8.
It was 71 for 8 when the opponents batted themselves. They are now 79 for 8. The last 3 wickets have added just 12 runs. What a change of atmosphere in this game. Lakshan Sandakan, nothing much to show.
Another mix-up there, luckily for The team Greens, no harm done. Leg by, signal by umpire Hannibal. This was 2 deliveries before. Kasun rather hitting the pad of Binder Fernando was in pain. And Dasun Shanak doing the right thing, trying to get back to the striker's end. And Binder Fernando was not aware of the single being asked to come by Dasun Shanaka in the end. Ashen Bandar doing the honours.
His last visit to the middle in a competitive game, he made a half century. Lakshan Sandakan. That was a losing cause anyway.
$80-8. Run rate 13.58. It slowly but surely is going up. Every delivery with all dot deliveries is more of a test match length, back of the length. Kasun Raditha ends the 17th over. Greens 80-8. 43 runs needed of 18 deliveries. Again, my memory goes back to that Pallakali T20 game, Haritha. Was the last 4 overs. I was joined by H.D. Ackerman for the commentary. None of us thought that Dasun Shanak will play that blind. In the end, Dasun Shanak and Chami Karnaratna doing the job. I'm pretty sure Dasun Shanak will be having that in his back of mind. If he to do that, I think it has to start now.
Yeah, it's a situation of now or never. He's going to explode. Better be now.
Good cricket all round. Premeditated sweep shot played by Dasun Shanaka, well fielded as well, but deep square leg. And the running between, because I just thought for a second there's going to be only a single, but in the end, 2 batsmen did cross for 2 runs.
Yeah! That's the last straw.
Hit well, just didn't get the elevation properly. Just thought for a second he hit the gap, but unfortunately straight to the field at deep mid wicket. And that's Ashen Bandar, the best fielder in Sri Lanka. We mentioned that before. Lacked the elevation, got the timing, but lacked the elevation. Unfortunately for Team Greens, that's the last stuff. The captain Dasun Shanak has been dismissed by this young leg spinner Zuminder Lakshan, who has been really, really impressive. Shanaka gone for 37. Greens 82 for 9. Nuwan Tushar, the new batter for the Team Greens. Number 26 coming at number 11 for the batting side. This is a brilliant fight back by Blues, tottering in when they were batting, replaced. And a brilliant partnership between Kasun Rajitha and Ashen Bandara, getting to the respectable 122. And the way this Team Blues started with the new ball, setting up the tone, and in the end, getting the Greens reeling at 82 for 9. Fantastic effort by Dilshan Madhusankar at mid-wicket. Just couldn't get the reach. Couple of googlies too, and Nuwantushara. Take a look at this for a effort by the fast bowler, running back. Oh, almost had it.
The first 4 wickets fell for 21. The last 4 wickets have gone down for less than that.
Sumit Lakshan is coming to the last delivery. 39 needed of 13 deliveries. A slip and a gully. Charitasa Lanka himself at the gully position. The last ball. Googly stayed down the ground. It's coming towards us. And a 6 by Nuwantushara. That's a wonderful shot under the circumstances. End of the 18th. Greens 90 for 9.
The universe of Daras, with over 5 million products to choose from. Download the Daras app today and explore. Live, play, explore with Daras and enjoy everything that comes with it.
Yeah, definitely first 2 games of this SLC Sky X Invitational T20 League, powered by Dafa News, has given us 2 brilliant games. The first one in the end was quite an easy one for the Reds, but in this case, when the Blues were batting, we all thought it was a matter of time Greens will chase down the score. But the way the Blues recovered with the partnership between Kasun Rajitha and Ashwin Bandara, and the new ball spell, specially delivered by Dilshan Madhusanka, has turned the tables, and at the moment the Greens reeling at 90 for 9.
The Blues had their Blues at 71 for 8. Experienced it, got out of it. Now all systems green for their victory.
Smiling faces, dugout. Malinta Varnapura, Nojabe Vikrama, the coaches, Shane Fernando, the manager. Very happy dugout. The way the boys have put up a good show. Bouncer this time, Lakshan Sadakan hoiking it away, and the field at mid-on. That's a fantastic catch. This is what this team needed to end the game. Fantastic bowling, fantastic fielding. In the end, this match looks like it's a one-sided affair, but it was not. The Blues was made hard for every run, and the bowling lineup of the team Blues have done the job.
That's the last wicket. Karunaratne dropping it short. Lakshan Sandakan going big, not big enough. Well judged catch in the end. Pramod Madhushan, that was. It may seem something big. 32-run victory margin in a 2020 game. But how well thought out was this victory?
They're masterful, got to be said. Well led by Charitasa Lanka, who had a wonderful bowling lineup with fast bowlers and spinners. Did the job defending a mere 122. The way they started, I kept saying all night, the spell bowled by young Dilshan Madhusanka certainly would have raised so many eyebrows in the cricketing field. The young man who has been in the system, getting the opportunity in a bigger stage and delivering it. And the man on the screen now in front, Charitasa Lanka, will be a proud man, walking out, leading his team.
He had various options in his armory. used it judiciously. More than anything else, I think they fielded very well, except for that one blemish by Praveen Jayavikrama. They fielded very well. 3 batters bowled, 1 LBW. Gives you an indication that they were in line with the stumps most of the time. So once again, on a wicket full of runs, low scores, it doesn't tell you anything on what the final outcome is going to be like. So even the Reds, after being 88 for none, they lost their top 4, finally getting to that winning target.
Right through both games, batsmen have failed. But the bowling and the fielding, all 4 teams has been really good. It's a batting team. Pathum Nissanka Dikwal opening with Nuwanitha Fernando, Chandimal, all failing to score much. Dhananjay Lakshan was clean bowled by the beauty. Skipper Dasun Shanaka, the lone fighter, scored 37 of 39. In the end, just 90 runs of 18.3 overs. Bowling for the Blues, fantastic, isn't it? The rating is so good. Probably started by Dilshan Madhusankar and Dhananjay De Silva, and all the bowlers who are named in that. Even Pramod Madhushan just bowled the 1 over, bowled with aggression, and in the end, they did the job done against a good batting lineup of the Greens.
Even Dhananjay De Silva, who bowled the first over, picked up a wicket, then didn't bowl after that. So the victory target was 123. Dhananjay De Silva provided the initial breakthrough.
And then Nuwanitha Fernando got an absolute peach by Dilshan, swinging in, plumb in front. And this was Dinesh Chandimal smacking it over mid-wicket for a huge 6. And 1 shot too many, tried too many deliveries with that huge strokes, and in the end, Charita Salanka, a superb catch running back. And Dilshan Madhusankar was on fire. This was the free hit which Dasun Shanaka put it away. And this was a drop catch by Praveen Jayavikrama. And lucky for him, it was not big damage done by Pathum Nissanka.
This was a clean take once again from Kasun Rajitha. And Samara Vikrama joining in. Vandasa didn't know much about that one. Dunara Fernando, victim of the brilliance of Ashane Bandara.
Yeah. And this was the last nail of the coffin. Dasun Shanaka smashing it, couldn't get the elevation, and finding Ashane Bandara at deep mid-wicket. It was a big shot by Nuwan Tushara, a 6er. And then Chamika Karunaratne taking the last wicket. Lakshan Sandakan been bounced out, and Pramod Madhushan, a fantastic catch to end the innings. The summary so far: the Blues winning the toss, batting first, 122 for 9. Jeffrey Vandasa pick up the bowlers, and Ashane Bandara scored 37. In reply, the Greens bundled up for 90s, mainly because of some fantastic bowling. Everyone chipped in with Jayavikrama, Madhusankar and Suminder picking up 2 wickets each.
The last 6 went down for just 47 runs. So we'll take a break and we'll be back with the presentation.
R1 is Roshan, R3 is players.
मैं मनोज मैं हम මෙහාට පොඩි සිග්නල් නෑ මට සිග්නල් එකක් දෙන්න මෙහෙම කරලා මට ඔය ගන්න වෙන්නේ හරි හරි
1 2 not Max here Maxi can
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening and welcome to the post-match presentation of the second T20 game of the SLC Sky Exchange, not SkyX.net Invitational T20 League powered by DAFA News. And let me start off by thanking our sponsors, the title sponsor SkyX.net. We also have the team sponsors SkyX.net and IPG Sports. Powered by DAFA News, and the associate local partner, of course, is Daras. And we're also privileged to have the ICC match referee, Mr. Wendell Labroy, who will be giving away the awards this evening, particularly the Man of the Match award. And ladies and gentlemen, this evening's Man of the Match, he will receive a check of 50,000 rupees sponsored by SkyX.net. It will be presented, as I said, by Mr. Wendell Labroy, the ICC match referee. Well, I can tell you he didn't set the world on fire, but for his outstanding spell at the start and for the way he bowled, it is Dilshan Madhushankar, who had 2 for 22, is our Man of the Match. දිල්ෂාන් ප්‍රථමයෙන් ඔබේ පන්දු යැවීම ගැන කතා කරොත් කොහොමද ඔබ හැරිලා බලන්නේ? මොකද හිතන්නේ පන්දු යැවූ ආකාරය ගැන?
ඇත්තටම ගොඩක් සතුටුයි ප්ලෑන් කරපු විදියට හොඳට කරගන්න පුළුවන් වුණා. ධන අයියා, චරිත අයියා, චාමික අයියාගේ ගොඩක් හෙල්ප් එකක් හම්බුණා. මේකත් එක මම හිතනවා හොඳට අවසන් කරන්න හම්බුණා.
මොකද්ද ඔබේ ඇත්තටම තිබුණු සැලැස්ම? දකුණුවත් පිතිකරුවන්ට සහ වමත් පිතිකරුවන්ට අපි දැක්කේ ඔබගේ ලෙන්ත් එක ඔබ ගොඩක් ඉස්සරහට බෝල් කරන්න උත්සාහ කරනවා. ඒකද සැලැස්ම යවලා දෝලනය කිරීම?
මං දාන පේස් එකත් එක්ක මං ගොඩක් උත්සාහ කරේ ෆුල් ලෙන්ත් එකේ බෝල් කරන්න සහ සිං කරන්න.
අනික එක දැන් ඔබ දන්නවා මේ තරඟාවලිය දිහා විශේෂයෙන්ම තේරීම් කමිටුව බලනවා. ඉතින් ඒක ඔබට කොයිතරම් දුරට පීඩනයක්ද? ඒ කියන්නේ ඔබ දන්නවා මොකද මේක තුලින් තමයි තේරීම් කරන්නේ.
ඔව් තේරීම් කමිටුවට ප්‍රෙෂර් එකක් දාන්න ලැබිච්ච එක ඒක සතුටුයි.
හොඳයි. ඉතින් අද හැදලා බැලුවොත් මේ ජයග්‍රහණය ගැන කතා කරොත් ඔබ හිතාගෙන හිටියද ඔබගේ ලකුණු සංඛ්‍යාව ඇති වෙයි කියලා?
ටීම් එකක් විතර අපි ප්ලෑන් කරන් හිටියා ගොඩක් දුරට අපිට මේක මේ චේස් කරන්න පුළුවන් වෙයි කියලා.
හොඳයි දිල්ෂාන්, අපි ඔබට සුබපතනවා අද දවසේදී ඔබේ ජයග්‍රහණය ගැන.
Thank you.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, that is the Man of the Match. Can I now talk to the losing captain, Dasun Shanaka of Greens? I know not the perfect game for you guys, but what really went wrong with you? 122 is not a frightening target.
Yeah, I think bowlers bowled really well in the start, and in the second phase of the game, batsman, it's being in the national team as well. First 6 overs, we didn't capitalize in that power play. 4 wickets in the power play, we can't really come into the game after that. I think that's where the game went off from us.
Yeah, now you have an experienced batting lineup, Dasun. These situations is nothing new. But do you think that your guys were your guys wilted under pressure?
I think not actually, but I think there was no plan in their mind. So I think what is important is when there's a lower score is set, they need to understand how the wicket is behaving. So we have to play according to the wicket. I think our guys didn't play according to the wicket, so that's why we were in the struggling side.
Yeah, how tough was it for you, especially seeing wickets falling at the other end and also wanting that run rate up? What was your plan? Obviously, trying to score runs quickly, but how challenging?
Yeah, my plan was to stick until 17th over, and I'm a player that I can manage, which I can manage 30 runs in the last 2 overs. So that was the plan. Unfortunately, it didn't work for me today, and it's very hard when wickets falling from the other side, but it's the first game. It's important win, but in the same time we should learn how to play in these kind of wickets.
Yeah, one final question. Do you think you're a batsman short?
Not actually, because after falling 4 wickets in the power play, it's hard to tell that think that we are lack of a one batsman. But I think we got a right combination because we got 3 all-rounders in the middle. Yeah, we can have a change after another one game, but what we need to is to pull out a win.
All right, bad luck today. All the best.
Thank you.
Right, let me now talk to the winning captain of the Blues, Charita Salanka. Congratulations. Are you surprised with the win, or how would you describe the win?
No, not at all. But first of all, I want to say we could have bet better than this. But I knew that this pitch not gonna easy for green team as well. And boys talk before went to the field. They talk ball well and just keep pressure in their batsmen, and they did really well job.
Now, when you say this is not an easy pitch, how would you describe it?
You can see that you could see that spin on that pitch and seam on that pitch and 2 pace. That's why I think we couldn't bat well, and other team as well.
But what about you? You batted brilliantly. It's just bad luck that you got out because you looked very much at ease.
I think, but I could have done better because I'm a captain and I have to get things and want to keep going.
Yeah, you got a very good bowling lineup, but I like you to talk about this young left arm, Dilshan Madhushankar. That first spell was brilliant.
Yeah, I was very impressed with him and Praveen and Dhananjaya and Suminda as well. And I want to mention about special 2 knocks from Bandara and Kasum Rajitha. It was brilliant.
How nervous were you when Praveen dropped that catch on the cover boundary?
I was not nervous that time, but I just felt that if he's grabbed that, it would be great because he was Pathum Nisank.
Correct. Very well done. Congratulations and all the best.
Thank you so much.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our post-match presentation.
That's an elated Charita Salanka, the captain of the Blues team, led the team really well and defended the 122. This is a match summary. Blues winning the toss, choosing to bat 122 for 9. Ashen Bandara and Charita Salanka doing the bulk of the scoring. Jeffrey Vandase with the pick of the bowlers for the Greens. In reply, Greens only could muster 90 runs of 18.3 overs, especially because of the bowling depth of this Blues team. Started well by Dilshan Madhushankar, picked a couple of wickets. We are not finished. This is the first day, on the 10th of August, day after, on Wednesday, the first game, the Greens and the Reds in the afternoon. And second game will be Grace against the Blues at 7:30. And this was the second match. Just mentioned about the Grace and the Blues. It'll be a fantastic game as well. The Greens and the Reds in the first game. It's a double header, another double header coming up. It's been a fantastic day, the first day of this SLC T20 International T20 League, beg your pardon, powered by SkyX.net and Dafa News. And till we see you again on day after, it's a good night from all of us at R.Premadasa International Stadium.